Hi, good morning to all of you. So let us start once again. So yesterday we began to discuss about the Anglo-Maratha wars, and we had discussed about the context of the first Anglo-Maratha war. The first Anglo-Maratha war took place from 1775 to 1782, leading to the Treaty of Salbai, which was basically a ceasefire for 20 years between the Marathas and the British. Meanwhile, at the same time, British began to regain their strength in India. They began to reorganize the military strength in India because they tested the strength of Marathas and they could not defeat Marathas for even after fighting for 7 years. But however, Marathas began to waste their energy as Maratha kingdom got divided to five principalities ruled by five distinct families, and just because of the mutual jealousy, they began to fight against each other, and that ultimately led to gradual weakening of the Maratha forces. Clear? So these developments took place after First Anglo-Maratha War from 1775 to 1782. The Governor General of Bengal at that time was Warren Hastings. Clear? During the regime of whom the war took place. Clear? Meanwhile, at the same time, when these developments were taking in Maratha Kingdom, another very important development that took place was that French military general, that is Napoleon Bonaparte. Clear? French Revolution was going on meanwhile, and military general Napoleon Bonaparte reached up to Central Asia. Clear? And he wanted to attack British Indian territory because France and Britain were arch rivals to each other. And in order to protect India from the possible aggression of Napoleon, court of directors sitting back in London, the owner of this private company, they deputed Lord Wellesley as Governor General of Bengal. And Lord Wellesley, when he came to India in 1798, he adopted the policy of subsidiary alliance system, which was another manifestation of the policy of ring fence. Clear? And this strategy is also known as Trojan horse strategy of Lord Wellesley. Clear? Before we go on to discuss about the second Anglo-Maratha war, here first of all we'll understand about the subsidiary alliance treaty started by Lord Wellesley from 1798. So context was basically the threat from Napoleon's side, who had already reached up to Central Asia, and at the same time Lord Wellesley wanted to acquire territory as soon as possible. So both through military annexation as well as through subsidiary alliance, he decided to acquire territories in India, coming to his policy of subsidiary alliance started by Lord Wellesley. Clear? So coming to subsidiary alliance system. Subsidiary alliance system, it is also known as the Trojan horse tactics, also known as the Trojan horse tactics. Clear? Now, Trojan horse tactics being by introducing the cart, wooden cart inside, whereby the forces were included in that, and in the night the forces came out and they started to have control over the provinces. This strategy was adopted by the Greek in ancient time, which is known as the Trojan horse tactics. Why subsidiary alliance is known as the Trojan horse tactics? We'll understand this as well. Clear? Now, coming to this system. Clear? According to subsidiary alliance system, Lord Wellesley gave assurance of protecting the neighboring states, clear, or protecting the smaller states of India from any foreign invader or from any other invader of Indian side, clear. So according to subsidiary alliance treaty, Lord Wellesley gave military assurance to Indian states that in case they are attacked by any foreign invader or by any other Indian power, these states would be protected by the British forces. Clear? So military assurance of protecting these states was given by Lord Wellesley under subsidiary alliance system. But in lieu of this military assurance, Lord Wellesley expected three commitments from Indian powers. Clear? What were these commitments? Number one, clear? Indian power was supposed to have one British officer permanently in his headquarters. The officer was to be designated as British resident, and this British resident was to stay in the headquarters permanently along with all major British forces. Clear? And all expenses of forces and British resident was to be provided by Indian power. Clear? So this affected the internal autonomy. In fact, it resulted into Trojan horse strategy, whereby the provinces and its internal autonomy was largely compromised under the system. Moreover, under subsidiary alliance, the Indian power was also prohibited to declare war or sign treaty with other powers without the consent of the British, and as well as not to employ any European into service without the prior consent of the British. Clear? So in the other words, it was some amount of compromise with sovereignty also, but the most important provision was having a British resident in his headquarters permanently along with British troops, which affected or compromised with internal autonomy, and that led to indirect control of British over that provinces. And just because of that internal British resident only, the strategy is known as Trojan horse strategy, and which is a manifestation of policy of encirclement or policy of ring fence. Clear? And by applying subsidiary alliance, Lord Wellesley established indirect control over major provinces. Which were these provinces? Write about these provinces also. Know about these provinces. These provinces were: number one, the first province to accept, or the first ruler to accept the subsidiary alliance system, was the Nizam of Hyderabad. The Nizam of Hyderabad in 1798. Second was the ruler of Mysore. The ruler of Mysore, 1799. Then the Raja of Tanjore, South India. Raja of Tanjore, again in 1799. Then we have fourth one, the Nawab of Awadh. The Nawab of Awadh, 1801. Then fifth one is, after this, the Peshwa. Now coming to the Marathas, the Peshwa, 1802. It's also known as the Treaty of Bassein. Treaty of Bassein. Sixth is the Bhosle ruler. The Bhosle ruler of Nagpur, also Berar, 1803. Then seventh is the Scindia of Gwalior, 1804. And the last one were the Rajput estates of Jaipur, Jodhpur, Bundi, and Kota. All of them in the year 1805. Clear? So these were the regions that accepted subsidiary alliance system. And they were Nizam of Hyderabad. This is the right order also. Nizam of Hyderabad, the ruler of Mysore, the Raja of Tanjore, the Nawab of Awadh, the Peshwa in 1802, the Bhosle of 1803, the Scindia in 1804, the Rajput states of Jaipur, Jodhpur, Bundi, and Kota. So out of 5 states, clear, 3 Maratha states accepted subsidiary alliance and virtually signed away their independence. Clear. Only 2 were left, and these 2 Maratha families which were left that did not accept subsidiary alliance treaty, these were the Gaikwad and the Holkar. Clear. Gaikwad at Baroda, Holkar at Indore. Clear. So all of them remaining them signed subsidiary alliance system, and that started from 1798 till 1805. Clear. So major developments took place under Lord Wellesley, known as Trojan horse tactics. Now, why it is known as policy of encirclement or policy of ring fence? Clear. Nizam of Hyderabad accepted subsidiary alliance. Clear. And Nizam of Hyderabad acted as basically the buffer zone between the British territory of Madras and the Mysore region. Clear? Mysore, later on, Mysore also was was brought under control, and thereafter Mysore acted as buffer zone between the British territory of Madras and the Marathas. Clear? Meanwhile, Tanjore also signed Subsidiary Alliance Treaty, acted as the ring fence for the British against the ruler of Mysore, ruler of Marathas. Clear? Then Nawab of our signed Subsidiary Alliance Treaty, and Nawab over acted as the buffer zone between the British and the Marathas on the other side. Still, Marathas had not been defeated. Finally, clear. Then, at the same time, Peshwa signed Treaty of Subsidiary Alliance, Bassein, and that acted as buffer zone with Gaikwad and Holkar. Similarly, Bhosle and Scindia also acted as a buffer zone against Gaikwad and Holkar, and Rajput states of Jaipur, Jodhpur, and Bundi and Kota. Clear? All of them accepted Subsidiary Alliance, whereby they resulted into buffer zone against other major Rajput states like Karoli, Bikaner, and Sirohi. Clear? So they were very powerful princely states, and these states acted as buffer zone against Karoli, the states of Sirohi, Bikaner, Jaisalmer, and therefore they acted as buffer zone. So this policy of Subsidiary Alliance acted as policy of encirclement, or creating a ring fence for the British territory against the adversary powers in India. Clear? Meanwhile, Lord Wellesley, when he concluded Subsidiary Alliance with this, he also wanted to defeat Mysore Marathas finally, and after the expiry of ceasefire period for 20 years, as decided in Treaty of Salbai, British declared war against Marathas, leading to Second Anglo-Maratha War. Clear? So, Second Anglo-Maratha War started in 1803 and it continued till 1805 for 2 years, leading to the defeat of the Marathas. Clear? Now, what were the major developments during the Second Anglo-Maratha War? We'll come to Second Anglo-Maratha War. Clear? So, coming to the Second Anglo-Maratha War. The Second Anglo-Maratha War, 1803 to 1805. Clear? Coming to Second Anglo-Maratha War. Clear? Now, what were the major events in the Second Anglo-Maratha War? We'll just understand. Clear? Now, yesterday we had discussed after this, clear, that after the death of Madhav Rao, political confusions took place. Then Narayan Rao became the next Peshwa. Narayan Rao also died, and then his posthumous son Savai Madhav Rao became the next ruler. Savai Madhav Rao remained the ruler from 1775 to 1795, and after the death of Savai Madhav Rao, clear, the son of Raghunath Rao, Baji Rao II, became the Peshwa, who was utterly worthless person, and Baji Rao II began to rule from 1795 onwards. In fact, Baji Rao II is also considered to be highly responsible for Second Anglo-Maratha War. Clear? Now, what was the what was the major immediate factor that led to Second Anglo-Maratha War? Clear? The Peshwa, that is Baji Rao first. Clear? So, first major development, the Peshwa Baji Rao II. He was the Peshwa from 1795 onwards till the conquest of Maratha territory in 1818. Clear? So, Peshwa Baji Rao II assassinated Bithuji Holkar. Clear? So, Peshwa Baji Rao II assassinated Bithuji Holkar. Assassinated Bithuji Holkar, who was the younger brother of Jaswantrao Holkar, the ruler of Holkar family. So, Jaswantrao Holkar was the ruler of Holkar family, and thereafter, clear, his younger brother, clear, known as Bithuji Holkar, was assassinated by Baji Rao II. This infuriated Jaswantrao Holkar, who was a powerful ruler of Holkar family. Clear? And thereafter, Yashwantrao Holkar, clear, could not tolerate this, and Yashwantrao Holkar attacked the Peshwa in 1802. Clear? Since his younger brother Bithuji Holkar was assassinated by Baji Rao II, it was not acceptable to Yashwantrao Holkar, the elder brother of Bithuji Holkar, Yashwantrao Holkar, and Yashwantrao Holkar, in order to take revenge, declared war against Baji Rao II. Clear? And in order to safeguard his position against Yashwantrao Holkar, Baji Rao II went and concluded subsidiary alliance treaty with the British known as Treaty of Bassein in 1802. So Treaty of Bassein was signed in 1802 by the Peshwa, that is Baji Rao II, with British to protect himself from Yashwantrao Holkar. Clear? And thereafter, with others, Baji Rao II asked for help from the British. British, in order to give support to this Peshwa, he declared full-fledged war against the Holkar, and this resulted into Second Anglo-Maratha War. So Second Anglo-Maratha War was largely because of the expiry of 20 years ceasefire, and also because of these developments that took place in Maratha territories. Clear? Meanwhile, when this war started, that is the Peshwa, the Scindias, and the Bhosle did not participate because they had already concluded subsidiary alliance treaty. Only two families fought against the British, that is the family of Holkar, Yashwantrao Holkar, and the family of Gaikwad. Clear? And moreover, the two families also fought separately against the British, and it became much more easier for the British to defeat them. And British authority finally defeated the Marathas, and the war ended with a treaty known as Treaty of Rajpur Ghat. Treaty of Rajpur Ghat, signed by the British and Yashwantrao Holkar. Clear? And according to the Treaty of Rajpur Ghat, large parts of Maratha territories were surrendered to the British. Clear? This major development took place, and therefore at the same time, clear, Maratha suffered a big defeat in the Second Anglo-Maratha War from 1803 to 1805. Clear? This major development took place. Clear? So large parts of Maratha territories were taken away, and it was a big victory for Lord Wellesley before departing back to his home country, that is Britain. Clear? Now, when these developments took place, clear, at the same time, coming back to European phenomena again, since Napoleon was a big threat to India, but Napoleon did not attack India. Rather, he was asked by people of France to return back, and Napoleon returned back to France in 1799, announced the end of French Revolution, and thereafter, clear, Napoleon began to emerge as Emperor of France. And after becoming Emperor of France from 1804, Napoleon began to attack all the major countries of Europe and became a big threat for Britain also. Against Britain, he adopted a system known as continental system against Britain. Clear? So till that time Napoleon was in power in France, Britain could not give due attention to its empire in Asia and Africa. Clear? Napoleon got defeated first in the Battle of Leipzig in 1813, which was a big relief for Britain. As soon as Napoleon got defeated first in Leipzig and then in Waterloo in 1815, it was a big sigh of relief, and therefore Britain began to assert very strongly in Asia and Africa. And in 1813, just after the defeat of Napoleon only, British abandoned or replaced the policy of ring fence with policy of subordinate isolation. Clear? Now British wanted to have sovereign control over Indian states, and therefore at the same time wanted to emerge as politically paramount power in India, the power that could not be challenged. From 1813, another policy of political expansion was followed, which is known as policy of political subordination. Clear? And this political subordination, also known as subordinate isolation, was followed. Here the focus was not to go into internal autonomy as was done under ring fence. Here the policy was to have control over sovereignty of Indian power. Clear? And therefore they wanted to have sovereignty over Indian power, and in order to have sovereignty over Indian power, they wanted to have complete control over that Indian state and to isolate that from other powers in India. Clear? So now from 1813, they adopted another policy known as policy of subordinate isolation. And this policy of subordinate isolation in India was started by Lord Hastings. Clear? So after 1813, British started the policy of subordinate isolation, and it continued from 1813 till 1857. Clear? So second was policy of subordinate isolation from 1813 to 1857, and the person who started this policy of subordinate isolation was Lord Hastings, who was Governor General of Bengal from 1813 till 1823 for 10 years, who is also associated with establishment of British paramountcy in India. Okay? So he is associated with establishment of British paramountcy in India, which was marked by policy of subordinate isolation. So policy of ring fence was replaced by policy of subordinate isolation. And Lord Hastings wanted basically that this policy to be started first of all among the princely states or independent states of Rajputana or Rajasthan. Clear? And thereafter he asked the resident of British resident of Delhi. Clear? And this resident of Delhi was Charles Metcalfe to start the process of negotiating with Rajput states to accept the sovereignty of British authority. Clear? Charles Metcalfe began to negotiate with several rulers of the Rajput states. Clear? He was the British resident at Delhi, and Charles Metcalfe began to negotiate with the rulers of the princely states, and therefore the first major state to accept subordinate isolation under Lord Hastings was the Rajput state of Karoli in Rajasthan. In 1818, and the last Rajput state to accept the subordinate isolation under Lord Hastings was the state of Sirohi in the year 1823, because in 1823 Lord Hastings departed back to Britain. Clear? So this was very important development, that is Karoli and Sirohi. Clear? In fact, the first ruler to accept subordinate isolation was the ruler of Karoli, and this ruler was Harbaksh Pal Singh. Clear? So Harbaksh Pal Singh concluded the Treaty of Subordinate Isolation, and this was signed in 1818. So policy of subordinate isolation started by Lord Hastings, especially after the defeat of Napoleon, and this is associated with the British paramountcy, and this continued till 1857. Thereafter, British started the policy of subordinate cooperation or subordinate union till 1935, and to be followed by policy of equal federation after Government of India Act 1935. Clear? Now we'll come to policy of subordinate isolation. What major expansion took place at this time? Clear? Meanwhile, at the same time, we need to understand, clear, that in the policy of subordinate isolation only, we need to see last major war with Marathas, and this last major war with the Marathas was basically known as the Third Anglo-Maratha War. Clear? So first of all, coming to the Third Anglo-Maratha War, that started in 1817 only, and by 1818 Marathas were defeated. Now what were the reason for the Third Anglo-Maratha War? Lord Hastings needed a reason to start a war with Marathas, as he wanted to completely defeat the Marathas at this time, and he got the reason in form of an anti-social elements in Maratha territory known as the Pindaris. Clear? Pindaris were subjects of the Marathas, but they were anti-social elements indulged in dacoities and other activities. Clear? The leaders of Marathis included Karim Khan, Wasil Muhammad. Clear? And all these were very powerful warriors within Maratha territories, and they were protected by the Marathas. Clear? In order to suppress the Pindaris, Lord Hastings declared war against Pindaris in 1817. Attack on Pindaris meant attack on the sovereignty of Marathas. Marathas retaliated, and this retaliation resulted into Third Anglo-Maratha War in 1817. This war went only for a few months, and in this war, the Marathas were thoroughly defeated, and thereafter British authority clubbed together entire Maratha territory and created the modern province of Bombay in 1818. Meanwhile, the Peshwa, the former head of Maratha territory, that is Peshwa Bajirao II, clear, he was transferred from Western India, from Pune to faraway region of Bithur near Kanpur, clear. And when he was transferred to Bithur near Kanpur, he was supposed to stay there on the pension provided by British East India Company. So far from being an independent monarch, the Peshwa became the pensioner of a private trading company, and this marked the complete defeat of Marathas in India. Clear? So the third Anglo-Maratha war has to be seen from the perspective of the policy of subordinate isolation, as Bombay was isolated from major regions, and at the same time complete sovereignty began to be exercised, which was not the case under policy of ring fence. Clear? This was started from 1813, continued till 1857, and that also included the third Anglo-Maratha war, finally leading to the defeat of Marathas and establishment of British paramountcy in western part of India. This major development took place in the beginning of the 19th century. So Marathas got finally defeated at this time. Clear? Meanwhile, at the same time, we need to discuss about the what major territories were expanded in the policy of subordinate isolation. Will come to this policy of subordinate isolation, the expansion done during this phase. Clear? After the expansion that was done in this region, now we'll come to the region associated joining to Bombay only, and that region is related to the region of Punjab Punjab and the northwestern region of Sindh. Clear? What were these, what developments took place in Punjab and the region of Sindh? We'll understand about this. First of all, coming to Sindh region in the northwestern part of India. Clear? The region of Sindh occupied strategic importance largely because the commercial possibility of river Indus. Clear? So just because of river Indus, it had strategic importance, and moreover, at the same time, this region was very important because this region was eyed by two major powers. One was Punjab under Ranjit Singh, another was the Afghans, and even Russia coming from the Central Asian part. Clear? So Sindh was the region that was considered strategic for British also, and also for Punjab, and also for Afghanistan and Russia. Clear? And therefore British wanted to have control over Sindh, that is having complete sovereignty over the region of Sindh. Clear? First of all, what they did was, with the ruler of Sindh known as the Amirs of Sindh. Clear? They concluded Subsidiary Alliance Treaty in 1831. After establishing Subsidiary Alliance, they first of all established their internal autonomy over the province of Sindh. Clear? But at the same time, they were not satisfied only with this Subsidiary Alliance signed with Amirs of Sindh. Clear? And in order to ensure complete isolation of Sindh from the politics of Punjab and Afghanistan, clear, British authority decided to have direct control over Sindh, paramountcy over Sindh, and this paramountcy was established by British officer Charles Napier in 1843. Charles Napier in his own diary has written that we have no right to see Sindh, yet we shall do so, and it will be a humane piece of rascality. Clear? So that indicates the shrewdness of the British, that even though Amirs of Sindh accepted Subsidiary Alliance, then also Sindh was conquered in the year 1843, keeping in mind the large strategic importance of Sindh and to isolate Sindh from the influence of Punjab, Afghanistan, and even Russia as well. Clear? This was conquest of Sindh in the year 1843. Clear? In this context of Sindh only, clear, first of all, we need to understand that what was the relation of the British with the Punjab state as well. And Punjab was largely powerfully ruled by Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Coming to the Maharaja rule of Punjab under Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Clear? So this also come under policy of subordinate isolation. Clear? Coming to subordinate isolation, first of all, clear, Maharaja Ranjit Singh became the ruler of Punjab from 1792 onwards. Clear? So Maharaja Ranjit Singh became the ruler of Punjab from 1792 till 1803. 1839, but his rule was confined to those areas of Punjab west of river Indus, that is known as present Pakistan. All the areas of Punjab east of river Indus was under the control of British East India Company. Clear? And Maharaja Ranjit Singh established a very specialized force, a Sikh army. This Sikh army under Maharaja Ranjit Singh was known as Fauj-e-Khas, and this army was considered to be the second best army in Asia after the army of British East India Company. The credit goes to Maharaja Ranjit Singh, and in establishment of Fauj-e-Khas, Maharaja Ranjit Singh even took the support of leading European experts. Clear? Some major Europeans who contributed to establishment of Fauj-e-Khas, these officers included Ventura, Allard, Coate, and Gardner. Clear? Ventura, Allard, Coate, and Gardner. Ventura, Allard, Coate, and Gardner. Clear? These were very important officers who contributed towards the establishment of Fauj-e-Khas or specialized force. Clear? And with the help of this specialized force, Maharaja Ranjit Singh crossed river Indus and even extended his control up to the banks of river Satluj in 1799. So he extended his control up to the banks of river Satluj in 1799. Rather than opposing Maharaja Ranjit Singh, British extended friendship ties with Maharaja Ranjit Singh, and a formal friendly relationship between Maharaja Ranjit Singh and the British was concluded in 1809, known as Treaty of Amritsar. And under the provisions of Treaty of Amritsar, Maharaja Ranjit Singh and British mutually decided not to declare war against each other. A very specific treatment was given to Punjab by Maharaja Ranjit Singh, again in order to promote Punjab as a possible buffer zone between them and the British. That is policy of ring fence. Clear? Because policy of subordinate isolation started from 1813 and Treaty of Amritsar was signed before this in 1809, that indicate the policy of ring fence, because Punjab was to be promoted as buffer zone between the British and possible invaders coming from Central Asia and West Asia. Clear? But at the same time, British had to rather shift from policy of ring fence to policy of subordinate isolation after the death of Maharaja Ranjit Singh in 1839. Because after the death of Maharaja Ranjit Singh in 1839, within a matter of 6 years, from 1839 to 1845, clear, 4 rulers succeeded in Punjab in quick succession. These 4 rulers were Khalak Singh, Naunihal Singh, Khalak Singh, Naunihal Singh, Sher Singh, and Dalip Singh. Clear? Khalak Singh, Naunihal Singh, Sher Singh, and Dalip Singh for 6 years, 1839 to 1845. Clear? And when Dalip Singh came to power, he was a minor. So on behalf of Dalip Singh, his mother, Rani Jindan, began to look after the administration of Punjab province. Clear? At this critical time, when he began to rule from 1845, the commander-in-chief of Sikh army, Major Tej Singh, along with his brother Major Lal Singh, clear, both these brothers negotiated with the British and they invited British to attack Punjab. Clear? British, realizing that Punjab can no longer act as buffer zone, and therefore they had shifted their approach from policy of ring fence to policy of subordinate isolation, and therefore they wanted to isolate Punjab also under British rule. And by considering the invitation given by Lal Singh and Tej Singh, British declared war against Punjab, and that resulted into First Anglo-Sikh War. Clear? So First Anglo-Sikh War started in 1845, and in this Anglo-Sikh War, large Sikh army did not participate as they betrayed on the advice of Lal Singh and Tej Singh, leading to the defeat of Sikh army. Clear? And therefore Sikh army got defeated at this time in the First Anglo-Sikh War. Clear? And when Sikh army got defeated in the First Anglo-Sikh War, clear, At this time, what basically happened was that Sikh army had to accept a humiliating treaty known as Treaty of Lahore. Clear? This Treaty of Lahore was imposed on 8th of March 1846, and as per Treaty of Lahore, large parts of Punjab including Jalandhar Doab was surrendered to the British. This development took place after First Anglo-Sikh War, ending with Treaty of Lahore. Clear? Dalip Singh continued to rule over Punjab, and it was a big development that took place. Clear? Still, Punjab was not finally annexed. Clear? And just after some time, Punjab or India was marked by arrival of a very prominent officer, Governor General Lord Dalhousie. And Lord Dalhousie wanted to have direct control over Punjab, completely isolate Punjab in Central Asian and West Asian politics. We'll come to the policy adopted by Lord Dalhousie. And Lord Dalhousie applied the policy of subordinate isolation through his own concept known as the Doctrine of Lapse. Clear? So we'll come to Doctrine of Lapse along with the Second Anglo-Sikh War. Clear? So First Anglo-Sikh War was basically fought during the reign of Dalip Singh, as betrayal was done by Mr. Lal Singh and Tej Singh, and it could not be protected because of the betrayal of these officers. Clear? These officers. Now coming to arrival of Lord Dalhousie in India. Clear? Lord Dalhousie as Governor General of India. Lord Dalhousie came to India. Lord Dalhousie came to India as Governor General from 1848 to 1856. Clear? Governor General of India from 1848 to 1856. Now coming to Lord Dalhousie. Clear? So when Lord Dalhousie came to India, Lord Dalhousie first of all, after coming to India, adopted a policy of Doctrine of Lapse in order to have direct control over the provinces, but at the same time even followed the policy of military annexation. Clear? He wanted to completely annex Punjab, and he got this opportunity in 1848 as the governor of Multan in Punjab, Mool Raj. Clear? So Sikh governor of Multan, Mool Raj, revolted against the British, and in the name of suppressing this revolt, Lord Dalhousie declared full-fledged war against Punjab, leading to Second Anglo-Sikh War. Clear? In the Second Anglo-Sikh War from 1848 to 1849, Sikh army got thoroughly defeated, and after the defeat of Sikh army, the whole Punjab was conquered by the British, and with conquest of whole Punjab by the British, Punjab was completely isolated and subordinate to the British authority, and this was big achievement by Lord Dalhousie. Clear? But Lord Dalhousie did not stop only with Punjab. Clear? Lord Dalhousie wanted to now isolate the province of Awadh as well. Clear? And he annexed Awadh in the year 1856 on the flimsy ground of maladministration, because Awadh could not be properly administered by the ruler Nawab Wajid Ali Shah. Clear? So Awadh was conquered in the year 1856. Lord Dalhousie even went to annex the part of Lower Burma, also known as Pigu. Lower Burma or Pigu in the year 1852. Clear? So he conquered the Lower Burma and the Pigu as well in 1852, just because of production of opium and also because of the large production of timber, which was quality product in European market. Clear? So all these were done through military annexation. Meanwhile, Lord Dalhousie also adopted the concept of Doctrine of Lapse. Clear? Now what was this concept of Doctrine of Lapse? We'll understand. Clear? Doctrine of Lapse. According to the concept of Doctrine of Lapse, clear, Lord Dalhousie made it clear that in case a ruler of any province died, the province will not be handed over to his adopted son. Rather, the province would be peacefully annexed by the British. Clear? So, in other words, rule of adoption was replaced by rule of lapse, and by applying this doctrine, Lord Wellesley established subordinate isolation on many provinces where sovereignty was exercised by the British. These provinces included Satara, included Satara, then Satara, Jaitapur, Bundelkhand region, Satara, Jaitapur, Bhagat, Satara, Jaitapur, Sambhalpur in Odisha, Sambhalpur, Bhagat, Udaipur, Bhagat is 1850, Bhagat, Udaipur, 1852, Jhansi, 1853, and Nagpur, 1854, right, in this order. Clear? Satara, Jaitapur, Sambhalpur, Bhagat, Udaipur, Jhansi, and Nagpur. These were the peak regions that accepted accepted doctrine of lapse by Lord Dalhousie. Okay, so in this way, Lord Dalhousie was able to establish control over these provinces that became important. Clear, and therefore, at the same time, British authority was able to establish control over large provinces as well. Clear. Now, apart from this, clear, British authority in the process of or in this phase of policy of subordinate isolation, we also need to understand that British not only conquered the region of Lower Burma, British authority tried to conquer the entire part of Burma as well, and this became a very important policy leading to conquest of Burma. Clear? In fact, conquest of Burma was one of the major policy of subordinate isolation followed by the British, that is conquest of Burma. Clear? This conquest, the first Burmese war, the first Anglo-Burmese war was from 1824 to 1826, the first Anglo-Burmese war. Clear? And in the first Anglo-Burmese war, finally, clear, the Burmese forces were defeated. Now, why this war took place? Clear? The first Anglo-Burmese war took place because the ruler of Burma had conquered independent regions like Arakan, Pegu, and Tenasserim. Clear? So, all the major rulers of Burma or Burmese forces had conquered the regions of Arakan, Pegu, and Tenasserim. Arakan, Pegu, and Tenasserim, and unified Burma with the capital at Ava. So, original capital of Burma was at Ava. Clear? This was a very important challenge for the British. Clear? And they were even trying to establish control over the region of Burma, control of the region of Assam, and even Tripura. Clear? So, all these created a big challenge. Clear? In fact, there was in 1822, Burmese forces captured large parts of Assam and Manipur, and at the same time, this was also integrated with the region of Burma. So, in 1822, Burmese forces even conquered large parts of Assam and even Manipur. Clear? All this aggression could not be tolerated, and British forces declared war against Burma, leading to First Anglo-Burmese War. Clear? And in this First Anglo-Burmese War, British with superior military force defeated the forces of Burma, and the war ended with Treaty of Yandabo. Clear? So, this Treaty of Yandabo was signed, and that concluded the First Anglo-Burmese War in 1826. Clear? Under the Treaty of Yandabo, first of all, Burmese forces were asked to pay huge indemnity amount just because their aggression led to this war. So, Burmese were forced to pay huge indemnity amount of 1 crore rupees to the British. Clear? At the same time, the Burmese forces were asked to surrender the region of Arakan and Tenasserim. Clear? So, Arakan and Tenasserim was basically brought under British control. At the same time, British were forced to surrender large parts of Assam like Kachar and Jaintia, and Manipur was also surrendered to the British. And moreover, it was also decided or made it clear that in the capital of Ava, a British resident would be posted by the British forces. Clear? So, large control over Burma was exercised in the First Anglo-Burmese War, and this First Anglo-Burmese War resulted into defeat of Burmese forces forces, and the war came to an end by Treaty of Yandabo, whereby the Burmese surrendered Assam, Manipur, including Kachar and Jaintia, Arakan and Tenasserim. British residents were posted in the capital of Awa, and this all developments took place in 1826. Clear? After this, we had discussed that Lord Dalhousie conquered the leftover region of Pegu or Lower Burma in the year 1852 during Second Anglo-Burmese War. Clear? So, in the Second Anglo-Burmese War, the Lower Burma or Pegu was also conquered. Clear? And after some time, the Third Anglo-Burmese War took place in 1885, and Burma was finally defeated and integrated with Indian territory. Clear? So it was combined with Indian Union, and that was marked by policy of subordinate union. That is, Burma was subordinated and integrated with Union of India after Burma was defeated in the Third Anglo-Burmese War in 1885. So three Anglo-Burmese wars were fought, first in 1824 to 1826, then second in 1852-53, and third in 1885. Clear? All indicate the two policies, that is policy of subordinate isolation and then policy of subordinate union after defeat of Burma in 1885. Clear? So this was basically shift in the policy of the British, and that resulted into defeat of Burma in the Southeast Asian region of India. Clear? So this resulted into defeat of Bengal, the Marathas, the Punjab region, as well as the region of Burma and Sindh. Clear? Now, apart from this, clear, we'll discuss one province located in southern part of India that gave a tough resistance to the British, and this province was that of Mysore. Mysore has got a very different history altogether. We'll come to the province of Mysore as well. Clear? So coming to the province of Mysore in the southern part of India, Mysore. Before we are, there's some questions also. Clear? There's one question from students. I got the tab as of now only, so I'm looking to questions. Sir, Pedro Cabral came Calicut after Vasco da Gama established warehouse temporary and it is burnt by Zamorin. Zamorin rulers were rulers of Malabar. Then Vasco came back and moved south of Calicut and established factory at Cochin, right? If UPSC will ask which factory, then we'll have to go for Calicut or Cochin. No, you have to go with the factory established by Vasco da Gama in 1502, and that factory would be factoring in Cochin. Clear? So first factory in Cochin established by Vasco da Gama, not Calicut. Calicut was the location where Vasco da Gama came, but the first factory was established at Cochin in 1502. So are there two different treaties of Purandar at times of with regards to Marathas? Yeah, there are two treaties, but the most important one is Treaty of Purandar signed in 1665 with Marathas and Raja Jai Singh of Mumbai. With respect to Marathas, what was the signature Treaty of Varna in the year 1781? Treaty of Varna, also known as Treaty of Varna, signed in 1731, is important, highly important, because it shows the diplomacy of Baji Rao first. And under the diplomacy of Baji Rao sir, this treaty was signed between Sahu, the Maratha ruler, and his aunt Tarabai. Clear? And as per Treaty of Varna, Tarabai accepted Sahu to be the legitimate ruler of entire Maratha kingdom. So that marked the transfer of power from Tarabai to Sahu, and Sahu became the undisputed leader of entire Maratha kingdom. This was under the diplomacy of Bajirao first, and it's considered to be a great constitutional development in 1731. After the Treaty of Sangola, why capital Maratha was shifted from Pune to Satara? Clear? The reason was because the Sahu was ruling from the region of Pune, clear? But at the same time, Satara was considered to be a major region for the Peshwas, clear? So from Treaty of Sangola, the Peshwa domination started to show shift in the powers, to shift in the class distinction, clear? Because Peshwas were Brahmins, they shifted the capital from Pune to Satara. Pune was the traditional capital of Marathas, and Satara was the capital of the Peshwas, clear? Sir, which treaty finally concluded Second Anglo-Maratha War? Treaty of Bassein or Treaty of Rajpur Ghat? The treaty that concluded the Second Anglo-Maratha War was Treaty of Rajpur Ghat, clear? Treaty of Bassein was subsidiary alliance treaty signed by the Peshwa in 1802. Rajpur Ghat was signed in 1805 that concluded the Second Anglo-Maratha War. Clear? Questions? So we had done this. Difference between subordinate isolation, subordinate legislation. There's a huge difference between that. Subordinate isolation is used in political sense. Clear? Delegated legislation is when the or when the legislature is not in a capacity to legislate laws on some technical subjects, they delegate the function to the experts, and this power of delegating the legislative business is known as delegated legislation. So delegated legislation is totally different from that subordinate isolation. Sir, please tell about the policy of ring fence. Overall idea is enough. Thank you. Clear? Sir, please tell about the policy of ring fence. Again, overall idea is enough. Thank you. Okay, fine, clear. So why the term isolation? Isolation means once the subordination was established on that province, it was isolated from adjoining regions and it was declared to be core region of the British. That is why I use the term isolation. Why isolation? That state was not supposed to have any sovereign control. Foreign policy and sovereignty was not to be exercised by the state. So it was to be isolated from adjoining powers because foreign policy, bilateral relationship could not be looked by that state. It became the subject of the British. Therefore, we use the term isolation. Okay. What was the significance of Treaty of Gwalior? Treaty of Gwalior was signed just before the treaty that led to the defeat of Marathas, and as per Treaty of Gwalior, it was made clear the Marathas would surrender large parts to the British, almost the entire part. So whether military of Maharaja Singh known as Fauj-e Khas or Fauj-e Ain, it is normally known as Fauj-e Khas. Some sources can make Fauj-e Ain also, but the most popular term is Fauj-e Khas. Fauj-e Khas means specialized force. Clear? So why large standing army of Maharaja Singh was known as Sarkar-e-Khalsa? Because it was under the control of Khalsa Panth. Clear? Because why Khalsa Panth? Khalsa Panth was established by Guru Gobind Singh, and therefore it was known as Sarkar-e-Khalsa. That is Sarkar or government by the Khalsa Panth, military forces. Clear? Princely state were divided into three parts created by East India Company, signatory state, independent state. What is the difference between state created by British East India Company and signatory states? British states created by British India Company was the states that was given autonomy on the part of British India Company itself. Clear? Signatory states means the states that signed agreement with British East India Company, but retained their autonomy and sovereignty. But anytime they could come under British protection. They were known as signatory states. Independent were completely free from British rule. How many Anglo war happened in Northeast India? Northeast India. In Northeast India, if you look, obviously the Anglo-Burmese war that took place. These Anglo-Burmese war took place basically from 1824 to 26, then 1853 and then 1885. Northeast India was also involved in this war. Please tell the meaning of subordinate isolation again. Subordinate isolation. Again, I'll let you know. If you want to understand. Suppose this was the province which came under British rule, under subordinate isolation. Why do we use the word subordinate isolation? This province was prohibited to have any foreign power or sovereignty with respect to other provinces in adjoining areas. Meaning thereby, all these powers could not have any relationship with this province. Rather, this province sovereignty was with British and it was isolated from adjoining powers. Clear? So it was subordinated and isolated from other powers. Subordinated by the British, isolated with respect to adjoining powers. This concept is known as subordinate isolation. Clear? So it was first subordinated by the British and then it was isolated from adjoining powers because sovereignty finally came under British rule. This is known as subordinate isolation, meaning thereby the province was completely isolated from other powers and became independent under, or rather completely under British rule. It's clear subordinate isolation. So recently the free movement of tribe between Myanmar and India via 3 points is news. This is a result of 9F map drawing by British and I confused which Anglo-Burmese was related to it. It is related to basically the third Anglo-Burmese war of 1885. We'll discuss about this third Anglo-Burmese war, the movement of tribe between Myanmar and India. Third Anglo-Burmese war in 1885. Clear? Second and third Anglo-Burmese war, please explain again, sir. Second Anglo-Burmese war took place in 1852 when Lord Dalhousie annexed the Lower Burma or Pego, because the issue with Lower Burma or Pego was not decided in Treaty of Yandabo. Clear? And Lord Dalhousie unconquered Lower Burma or Pego because of timber and because of abundant production of opium. Clear? Third Anglo-Burmese war took place in 1885, much later. Clear? When the entire Burma was defeated and integrated with Indian territory, and at that time Burma became part of India. Burma remained intact with India till 1935 when it was separated according to Government of India Act 1935. So Treaty of Lahore and Treaty of Harowal with respect to Anglo-Sikh War are same or different? Clear? Treaty of Lahore is separate from Treaty of Harowal. Treaty of Lahore was basically to end First Anglo-Sikh War. Treaty of Harowal was basically to respect the sanctity of the last Mughal ruler, that is Dalip Singh. So most of the time, clear, it is not same. Treaty of Lahore and Treaty of Harowal are considered to be different treaties. Treaty of Lahore with after First Anglo-Sikh War, Treaty of Harowal to have status or dignified status given to Punjab province. Clear? Now coming to Mysore province. Clear? Now just understand about the province of Mysore. Clear? Mysore province, which corresponds with modern state of Karnataka along the western coast of India. Clear? Why this province is very important, I'll let you know. Clear? After the decline and disintegration of Vijayanagar kingdom, the modern province of Mysore came into existence in 18th century, and Mysore came under the rule of traditional rulers. These rulers are known as the warrior rulers of Mysore. Clear? But none of the warrior rulers were interested in political expansion, and none of them very powerful enough to defend Mysore against any aggression. Clear? And when warrior rulers were ruling in Mysore, a person of humble origin rose in high estimation in Mysore. This person of humble origin was Hyder Ali. Clear? And Hyder Ali from the very beginning was totally opposed to the British, but at the same time was very closely connected with French East India Company. Clear? In fact, very healthy relationship existed between Hyder Ali and French. Clear? And with support of French authority, Hyder Ali introduced several military reforms, including the establishment of modern arsenal at Dindigul. Clear? In 1755. Clear? Dindigul presently located in Tamil Nadu. Clear? And when modern arsenal was established at Dindigul in 1755, clear, it led to further popularity of Hyder Ali, and Hyder Ali finally dethroned, clear, the ruler of Wadiyar family, proclaimed himself to be the ruler of Mysore in 1761. So Hyder Ali became the ruler of Mysore from 1761 till his death in the year 1782. Clear? At the same time, since he was very powerful one and he wanted to oppose British expansion in southern part of India, Hyder Ali also established political alliance with two other powers of India, that is the Marathas and the Nizam of Hyderabad. Clear? So Marathas and Nizam of Hyderabad became allies of Hyder Ali. Clear? But very soon, clear, this alliance could not sustain because both Marathas and Nizam were suspicious about the radical approach of Hyder Ali. They were very suspicious about the rapid rise of Hyder Ali, and therefore the triple alliance could not be sustained for long. Clear? Meanwhile, Hyder Ali, with support of the French and to some extent the Nizam and Marathas, he declared war against the British. Clear? This war against the British resulted into the first Anglo-Mysore War. This first Anglo-Mysore War was from 1767 to 1769, and during this war, Hyder Ali even established control over parts of Madras, which was having Fort St. George. Clear? It was a big setback for the British. British began to apologize, and the war came to an end by the Treaty of Madras, whereby Hyder Ali returned back the areas around Madras to the British with this assurance that British will not interfere into internal affairs of Mysore. This ended the first Anglo-Mysore War from 1767 to 1769. Clear? Now coming to the second Anglo-Maratha War. Clear? Even though the war ended, the British authority of Hyder Ali began to receive much support from the French. Clear? And there was one territory within the dominion of Mysore, which was a French settlement, and that French settlement was Mahe. Clear? So Mahe was a big settlement. Clear? And Mahe, because Pondicherry comprises of Pondicherry, Yanam and Karaikal on the eastern coast, Mahe on the western coast along Karnataka coast. Clear? Mahe was a French settlement which began to be given due protection by the British, but that by Hyder Ali, but this was not acceptable to the British, as British and French were arch rivals. Clear? And therefore British declared war against Mahe in 1780, which was taken by Hyder Ali as attack on Mysore. Hyder Ali retaliated, and that resulted into Second Anglo-Mysore War, which went for 4 years from 1780 to 84. Clear? This was the Second Anglo-Mysore War, in which several developments took place. Clear? First of all, we need to understand that in this Second Anglo-Mysore War, clear, Mysore defended itself alone against the combined aggression of the British, the Marathas, and the Nizam of Hyderabad. Clear? Hyder Ali single-handedly went to defend Mysore at this time, even though some support was given by French as well. Clear? And at the same time, clear, Hyder Ali fought a very decisive battle in this war. This battle is known as Battle of Polylour. Clear? So in the Second Anglo-Mysore War, Battle of Polylour was fought in 1780, and in the Battle of Polylour, Hyder Ali defeated British and even captured Arcot region in Karnataka. Clear? So he went to Hyderabad also. Clear? And at the same time conquered the region of capital of Karnataka, that is Arcot. Clear? But British reinforced their military strength. They began to act against Hyder Ali with support of Nizam and Marathas. And finally, Hyder Ali was defeated in the Battle of Porto Novo. He was defeated in the Battle of Porto Novo in 1782 by a British officer, Sir Arcot, very prominent one, who also defeated Count de Lally in the Battle of Wandiwash. He defeated Hyder Ali in Porto Novo, and after this defeat, the health of Hyder Ali started to deteriorate, and he finally died in the year 1782. Clear? And when Hyder Ali died in 1782, the war was carried forward by son and successor Tipu Sultan, who took the charge in 1782 and ruled till 1799. Tipu Sultan single-handedly defended Mysore against the combined aggression of Marathas, the Nizam, and the British. Then also, the three combined powers could not defeat Tipu Sultan, and the war came to an end on equal footing through a treaty known as Treaty of Mangalore. Clear? So, as per Treaty of Mangalore, the war came to an end between the British and the ruler of Mysore. This was a big development that took place in 1784, which ended the Second Anglo-Mysore War. Clear? So, two conflicts between Mysore and the British. Clear? Meanwhile, in 1789, French Revolution took place, and at this time, French also could not support Tipu Sultan. So, Tipu Sultan was completely isolated, and taking advantage of this isolation, British declared war against Tipu Sultan in 1790, leading to Third Anglo-Mysore War. Clear? And in this Third Anglo-Mysore War also, British were supported by the Marathas and the Nizam. Clear? Since British were supported by the Marathas and the Nizam, clear? Marathas, Nizam, it led to the defeat of Mysore, and thereafter British imposed humiliating treaty of Srirangapatnam on Mysore. And as per the Treaty of Srirangapatnam, Tipu Sultan was forced to surrender half of the territories of Mysore, including the regions of Dindigul and Baramahal. Clear? So, provinces of Dindigul and Baramahal were given to the British along and as well as Malabar coast. It was a big setback for Mysore, and Tipu Sultan got defeated in 1792 in the Third Anglo-Mysore War. Clear? Very soon, clear, Lord Wellesley came to India, and we know Lord Wellesley wanted to expand control as rapidly as possible, and without giving any intimation, Lord Wellesley, with support of Marathas and Nizam, declared war against Tipu Sultan, finally leading to the Fourth Anglo-Mysore War. And in the Fourth Anglo-Mysore War, Tipu Sultan opened the gates of his fort at Srirangapatnam, came to the battlefield, and died while fighting against the British forces. Clear? And therefore Tipu Sultan died. And after this also, the soldiers of Mysore continued to fight, and Lord Wellesley brought back the member of Woodyer family and he was supposed to sign subsidiary alliance with British, and therefore Mysore indirectly came under the British rule in 1799. Clear? So Mysore finally was brought under British rule through subsidiary alliance treaty in 1799. This was conquest of the province of Mysore. Clear? It's clear. So under subordinate isolation, suzerainty was there or complete control. Clear? So complete control was there basically. Clear? See, again I'll let you know if you want to understand. So Mysore was conquered. This was policy of territorial expansion. Clear? First of all, since this question is coming again, I'll let you know. Clear? First of all, we discuss policy of ring fence. Policy of ring fence. What do we mean by this? And then we'll come to policy which is known as subordinate isolation. What is the difference? Subordinate isolation. Simply I'll let you know. Clear? In the policy of ring fence, basically what was the concern? Suppose this was the British territory. Clear? Around the core areas of British territory, they wanted to create a kind of ring fence so that this territory of British territory is not attacked. Yeah? In order to create a ring fence around them, they wanted to have control, indirect control over these provinces, adjoining provinces. Clear? And therefore, they wanted to be protected from some major adversary powers on the other side. Clear? So adversary powers could be this side, adversary powers could be this side, adversary powers could be this side, and even this side. So in order to prevent direct aggression from adversary powers, they wanted to create a buffer zone. Clear? And therefore they wanted to have control over these provinces, and here the focus was to have control over internal autonomy. In policy of ring fence, they wanted to have control over internal autonomy. That is, they wanted to interfere into internal affairs of these provinces so that these provinces could be forced to support British in case they are attacked by adjoining powers. Internal autonomy. Subordinate isolation was, suppose British authority wanted to have control over any province, British authority wanted to make it clear this province, this that came under British control, should not have any relationship with adjoining powers. Meaning that this region was to be completely segregated from all adjoining regions. So adjoining regions could not have any control over this region. Clear? So no control over with this region. Clear? So there was to be no connectivity with this region, and this region's sovereignty, foreign policy was to be under the control of British. So here focus was on internal autonomy, here the focus was on sovereignty. Clear? So complete sovereignty was to be under British control and no connectivity with adjoining regions. That is, the province could not have any relationship with adjoining rulers. It was to remain as isolated pocket of the British surrounded by Indian powers. Clear? So it was to remain as isolated pocket of the British without having any relationship with adjoining Indian powers, and so that British could have pockets of control, and this was to be known as subordinate isolation. Clear? So here the focus was on internal autonomy, here the focus was on sovereignty. This is the difference between the policy of ring fence and policy of subordinate isolation. It's clear? So is this statement correct? The Tipu Sultan established banking networks and cooperatives where capital was raised from public similar to banks. The principal held on an annual basis and returned with interest. Yeah, Nafa, this is right. Tipu Sultan introduced several reforms. Clear? In fact, he was a man of innovations. Clear? He introduced a new currency system, new weights and measures, new calendaring. He provided the model of a ship. He gave the right technique to launch missiles at the same time. Clear? He even began to construct a temple known as Sringeri temple, which was destroyed by Marathas, that was known for worshipping mother goddess Sharda, and this temple was destroyed by Marathas, and chief priest of this temple requested the repair and reconstruction. Tipu Sultan reconstructed the Sharda temple at Sringeri. Clear? Clear. Can we consider economic reforms of Tipu Sultan? Yeah, he's introduced several economic reforms in the province of Mysore. Man of innovation. Clear? So this was the defeat of Mysore. ring fence and subordinate isolation. Clear? Now, with this, we complete with policy of political expansion till 1857. After 1857, we'll discuss our policy of subordinate cooperation or subordinate union. Clear? What do we mean by policy of subordinate union or cooperation? We'll come to that policy separately. That was from 1857 till 1935. And what was the context of this change from subordinate isolation to subordinate cooperation? We'll look into this change in 1857. Clear? Now, this was one phase of or one aspect of British India Company, that is the policy of political expansion in India. Now, we'll discuss about the other aspects as well. Other aspects include their economic policies, their administrative policies, and even their socio-cultural policies in India. Clear? So, coming to all these other aspects of British East India Company in India, and they followed these policies effectively in order to maximize their commercial profit out of Indian territory. Clear? Now, coming to all these major developments that took place under British. First of all, we'll look into administrative or changes under British East India Company from 1757 to 1857. Clear? So, coming to administrative changes under British East India Company, that is 1757 to 1857. Company's role. So, administrative changes under British East India Company 1757 to 1857. Clear? Now, coming to these major changes, just understand about these changes. First of all, I'll let you know, in 1757, British East India Company established control over the most prosperous province of Bengal as a result of Battle of Plassey. Clear? After Battle of Plassey, when British authority established their control, British authority decided to exploit the resources of Bengal, and that resulted into naked plunder of Bengal resources. Clear? And just because of naked plunder of Bengal resources, Bengal was reduced to the status of an impoverished province. Clear? And just because of continuous exploitation of Bengal, Bengal witnessed a severe famine in 1770 that wiped away almost one-third of the total population of Bengal. Clear? And this famine took place during the regime of dual government of Bengal. Clear? So, first of all, administrative change was dual government of Bengal from 1765 to 1772. What do we mean by dual government? Two authorities ruling over Bengal simultaneously. One authority was the British East India Company, who was ruling over Bengal, British East India Company, and second was obviously the formal head, that is the Bengal Nawab. Clear? And Bengal Nawab was Najm ud-Dawla, that is son of Mir Jafar. Clear? British East India Company were the real master. They had all authority. They had all authority without responsibility. And Bengal Nawab had all responsibility without authority. Both are dangerous things. Clear? So, authority. Clear? Whereby two authorities began to rule over Bengal simultaneously. One were the real masters and the other were formal head. This arrangement is known as the dual government of Bengal. Clear? And in this phase of dual government of Bengal from 1765 to 1772, British went on exploiting the resources of Bengal. The phenomenon also known as drain of wealth. That is, they began to take away all the wealth from India, from Bengal, shifted them to the home country London. That led to impoverishment of Bengal province. Drain of wealth theory given by Dadabhai Naoroji in his work Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. Clear? When dual government was there, famine took place in Bengal. One third of the people got wiped away in this famine, even though famine was because of natural reason. But effects of famine got basically rather multiplied due to lack of or shortage of food grains by British policies. Clear? And ultimately, when this famine took place, British East India Company, being a private company, they asked for loan assistance from British government, even though they knew that this demand of loan government is basically signing a death warrant. Why? Till that time, they were completely autonomous and free from the interference of British government or parliament. But anyway, they knew if this loan amount is granted, the British Parliament will try to exercise control over this company as well as court of directors in London. But then there was no other option left, and therefore they went to British Parliament to ask for loan assistance. British Parliament agreed to pay loan assistance, but at the same time, as expected, they began to wanted to have control over this private company and court of directors in London, and therefore they began to enact legislations for India. Clear? And in course of time, British Parliament went on enacting legislations at regular intervals for British East India Company and Court of Directors in London, leading to gradual shift of power from company to the British Crown that headed British Parliament in London. Clear? Now, how this was done gradually. Clear? First of all, dual government was abolished in 1772, and after abolishing the dual government in 1772, British Parliament enacted the first act, and this was the act was in form of the Regulating Act of 1773. Clear? So it was Regulating Act of 1773 which was enacted at this time. Clear? After this Regulating Act, British authority also enacted the Pitt's India Act of 1784. This was again in turn followed by Pitt's India Act, then the Charter Act of 1793, the Charter Act of 1793, and these acts were to be reviewed after every 20 years, and that resulted to another Charter Act in 1813. Then we have fifth one, the next Charter Act in 1833 after 20 years, and the last Charter Act after again 20 years, 1853. So these legislations were enacted till the mighty revolt of 1857, and thereafter the rule of British Company was ended and British Crown came to power in India. Clear? So radical shift took place after the mighty revolt of 1857, and these are taken as major legislations enacted by British during the rule of British East India Company by British Parliament. Clear? Now coming to this legislations. Clear? Now the Regulating Act, as the word itself indicates, purpose was to regulate the affairs of British East India Company and Court of Directors in London, and with such perspective they enacted this legislation in 1773 as they provided loan support to the British East India Company. Clear? Now what were the provisions under Regulating Act of 1773? You will get questions from this legislation, make it very clear. Clear? One question is bound to be there in your paper prelims examination, and this question will be from this act, starting with Regulating Act till Government of India Act 1935. Last year we had a question on Charter Act of 1833. Clear? Before that we had questions on Government of India Act 1919 and Government of India Act 1935. One question has to be there in prelims examination. Clear? Coming to the Regulating Act of 1773, under the provisions of Regulating Act of 1773 only, clear, British Parliament rather decided to have a special officer for Bengal to look after administration, as British Parliament abolished dual government in Bengal. Clear? This special officer was designated as Governor General of Bengal. So Governor General was supposed to look after the administration of Bengal, and this Governor General was to be appointed and nominated by Court of Directors in London, as it was a private company. Clear? This Governor General was to be assisted by four other members, clear, and all these four members were known as councillors, and this whole body was known as Governor General's Executive Council, established at Calcutta, clear. Even though it was known as Executive Council, this council was supposed to legislate laws as well, and in order to formulate laws and to enact laws, clear, principle of majority consensus was to be followed. What do we mean by majority consensus? That out of four councillors who were to decide any administrative proposal, it was to be passed by either four or at least three members on the basis of majority consensus. Governor General was not to intervene. He was supposed to remain as impartial observer. But in case of equally divided opinion among four councillors, that is, two supporting, two opposing, in that scenario, Governor General could intervene and could use his power of casting vote to get the proposal either passed or rejected. Clear? So Governor General was given the right to enact casting vote in to resolve constitutional deadlock under Regulating Act. Clear? At the same time, under Regulating Act, the presidencies of Bombay and Madras were subordinated to the presidency of Bengal. Clear? So presidencies of Bombay and Madras were subordinated to the Governor General of Bengal. And at the same time, in order to deal with the cases concerned with British nationals in Bengal, provision was made to establish Supreme Court. Clear? And this apex judicial body was established in 1774 with Elijah MP as the first Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Clear? So Elijah MP became the first Chief Justice of the Supreme Court in 1774, which was established at Calcutta. Clear? So these provisions were made. I'll repeat. Clear? First major thing this, that under the provisions of Regulating Act, a special officer, that is Governor General, was to be appointed. This officer was to be assisted by four other councillors. The whole body to be known as Governor General's Executive Council. All administrative proposals were to be enacted on the principle of majority consensus. In case of constitutional deadlock, Governor General was authorized to use his power of casting vote. Clear? This proposal also made it clear that presidency of Bombay and Madras shall be subordinated to Governor General of Bengal, and an apex judicial body to be established at Calcutta known as the Supreme Court to try cases concerned only with British nationals. And finally, the numerical strength of Court of Directors in London was fixed to 24. So British parliamentarians fixed the numerical strength of the Board of Court of Directors in London to 24. Clear? So please write in bullet points about regulations. Okay, I'll write in bullet points the regulations. Clear? So coming to the regulations, that is Regulating Act of 1773. First one, clear? I'll write in bullet form. Clear? It was basically appointment of Governor General of Bengal. Governor General of Bengal to be appointed, nominated by Court of Directors, even though provision was made by British Parliament. Clear? He was to be assisted by four councillors and the body to be known as Governor General's Executive Council. Governor General's Executive Council comprising of one Governor General and four other councillors. Clear? This clear? Clear? Administrative proposals were passed on the basis of majority consensus. Majority consensus. Fourth one is Governor General was given the power of casting vote to resolve the deadlock. It was given to Governor General. And the fifth one is basically establishment of Supreme Court at Calcutta to try cases of British nationals, established in 1774 with Elijah MP as the first Chief Justice. Sixth one is presidencies of Bombay and Madras. Subordinated to Governor General of Bengal. Seventh one was Court of Directors, the numerical strength was fixed to 24. Clear? The provisions. Regulating Act of 1773. Clear? Points in bullet forms. Fine. Now coming to the Pitt's India Act of 1784. Clear? Now, why Pitt's India Act? What was the context? Clear? Regulating Act, which was enacted in 1773, had some major defects also, shortcomings as well. First major shortcoming was that Governor General had to use his power of casting vote off and on, because it led to equally divided opinion among councillors even on routine matters. Clear? And continuous intervention of Governor General had two major limitations. Number one, clear, it led to inordinate delay in the enactment of proposal, and it affected the impartial position of Governor General. To rectify this shortcoming, it became important to enact another legislation very soon. Clear? And at the same time, the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court was not clarified, and that led to dispute with local judiciaries promoted by the Brahmins and Ulemas in Indian society. Clear? So, in order to eliminate all such major limitations of the Regulating Act and to ensure further parliamentary control over British India Company and Court of Directors, it was decided to enact another legislation. Clear? Now, what were this legislation? This legislation, the proposal for this legislation was introduced by the youngest British Prime Minister, the Pitts the Younger, and therefore this act was named after him as the Pitt's India Act of 1784. Clear? So, Pitt's India Act of 1784 was proposed by William Pitts, the youngest Prime Minister of Britain. It came to be known as Pitt's India Act, and it was basically to deal with shortcomings of the Regulating Act and to ensure further parliamentary control over private trading company, that is British East India Company and Court of Directors in London. Clear? Now, what were the provisions of the Pitt's India Act of 1784? First of all, the numerical strength of the councillors. The numerical strength of the councillors in the Governor General Executive Council was reduced from 4 to 3. Clear? So, if it was reduced from 4 to 3, it was clear that legislations could be enacted without the intervention of Governor General, because majority consensus could easily be ensured in odd figure rather than even figure. So, there was not to be equally divided opinion if the proposal was to be supported either by 3 or 2 or even by 1. If supported by 1, the proposal could be ended at the same time without intervention of Governor General. At the same time, second major provision was clear that councillors, after reducing the numerical strength, clear, it was also decided that another body would be established in London comprising of British parliamentarians in order to review the activities of company, and this was to be known as the Board of Control. Board of Control, which was to comprise as 6 members of British Parliament known as 6 commissioners, and these 6 commissioners were to comprise of Board of Control, and all the activities of company were to be monitored by Board of Control. Clear? Meanwhile, the third major provision was the presidencies of Bombay and Madras were clearly subordinated. In the Regulating Act, it was simply subordinated. Clear? In the Pitt's India Act, it was clearly subordinated to the Governor General of Bengal. Clear? So, presidencies of Bombay and Madras clearly subordinated Bombay and Madras were clearly subordinated to Bengal, Governor General of Bengal. Clearly subordinated. The word is clearly. That distinguished with Regulating Act of 1773. Clear? At the same time, Governor General was also given power to override the council. Clear? So, Governor General was given overriding power. Overriding power was given to Governor General in order to deal with specific issues. Clear? This was under Pitt's India Act of 1784. Moreover, the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court was restricted only to Calcutta. The jurisdiction of the Supreme Court was restricted only to Calcutta, not to the entire province of Bengal. These major changes were done under Pitt's India Act of 1784. New body came into being known as the Board of Control, comprising of 6 British parliamentarians, clear, parliamentarians. At the same time, after this only, it was decided that from now onwards, acts would be passed by British Parliament regularly to monitor the activities of this company and to ensure accountability of this company and court of directors. These legislations were known as Charter Acts, and these Charter Acts were to be reviewed after every 20 years. Clear? So these Charter Acts were to fix accountability. Charter basic means fixing accountability, and the first Charter Act was passed in the year was 1793. What were the provisions of 1793? Clear? First of all, in the year 1793, Governor General was given more powers to deal with council. Clear? So extra powers given to Governor General of Bengal. This was one provision. Clear? Then at the same time, here only, this legislation separated judicial and administrative powers, which was implemented through Cornwallis Code of 1793. Judicial and legislative powers were separated because Lord Cornwallis was highly influenced by the principle of separation of powers given by Montesquieu, the French philosopher, and he applied the concept in 1790 through Cornwallis Code, which was also incorporated in the Charter Act of 1793. At the same time, Home government, presently comprising of 6 commissioners or members of Board of Control. All the expenses of home government were to be provided from Indian revenue. So all expenses of home government was to be provided from Indian revenue, amounting to drain of wealth. Clear? At the great drain of wealth. This was one thing. So these major provisions were made under Charter Act of 1793. Clear? This Charter Act was reviewed after 20 years, and another Charter Act was passed in the year 1813. Clear? Now, what were the provisions of the Charter Act of 1813? Clear? Under the Charter Act of 1813, trade monopoly of British East India Company was abolished. Clear? So trade monopoly of British India Company was abolished. However, trade in tea and trade with China was still left under the control of British East India Company. Clear? So even though trade monopoly of British East India Company was abolished, the British India Company was allowed to retain control over trade in tea and trade with China. Clear? Moreover, under the Charter Act of 1833, sum of rupees 1 lakh was sanctioned by British Parliament to promote education in India. Clear? This sum of rupees 1 lakh was sanctioned by British Parliament to promote education in India. And at the same time, clear, British merchants and Christian missionaries were allowed. British merchants and Christian missionaries were allowed to come to India to promote their welfare schemes that even led to religious conversions. Large number of these Christian missionaries acted at Shriram in Bengal. Clear? So the most of them acted at Shriram in Bengal, that led to large scale religious proselytization. Clear? Because monopoly of company was abolished, so other British merchants and Christian missionaries also began to come to India, as India was left wide open for all the Europeans and British nationals. Clear? This were under Charter Act of 1813. Clear? Exactly after 20 years, 2 decades, this Charter Act was reviewed, and another Charter Act of 1833 was passed. Clear? Now, what was the Charter Act of 1833? By this time, province of Bombay and province of Madras came into being after defeating Marathas and the rulers of Mysore. To provide better administration to Bombay and Madras on the pattern of Bengal, it was decided that Governor General of Bengal will look after administration of Bombay and Madras as well. And in this additional capacity, Governor General of Bengal was designated as Governor General of India. Clear? So from being Governor General of Bengal, he came to be known as Governor General of India. Clear? And the Governor General at this time in India was Lord William Bentick. Lord William Bentick, and therefore Lord William Bentick became the last Governor General of Bengal as well as the first Governor General of India. This was the paper asked in last year paper. It's a very simple question. Clear? Charter Act of 1833. At the same time, under Charter Act of 1833, trade monopoly of British East India Company was completely abolished. Clear? What do we mean by the word completely abolished? Because even items like trade in tea and trade with China were taken away from its exclusive control. So trade monopoly of British India Company was completely abolished. Clear? At the same time, it was also provision was also made clear that Indians must not be discriminated in matters of employment, including civil services, as per clause numbering 87. Clear? So as per clause numbering 87, Indians could not be discriminated on the basis of religion, race, caste, sex or place of birth. Clear? This was also made clear under Charter Act of 1833, and moreover, clear, under the Charter Act of 1853, it was decided to appoint a law commission to codify laws, and moreover, it was decided to include two additional members in the Executive Council, so that among the two additional members, one was to be a law member. Clear? So law member was to be included in Governor General's Executive Council as additional member, and the first law member to be included and the Governor General's Executive Council as per this legislation was Lord Macaulay. Clear? So all these were provisions under Charter Act of 1833. Governor General of Bengal got transformed into Governor General of India. Trade monopoly of British India Company was completely abolished. Clause number 86 guaranteed India's entry into civil services. Law member was included along with one additional member, and the first law member was Lord Macaulay. Clear? After this, after 20 years, the next Charter Act was passed. Clear? And this Charter Act was known as Charter Act of 1853. Clear? Now, what were the provisions under Charter Act of 1853? We'll come to the provisions. Clear? Under the Charter Act of 1853, which was the last Charter Act, clear, which was the last Charter Act, first of all, clear, all provisions were made basically to target the privileges enjoyed by Court of Directors in London. Clear? First of all, it was made clear that all civil servants shall not be nominated by Court of Directors London. Rather, all civil servants would be selected through competitive examination. Clear? So, concept of competitive examination was introduced for Indian civil servants under Charter Act of 1853, which marked the beginning of merit-based bureaucracy in India. This was one thing. At the same time, clear, under the Charter Act of 1853, clear, it reduced the numerical strength of Court of Directors from 24 to 18. So numerical strength was reduced from 24 to 18. Clear? And at the same time, clear, these provisions were made which affected the power and privileges of Court of Directors. And moreover, this act also provided provision for separate legislative council at center, even though it was established only after Revolt of 1857. Separate legislative council. Council. Clear? So major developments took place under Charter Act of 1853, and it was the last Charter Act because just after 4 years, mighty revolt took place in the northern and central part of India, and that led to complete end of political power enjoyed by company, and British Crown came forward to rule over Indian territory. All these legislations are important. Be prepared for examination. We'll come to those legislation in the British Crown separately, starting with Government of India Act 1858 till the Government of India Act 1935. In between, we have Indian Councils Act as well. Clear? So this was what was the tree of liberty established by Tipu Sultan. Tipu Sultan supported the ideals of French Revolution like liberty, equality and fraternity, and planted a tree in his capital city of Sringapatnam, and this tree was named symbolically as Tree of Liberty. Clear? Tipu Sultan also became a member of ultra-revolutionary group in France known as Jacobin Club, and just because he gave total support to French Revolution, French considered Tipu Sultan as their own citizen known as Citizen Tipu. Clear? In fact, Tipu Sultan also maintained diplomatic relationship with countries like Turkey, Iran, and other countries, France, and he deputed religious or rather diplomatic missions to all these countries and proved to be a great cosmopolitan ruler of 18th century. Clear? These were major reforms which were introduced under different legislations of the British. Clear? Apart from this, clear, some major administrative reforms were introduced largely by one Governor General of Bengal, who is regarded as father of modern administration in India. Clear? We'll come to these reforms introduced by Lord Cornwallis. Clear? So Lord Cornwallis is regarded as the father of modern administration in India. He was Governor General from 1785 to 1793. Clear? And he introduced several administrative reforms in India. What were the reforms of Lord Cornwallis? You need to have at one separate place. Clear? First of all, major reform of Lord Cornwallis is clear. Major reform is he introduced permanent settlement. He introduced permanent settlement in 1793 in provinces of Bengal, Bihar and Orissa. According to this permanent settlement, 1/3 of the total agriculture produce was to be collected as land revenue. Clear? And this land revenue was to be collected by intermediaries known as the zamindars. Clear? In case peasants failed to pay land revenue on time, the new zamindars could basically auction the land to the highest bidder, and therefore zamindars only purchased this land, and permanent settlement also came to be known as zamindari settlement, as zamindars emerged to be the real beneficiaries of this settlement. Clear? So British were not the real beneficiaries, zamindars emerged to be the real beneficiary, but then also this settlement was continued because zamindars remained to be firm supporters of British rule in India. This was first major administrative reforms under Lord Cornwallis. Clear? At the same time, coming to another reform of Lord Cornwallis. Clear? Lord Cornwallis introduced several reforms in civil services. In fact, he is known as father of civil services. Clear? He established his own code known as the Cornwallis Code of 1793. This Cornwallis Code separated judicial administration from general administration, and district collector, who was the most important officer, was relieved of all judicial responsibilities. Clear? Civil servants began to be paid high salaries to avoid any corruption in administration. District collector was paid rupees 1500 per month and 1% of the total revenue as his incentive, and civil servants became the highest paid officers all across the world. At the same time, Lord Cornwallis completely excluded Indians from higher grades of administration, as he considered all native of Hindustan to be corrupt, and this resulted into a new phenomena. This phenomena is known as Europeanization of civil services in India. Clear? It resulted into phenomena of Europeanization of civil services in India under Lord Cornwallis. Clear? The next major administrative reform of Lord Cornwallis was that he established a separate hierarchy of judicial courts in Bengal, starting from village level up to the highest level, the highest court being known as Sadar Adalat and the lowest court being known as the Munsif's court at village level. And except at Munsif level, which was the lowest level, all the courts were to be headed by British or European judges. Clear? So rather, he introduced some major reforms in judiciary. He established hierarchy of courts. He established hierarchy of courts in the province of Bengal. The lowest court being the Munsif's court at village level. The lowest court being the Munsif's court at village level, and the highest court being known as the Sadar Adalat in province of Bengal. And at this level, the subjects were divided into civil and criminal matters. When this court dealt with civil matters, it was known as Sadar Diwani Adalat. And when this court dealt with the criminal legislation, this was known as Sadar Nizamat Adalat at Calcutta. Clear? So Diwani and Nizamat Adalat as the highest court at provincial level. This was a big contribution of Lord Cornwallis, and this continues even now, only with slight modification. Clear? This was one major development that took place. Another major thing, clear, the reforms of Lord Cornwallis. Why is regarded as father of modern administration in India? Lord Cornwallis established modern police system in India. So he contributed towards police administration in India. Clear? And whereby he established police circles or thanas in India, and these police circles or thanas were headed by police officers known as Daroga or Kotwal to deal with law and order administration, but the entire police administration was placed under the command of district collector. Clear? This was another very important development under Lord Cornwallis. And finally, clear, Lord Cornwallis is known as father of modern administration because within the private company, that is British company, he abolished private trade. He abolished private trade. First of all, he abolished private trade. Clear? Raised the salaries of employees, civil services also. Clear? Raised the salaries to avoid corruption or corrupt methods, raise the salaries. Clear? And clear, appointed Europeans on the basis of merit. Clear? So he appointed Europeans also, Europeans on the basis of merit, but no Indians, complete exclusion of Indians. Appointed Europeans on the basis of merit. On the basis of merit. Clear? So all these were major reforms of Lord Cornwallis. Very important one and regarded as father of modern administration in India. So difference between provision of civil service in 1833 and 1853. In 1833, it was made clear that Indians are eligible to appear for civil services. Indians cannot be discriminated. Clear? Provision was made, but no scheme of competitive examination. It was said that court of directors can nominate some Indians also. Clear? But in 1853, formal competitive examination was introduced, so that through this competitive examination, Indian can also be selected as civil servants in India. Clear? This is difference between 1833 and 1853 related to civil services. So major reforms of Lord Cornwallis. First is related to land revenue known as permanent settlement. Clear? permanent settlement. Second is related to civil services. Third is related to judiciary. Fourth is related to police administration. And fifth is related to private trade. Clear? All these were very important developments under Lord Cornwallis. Clear? Now, after Cornwallis, clear, the next major administrator or next major British officer who conducted several reforms, clear, will come to these reforms of Lord Cornwallis. Clear? Now, what were the major reforms of Lord Cornwallis? Clear? What was major reforms of another officer known as Lord Dalhousie? Clear? Coming to the reforms under Lord Dalhousie as well. Clear? Now, coming to reforms of Lord Dalhousie. Clear? Another British officer. You have this flow chart with you. It will help you to revise things. Clear? Coming to Lord Dalhousie, another great administrator as Governor General of India. Now, coming to next major one, that is Lord Dalhousie. He was the Governor General from 1848 to 1856, almost for 8 years. Clear? Now, what were the reforms under Lord Dalhousie? Clear? Coming to these reforms, first of all, clear, many reforms under Lord Dalhousie. First reform under Lord Dalhousie. Clear? So, Lord Dalhousie, first of all, administrative reform. Clear? What was his administrative reform? What was his administrative reform of Lord Cornwallis? Administrative reform was Bengal, the sensitive province. Bengal was placed under Bengal was placed under the charge of Lieutenant Governor. Bengal was placed under the charge of Lieutenant Governor. So, Bengal was placed under the charge of Lieutenant Governor. Administrative reform. Bengal was placed under the charge of Lieutenant Governor. This was one reform of Lord Cornwallis. Coming to the next reform of Lord Cornwallis, that is military reform. Military reform. And what was that military reform? Clear. Increase in European soldiers. Increase in European soldiers. Initially, it was Indian sepoys only, Indian soldiers only. He increased the number of European soldiers in Indian army. Increase in European soldiers in army. So, army reform, military reform of Dalhousie. Third reform of Dalhousie. Clear. Educational reform. Educational reform. And what was that reform? Wood's Dispatch of 1854. Wood's Dispatch of 1854, which is also known as Magna Carta of English Education in India, and that resulted into establishment of 3 central universities at Calcutta, Bombay and Madras, and promoted mass education in India. Clear. Then, at the same time, another reform is infrastructural development. Infrastructural development. Infrastructure development. Number one, clear. First infrastructure development was railway lines. Railway line. First railway line from Bombay to Thane, 1853. First railway line from Bombay to Thane. Then we have first telegraph line, Calcutta to Agra. First telegraph line, again in 1853. Third one, first telegraph line, clear. Plan line, clear. Then at the same time, clear. First telegraph line, then Public Works Department, PWD, establishment of Public Works Department, clear. Department, then clear. Demarcation of government departments, demarcation of government departments, so infrastructure development, so educational reform, then we have infrastructural development, then coming to the next one, clear. After this, clear. Next major development is social reforms, and in social reforms the most important development is Widow Remarriage Act, Widow Remarriage Act in 1856 that legalized widow remarriages in India, and that was on the demand of Ishwar Chand Vidyasagar, reformer of Bengal, clear. This was one major thing, clear. Then at the same time, clear. Next is the another major development was establishment of martial race in India, and they were basically the Sikhs, the Gurkhas, and the Pathans. They were known as martial race, which were to be recruited in large numbers along with Europeans. Clear? So social reforms and then martial race in India. All these are considered to be major reforms of Lord Dalhousie, and that is why he is known as also as creator of modern India in this country. Clear? So major reforms of Lord Dalhousie: administrative reform, military reform, educational reform, infrastructure development, social reforms, and martial race in India. Clear? Major reforms, two officers must be remembered. Clear? So these are major reforms of two major officers. You must remember Cornwallis and Lord Dalhousie. Clear? Warren Hastings reforms. Okay, coming to this, not major ones, but I'll let you know. The two ones are important: Cornwallis and Dalhousie. Clear? Now, shall I move forward? Now, coming to the reforms of Warren Hastings, since it has been asked. Clear? Warren Hastings was the first Governor General of Bengal. He was the Governor General from 1773 to 1785, almost for 12 years. Clear? What were the reforms of Warren Hastings? Clear? Coming to the reforms of Warren Hastings, first of all, Warren Hastings reform. Clear? Warren Hastings came with the first revenue settlement. Clear? And this revenue settlement was known as Panchshala system or Panchshala Bandobast, whereby land revenue was to be fixed on the basis of 5-year term, which was implied in Bengal, Bihar, and Odisha. So Panchshala Bandobast in land revenue. This was one major reform of Warren Hastings. Second major reform of Warren Hastings was related to creation of district. Clear? So administrative reform was basically in form of administration. He created district as unit of administration. Clear? And at district he appointed district collector with wide-ranging powers. District Collector Act, wide-ranging powers. Then in judiciary, he established two judicial courts at district level. Clear? That is Diwani Adalat and Faujdari Adalat. Clear? And these Courts were also to be presided by district collector, and in this capacity he was to be designated as district magistrate. This was judiciary reform of Lord Cornwallis, Lord Vaughan Hastings. In fact, all major powers at district was given to district collector, and therefore this officer came to known as district collector cum magistrate. Clear? These were major reforms in administration. You should remember, in fact, some reforms were also introduced by Lord William Bentick. Some reforms were also introduced by Lord William Bentick, who was Governor General from 1828 to 1833. He was the first Governor General of India, last Governor General of Bengal. Clear? Lord William Bentick also. Clear? And what were his reforms? Clear? Coming to Lord William Bentick, first major reform for which Lord William Bentick is known is social reform. As he abolished the custom of sati in 1829 on the demand of Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Second major reform of Lord William Bentick was administrative reform. What was that administrative reform? He established the system of commissionaries. In 1831. Several districts were combined together to form commissionaries. In 1831, social reform. Then at the same time, his another reform was educational reform. Educational reform. He constituted Macaulay Committee. In 1829 that recommended the promotion of English education in India, and that resulted into English education in India. Major reforms of Lord William Bentick. But two are very important, and the two important are Lord Cornwallis and Lord Dalhousie. Clear? So, major reforms of Warren Hastings and Lord William Bentick. Clear? So, what is the difference between this jurisdiction of Fauzdari? The Fauzdari was related to only district level, criminal administration. Clear? Then at the same time, give emergence of Shia. We'll come to Shia and Sunni. We'll come to Saint Helena. Don't worry about it. Clear? Shia and Sunni is basically difference among Islamic followers. Difference between district magistrate and district collector and district commissioner. Clear? See, magistrate is with magisterial power, judicial powers. Clear? And district collector is related to law and order and collection of revenue. Clear? And normally, some magisterial powers are still given to district collector related to revenue disputes. So even now, he is known as district magistrate. Clear? So difference is district magistrate when he deals with magisterial powers, judicial power. District collector when he deals with the power of collecting revenue and law and order. District commissioner is basically development commissioner to look after development projects in the district. Clear? So the judiciary power are now not in the hand of district magistrate. But why the term is not changed till now? Because still district collector are given some magisterial powers related to revenue disputes, because revenue disputes in India are known as quasi-judicial disputes, semi-judicial disputes. Clear? Even finance commission is known as semi-judicial body, clear, quasi-judicial body, clear. So such quasi-judicial powers are still in the hands of district collector, therefore still designated as district magistrate, clear. So major reforms under major governor generals, administrative reforms, clear. So administrative reforms are very important term. Now we'll come to another development, that is economic structure under British East India Company, clear. So what was economic structure and policies? So now we'll discuss about economic structure and policy of British East India Company 1757 to 1857. So after administration, we'll discuss economic structure and policy of British East India Company, clear. Coming to economic structure and administration, clear. So we were discussing about the administrative policies and structure, and now we'll start with economic policies. I hope we have answered all the questions. Civil services, different provision of civil service in 1833 and 1853 we had discussed. In 1833, it was made clear that Indians cannot be discriminated in matters of public employment. And in Charter Act of 1853, scheme of competitive examination was introduced to select the members of Indian civil services. Sir, with respect to Charter Act of 1833, Law Commission, Law Commission was constituted under Lord Macaulay, and Lord Macaulay also became the first law member of the Governor General's Executive Council, along with one additional member. So, was the Act of St. Helena? What was the Act of St. Helena? Charter Act of 1833 is also known as Act of St. Helena. Clear? So, Charter Act of 1833 is also known as Act of St. Helena. Why it is known as Act of St. Helena? There's island of St. Helena located in South Atlantic Ocean. It is the second oldest colony of overseas colony of Britain after the dubious Bermuda Triangle located in North Atlantic Ocean. Clear? So island of St. Helena is located in South Atlantic Ocean, and as per the Charter Act of 1833, this island was under the control of British East India Company, and it transferred the island to British Crown. Clear? So island of St. Helena in South Atlantic Ocean was transferred from company's jurisdiction to the jurisdiction of British Crown, and therefore this act is also known in Britain as St. Helena Act, also known as Charter Act of 1833. So this St. Helena Act is related to Charter Act of 1833. Shia and Sunni faith. The basic difference between Shia and Sunni faith is that Sunni followers consider Prophet Muhammad to be the last prophet and the holy book, Holy Quran, to be the final book. Clear? But Shias believe that even after Prophet Muhammad, other prophets came, clear, Imam and Hussein, and at the same time, Holy Quran had original 40 chapters. The last 10 chapters are missing that mention about the prophets, and that is the basic dispute or difference between the Shia sect and the Sunni sect. Clear? District magistrate and district collector, we had discussed the difference. Clear? Sir, the judicial power now in the hand of district. We had discussed this question also. Why district collector even now is known as district magistrate? What are the magisterial or judicial powers under district collector? So please explain briefly the difference between dual government and diarchy. Clear? Dual government means that any government marked by two ruling authorities simultaneously, it's known as dual government. Clear? So dual government means establishment of two bodies ruling over the same province simultaneously. Clear? But diarchy is having one thing divided into two parts. Clear? It's more applied in legislative business when legislative subjects were divided into two lists, and these two lists were sometimes known as the reserved list and the transferred list in order to streamline the process of legislation. There's a difference between diarchy and dual government. So dual government has to do more with two entities ruling over authority. Diarchy is more to do with legislative business, whereby the business or subjects are divided into two separate lists in order to streamline the legislative business. Clear? Diarchy and dual government. Meanwhile, now let us start with the economic structure and policy of British East India Company. Coming to this structure, clear? Do understand about economic structure and policies. First of all, the most important aspect of British economic policy was related to land revenue settlement, because clear, India being an agrarian country, major revenue generated was in form of land revenue, and therefore British also wanted to have consistent collection of land revenue in order to maximize their commercial profit in India. Clear? So they also decided to have collection of land revenue, and in order to have collection of land revenue, they wanted to continue with certain aspects of Indian culture, but they wanted to add on their own system of revenue collection. Clear? Now, first of all, revenue collection started with grant of Diwani rights by Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II to the British authority after Battle of Buxar. Clear? Diwani rights basically means right to collect land revenue and right to look after civil administration. Clear? This Diwani rights were given and British began to collect land revenue strictly, and that resulted into huge amount of disgust among the people because British collected land revenue without showing any sensitivity towards Indian concern, and Indian agriculture being gamble in the hands of monsoon. It was practically not possible for the peasants to pay land revenue regularly, and that resulted into eviction of old zamindars and peasants from ownership rights and induction of new set of zamindars by British East India Company under different settlements. Clear? Now, in order to start with revenue collection, the first major revenue settlement that was started in India was in form of the permanent settlement. Clear? So, coming to land revenue settlements under the British. Clear? First major revenue settlement was in form of the permanent settlement, was in form of the permanent settlement. It was introduced by Lord Cornwallis. It was introduced by Lord Cornwallis in 1793 in provinces of Bengal, Bihar and Orissa. Under this settlement, 1/3 of the total produce was to be collected as land revenue and 2/3 was to be given to the peasantry class. Clear? Meanwhile, the land revenue was to be collected by zamindars, and zamindars was to take almost 10% or rather almost 1/10 of the total amount collected for land revenue as collection charges. Clear? This was permanent settlement introduced by British in India. This settlement in course of time also came to be known as the zamindari settlement, because new set of zamindars emerged who even began to purchase the land of the evicted peasants, and they emerged to be landed elites in province of Bengal known as the zamindars. Clear? After permanent settlement, the next revenue settlement was the Raotwari settlement. Raotwari settlement. It was introduced by two British officers, Reed and Munro, introduced in 1820 in provinces of Madras and Bombay. And it covered almost 51% of the total area. Permanent settlement covered 19% of the total area, and Madras and Bombay province took 50% of the total area. And in this Raotwari settlement, no intermediaries were created. Land revenue was negotiated directly with the Raut or the peasants, and the revenue demand was as high as 45% to 55% of the total produce. This was Raotwari settlement done with Raos or the peasants. Clear? The third form of settlement was Mahalwari settlement. It was introduced by two British officers. First of all, these two British officers were Martinsburg and Holt Mackenzie. In 1822, it was introduced in entire Gangetic Plain and Punjab region, northwestern part of India, Punjab region. In this, the unit known as Mahal or state was created, and from every Mahal or state, a reputed family and its members were chosen to collect 1/3 of the total produce as land revenue. Clear? This was similar to permanent settlement, and therefore Mahalwari settlement is also known as modified permanent settlement. It is also known as modified permanent settlement, the Mahalwari settlement. Clear? So three revenue settlements in India: the permanent settlement, the Raotwari settlement, and the Mahatwari settlement, all in exclusive areas. And it was basically, the region was basically 30% of the total area. So 19% under permanent settlement, 51% under Rautwari settlement, and 30% under Mahalwari settlement. Okay, these were major land revenue settlements under British authority in India. It was a very important development, and British began to collect land revenue in strict measure from the very beginning. Okay, so all major informations related to land revenue settlements in India. Now coming to another major development, and that major development is related to the trade policies. Clear? So what were the British trade policy and its impact on India? Because you get impact also of British economic policy on India. Clear? Now first of all, largely I'll let you know. Clear? There are different divisions also, but largely how do we divide the British economic and trade policies? Clear? First of all, we need to understand, clear, the British economic and trade policy is divided into four phases. Clear? The first phase is known as phases of trade policy, of British East India Company. Phases of trade policy of British East India Company. Clear? Now there are four large broad phases. Clear? What are these broad phases? Clear? Coming to the first one, then we'll come to the second one. Clear? First one. Clear? First one is known as phase of trading corporation or corporation phase. First is known as trading corporation phase. That started with the arrival till 1757. Clear? So trading phase of trading corporation 1757. Clear? What were the major features of trading corporation? During this phase, British East India Company brought their own resources from the home country and provided by court of directors. And during this settlement, they purchased Indian commodities like spices, cotton, clothes, and other materials. These materials were taken to European market, sold at higher prices, and this was the major source of benefit. Clear? But this phase was equally beneficial for Indian traders also, because they received remunerative prices, and since they received remunerative prices, Mughal emperors allowed them to establish factories in different parts of India. So there was nothing wrong in this phase, known as phase of trading corporation, from 1600 to 1757. Clear? The second phase started from 1757, the real phase, and that is known as merchant capitalist phase or mercantile phase. Clear? So second phase is known as the mercantile phase, which started from 1757 went till 1813. The mercantile phase is also known as merchant capitalism. Merchant capitalism or mercantile age. Clear? And at the same time, during this trade, monopolization of trade was done through revenue. All the British stopped the practice of bringing their own resources from Britain. Rather, they took away the resources of Bengal after the conquest of Bengal in Battle of Plassey, and they began to purchase Indian commodities which were exported to European market, and they termed this as investments. Clear? So they termed this as investments. They said that they are taking the Indian Bengal resources, investing them in India, but these resources which were invested in India were basically to purchase commodities that were taken to European market, sold at higher prices, and the revenue never returned back to India, and that resulted into one-sided flow of wealth from India to Britain, which was explained later on by Indian economists as the drain of wealth from India to Britain. So drain of wealth started from India to Britain. This was in the second phase known as the mercantile phase. Clear? After mercantile phase was the third phase, and this third phase known as the phase of industrial capitalism, leading to one-way free trade, was known as industrial capitalism. And industrial capitalism was from 1813 to 1857. It's known as industrial capitalism phase. Industrial capitalism phase, which means that large industries were established in Britain due to industrial revolution. India was used as a source to supply raw materials to feed these industries, and India to act as colonies of a big market to sell finished products of Britain. So India was made to be a supplier of raw materials and consumer of finished products. Clear? And in this phase only, clear, it resulted India became large importer of British finished products and supplier of cotton products of raw materials from India, and this resulted into end of small and cottage industries in India. This phenomena being known as deindustrialization. Clear? So it is a great paradox. When Britain was going through rapid industrialization, India went for deindustrialization. Clear? So it was investment during this phase, drain of wealth from during this phase. Here it was phenomena of deindustrialization. Clear? The fourth phase of British economic and trade policy is known as the phase of finance imperialism, known as finance imperialism, which started in 1857, continued till India's independence in 1947, and during this finance imperialism, British began to make huge investments in India in infrastructure projects like railways and telegraph, and all these investments were done not to promote India's development but to make India more dependent on Britain. Clear? Because with railways, raw materials could be collected even from nook and corners of Indian territory, finished products could be dumped in finished markets of India, even military forces could be swiftly mobilized to suppress any revolt or rebellion to sustain British rule. So growth and development of railways, telegraphs and other section was basically to subjugate India more and to make India dependent on British authority. This was phase of finance imperialism from 1857 to 1957. Clear? So trading corporation, mercantile phase. Clear? Then we have industrial capitalism, then finance imperialism. All these are very important developments related to British economic and trade policies. Clear? Now all these policies result into exploitation of Indian economy, and all this exploitation of Indian economy resulted into through different mechanism and consequences. Coming to those consequences of such economic policy. Clear? So British exploitation of Indian economy, this all resulted into British exploitation of Indian economy, British exploitation of Indian economy, exploitation of Indian economy. Clear? The British exploitation started number one with British exploitation started with land revenue settlement, cannot be denied. First was land revenue settlement. British exploitation was land revenue settlement. Second is basically after land revenue settlement is ruin of traditional craft, traditional industry, ruin of traditional industry, handicrafts, deindustrialization. Then third is after ruin of the drain of wealth. We'll come to this concept, drain of wealth. Then after drain of wealth we have clear deindustrialization, ruin of traditional industry and deindustrialization as well. Deindustrialization. After deindustrialization we have basically British monopoly of foreign trade. There's also one thing, but more important thing, clear, British monopoly of foreign trade. British, even Indian trade outside was monopolized. British monopoly of foreign trade. British monopoly of foreign trade. All these were basically exploitation. So even foreign trade was taken away from British government. Clear? Home expense of home government, that is charges of government, Indian government in Britain. All the charges were to be provided by Indian resources, leading to drain of wealth. Clear? So British exploitation of Indian economy in this way. Clear? Now at the same time, clear, drain of wealth. This is a very important concept, and drain of wealth needs to be understood here. Clear? Drain of wealth. Clear? Drain of wealth can be divided into internal drain and external drain. Internal drain and external drain. What were the components? Internal drain means exploitation of the poor regions or individuals by the rich within the country. Clear? So exploitation by the zamindars. Internal drain means exploitation by the zamindars, moneylenders, moneylenders. Clear? Exploitation was zamindars, moneylenders, sahukars. They all exploited the native people of India. That was internal drain. Clear? Then at the same time, clear, external drain was basically external drain. That is all. What were the external drain? That is dividends. Dividends to shareholders. Dividends to the shareholders of British East India Company. Then expenses of all these home charge, expenses of warehouses in Britain, expenses of warehouses, then remittances or salaries, then interest on public debt, interest on public debt raised by British, interest on public debt. All these were external drain. Clear? So internal drain and external drain. Clear? All this resulted, and this theory was given by, or this drain of wealth theory was explained by Dada by Nauroji. Dada by Nauroji in his work Poverty and Un-British Rule. Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. Un-British rule in India. This theory was further explained by Ramesh Chandra Dutt or Siddharth in his work known as Economic History of India. Economic History of India, written in 1902, and this work was written by Dada by Nauroji in 1867. Clear? 1867. Rule India. Clear? So drain of wealth, it all needs to be understood. The internal drain and external drain. This is British exploitation of Indian economy. Clear? So all these things should be known about Indian economy, how exploitation was done. This was very important. Clear? Now apart from this, clear, what were the major impact of this British economic policy? Major impact was impoverishment of the masses. It resulted into eviction of the cultivators and old zamindars. It resulted at the same time into large scale famines in India. A spurt of famines, frequency of famines began to take place because large number of Indian peasants were forced to cultivate commercial crops in place of food grains, leading to commercialization of agriculture. And since large-scale commercialization of agriculture took place, it reduced the production of food grains, and even in minor calamities also, due to lack of food grains, large number of people died, leading to a spurt of famines under British rule. This is a very important development, most dubious development that took place under British rule. So we need to discuss about the famines in India. Clear? So impact, clear? Impact led to ruin of traditional industry, drain of wealth, deindustrialization, British monopoly of foreign trade, and another important aspect was commercialization of agriculture, in which commercial crops like sugar cane, indigo began to be cultivated at the cost of food grains, and therefore it reduced the production of food grains. And in case of natural calamity, due to lack of food grains, millions of people died, leading to a spurt of famines in India. Clear? So poverty and famines became the most distinctive feature of British rule in India, and this became a major characteristic of British rule. Clear? So most dubious characteristic of British rule in India was poverty and famines in India. Large number of poverty and famines took place in India. Clear? So most dubious impact of British rule was poverty and famines in India. You get questions on this topic, poverty and famines. Clear? In British India, this was the most dubious characteristic of British rule. Poverty and famines in British India. So poverty and famines in British India. Coming to poverty and famines in British India, we'll discuss about the major famines in India, then the territories affected by these famines, and then the mortality also that took place. Clear? And these famines are important. Look into from chronological order. Clear? So we'll discuss about, first of all, the year or years of famine. This is one thing to be done. After years, we'll discuss what was that famine. What was that famine known as? Clear? And then the territory or territories affected. Then territory or territories affected by those famines. Territories affected by those famines, and the amount of mortality. The amount of mortality also. Clear? So year and years, then at the same time famine, then territory and territories, and mortality. Clear? First famine that took place, clear, was in the year 1770, that is known as the Great Bengal Famine. Clear? So it is known as the Great Bengal Famine. It is known as the Great Bengal Famine. Clear? It affected the region of Western Bengal and Bihar. It affected the region of Western Bengal and Bihar. Western Bengal and Bihar, and the mortality was almost 10 million. Clear? So mortality was almost 10 million people in famine of Bengal. Clear? Then 1783-84. Second one is 1784. Clear? This famine is known as Chalisa famine. This known as Chalisa famine. Chalisa famine, and it affected the region of Delhi. It affected the region of Delhi, Western Uttar Pradesh. Western Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Western Uttar Pradesh, Eastern Punjab, Eastern Punjab, Eastern Punjab, clear, Eastern Punjab, and even Rajputana and Kashmir. Rajputana and Kashmir. Rajputana and Kashmir, clear? And mortality was 11 million people, more than Bengal also. Chalisa famine, clear? Then we have second, then we have the third one. Third famine in India under British rule, 1837 to 1838. 1837 to 1838. This famine, clear? This is known as Agra famine, clear? So next is the Agra famine, 1837-38, clear? It affected the region of Agra province, clear? Including Agra, including Delhi and Hisar. Agra, Delhi and Hisar, clear? And mortality was 0.8 million, 0.8 million people. This was the third one. Coming to the fourth famine that took place under British rule, that was with 1860 to 61. 1860 to 1861. This famine is known as Upper Doab famine, clear? So it's known as Upper Doab famine. Upper Doab famine, and that affected the Upper Doab region of Agra, Delhi, Agra, Delhi, Punjab, Agra, Delhi and Punjab, clear? Punjab. For it was famine, or rather casualty was almost 2 million people. Then we have the fifth one. Fifth is known as 1865-67, 1865, 1867, clear? This famine is known as Orissa famine. This is known as the Orissa famine, clear? It affected the region of Orissa, Bihar, affected the region of Orissa, Bihar, Bellary, modern Karnataka, Ganjam, Bellary, Ganjam, and even some parts of Madras. Some parts of Madras, clear? And basically, clear? And in the region, clear? It was 4 to 5 million. 4 to 5 million of mortality. Then we have the sixth one, clear? Sixth major one that took place is 1868 to 70. 1868 to 1870 in the region of Rajputana, modern Rajasthan, in the region of Rajputana, and that was Ajmer, Western Agra, Ajmer, Western Agra, Ajmer, and Eastern Punjab. And Eastern Punjab, and the mortality was 1.5 million people. 1.5 million people, clear? So this was major famine, clear, that took place, Rajputana famine. Write about these famines, clear? Now coming to next one. After this, clear? Seventh one, clear? Seventh one is 1876 to 1878. It's a great famine. 1876 to 1878, very prominent one, clear? It's great famine, clear? It's also known as Great Famine. Is also known as Great Famine, clear? So also known as Southern India Famine. It affected Madras and Bombay. Madras and Bombay. That led to casualty of 6.1 to 10.3 million people. 6.1 to 10.3 million people. Big one that led to Stachey Commission also. We'll come to that. Eighth one after this famine is Indian famine. Clear? Indian famine was 1896, 1897. 1896, 1897. Indian famine, clear? And this Indian famine affected Bombay, Madras, Deccan. Madras, Bombay, Deccan, Madras, Bombay, Deccan, Bengal, United Province, Bengal, United Province, United Province, Central Province, United Province and Central Province, clear? Central Province, and it affected almost, clear, 12 to 16 million people, Indian famine, 12 to 16 million people, clear? 12 to 16 million people. Then coming to the ninth one, clear? Ninth one, 1899 to 1900. 1899 to 1900. This famine is known as again Indian famine. Same name, Indian famine, clear? And what were the regions affected in this famine? Indian famine of 1899-1900, clear? Bombay, Bombay, Central Province, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, Central Province, Berar, Ajmer, Berar, Ajmer, Berar, Ajmer, and Punjab. And Punjab, and it claimed the life of 3 to 10 million people. 3 to 10 million people. 3 to 10 million people. And then the 10th and the last major famine that took place was Bengal famine, 1943, 1943, 1944, also known as Bengal famine. So it started with Bengal famine, we end at Bengal famine. So it's Bengal famine, affected the region of Bengal and claimed the lives of almost 2.1 to 3 million people. 2.1 to 3 million people. So major famines, have these famines with you, clear? The very famine famines all together. To deal with some of these major famines of higher magnitude, British also constituted some commissions. So we'll come to famine commissions of during British rule, clear? So coming to famine commissions of under British rule. So famine commissions under British rule. Famine commissions under British rule. Famine commissions under British rule. Clear? The first famine commission. Clear? Clear. First famine commission. First famine commission was constituted in 1878 under the chairmanship of Sir Richard Strachey, also known as Strachey Commission. Clear? First famine commission 1878 under Sir Richard Strachey, and it was commissioned to deal with Great Famine of India. Clear? So Great Famine of India was dealt with. First famine commission known as Strachey Commission in 1878. Clear? Now coming to the second famine commission. Second famine commission. Second famine commission in the year 1897. Second famine commission in the year 1897 to deal with Indian famine. Clear? And the chairman of this famine commission, second famine commission, was Sir James Lal. Sir James Lal. Clear? Lal Commission. Then we have third famine commission. We have third famine commission. Third famine commission, and that was in the year 1900. Third famine commission under Sir Anthony, under Sir Anthony, under Sir Anthony, Lord Sir Anthony and Lord Macdonald. Lord Macdonald. Also on the MacDonald Commission. Clear? So third Famine Commission, Sir Anthony and Lord Macdonald. So these commissions gave several recommendations to deal with major famines in India. So all these famines became a distinct, the most dubious manifestation of British rule in India. So these famines should be done along with major famine commissions also. Three famine commissions, first, second and third, 1878, 1897, 1900. First under Sir Richard Strachey, second under Sir James Lal, third under Sir Anthony and Lord Macdonald. Clear? So major developments took place in related to famine commissions in India. So economic aspect needs to be known about British rule in India. After economic aspect, clear? Now we'll move on to discuss about socio-cultural policy under East India Company. Clear? So now we'll discover about socio-cultural policy. Socio-cultural policy under British East India Company from 1757 to 1857. Clear? So now we'll move on to socio-cultural policy under British East India Company from 1757 to 1857. Clear? Now, in order to understand socio-cultural policy of British East India Company, we need to understand about three major schools of thought of the 19th century. Clear? What were the three schools of thought that developed in Britain, which shaped the course of socio-cultural policies in India? First of all, I'll let you know, do understand, unlike the British policy of related to economy, polity and society, polity and economy, where British intervened directly, British did not intervene directly into socio-cultural life of Indian masses. Clear? The primary reason was that socio-cultural policies were largely decided by the religious experts, that is Brahmins and Ulemas, and the Brahmins and Ulemas were very powerful sections in society, and British never wanted to antagonize the sentiments of Brahmins and Ulemas, so they never wanted to intervene into socio-cultural life of Indian masses. Clear? Moreover, the trading interest was remotely connected with socio-cultural life. That is why they also always wanted to keep themselves aloof from socio-cultural life of masses in India. But under the pressure of British parliamentarians and under the pressure of some Indian reformers, British East India Company began to intervene into socio-cultural life of Indian masses. So it must be noted that unlike political, administrative and economic, where British intervened directly, there was no voluntary initiative by British East India Company towards socio-cultural life. They intervened into socio-cultural life under the pressure of British parliamentarians and some Indian reformers like Raja Ram Mohan Roy and Ishwar Chand Vidyasagar. To understand such intervention, we need to understand about three schools of thought, clear, that decided the policy towards socio-cultural life. What were three major schools of thought? Clear? So three schools of thought that influenced British socio-culture policy. What were these three schools of thought? Clear? Coming to one, clear? The first major school of thought, clear? The first major school of thought was Orientalist school. Was the Orientalist school of thought, clear? Second major school of thought was known as Evangelicalist school of thought. Evangelicalist school of thought or evangelicalism. And third was in form of utilitarian school of thought. Clear? So utilitarians. Clear? So yeah, it's also in 1899 famine is also known as Chapania Akal. Akal is the term for the famines that took place in India. So to three schools of thought: Orientalist, Evangelicalist and Utilitarian thought. Clear? Now coming to this, clear? What were the Orientalist school of thought? Clear? Orientalist school of thought believed in reforming Indian society through laws. Orientalism always wanted to know about Indian society and culture, and after knowing about Indian culture, to understand Indian culture and to identify the breaking lines of Indian culture to dominate over India. At the same time, some of them admired Indian culture. Some of them even promoted several educational institutions to promote Indological studies. So Orientalism believed in is knowing about the Indian culture or Indological studies, and they wanted, some of them even admired Indian culture. Some of them established institutions also to know about Indian culture. So Orientalist school of thought indicate conservative approach, as British never wanted to disturb the socio-cultural life of Indian masses. Rather, they wanted to continue with the same cultural tradition that existed in India. What were the major features of Orientalist school of thought in India? We'll come to the major principles of Orientalist school of thought in India. First of all, they admired Indian culture and literature. Clear? So British first of all tried to Indian admired Indian culture, admired Indian culture and even literature. So admired Indian culture and literature. This is one distinct feature. Clear? Admired, clear. At the same time, clear, believed, admired Indian culture, founded Indological institutions, founded Indological institutions like Asiatic Society of Bengal, Asiatic Society of Bengal in 1784 by William Jones. Second was Calcutta Madrasa by Warren Hastings. Third was Sanskrit College at Banaras, Calcutta Madrasa in 1781, Sanskrit College in 1791. So all these were marked by Orientalist phenomena, admired Indian culture and literature, founded intellectual institutions like Asiatic Society of Bengal in 1784, Calcutta Madrasa in 1781, Sanskrit College in 1791. Clear? These were very important developments promoted during the Orientalist phase. Clear? At the same time, clear, Orientalist phase was followed by evangelicalism or evangelicalist phase, and in evangelicalism it was basically to criticize Indian culture, criticize Indian culture and religion, Indian culture and religions. At the same time, clear, Indian culture and religion. They promoted Christian missionaries. They promoted Christian missionaries, most probably at a place known as Shirampur. It resulted into religious conversions in India. Religious conversions in India. So they began to criticize. That came under evangelicalist approach. Later on, then evangelicalist approach was followed by utilitarian approach. Clear? And utilitarian approach began to be followed in India. Clear? Now utilitarian was what was the major development? Really clear. Supported British imperialism. Number one, they supported British imperialism. They supported British imperialism. British imperialism, clear. Initiated reforms. Initiated reforms. Initiated reforms. This also became important development. Clear. Then supported partial modernization of India, partial supported partial modernization of India, and critical of Indian society, were critical of Indian society, critical of Indian society. Clear? So, Orientalist, Evangelicalist, and utilitarian schools of thought that shaped the British policies in India towards socio-cultural life. Clear? So, obviously, all this became very important one, that is Orientalist, Evangelicalist, and utilitarian philosophy. Clear? So this development took place. Clear? Now at the same time, what was the debate related to Indian education, which was also guided by Orientalist, Evangelicalist, and Orientalist. Clear? Now what were the major developments related to education associated with Orientalist, Evangelicalist, and utilitarians? Now we'll come to education in socio-cultural life. Clear? The first was major development. Clear? Was major Orientalism. Coming to Orientalist. Orientalist. Clear? Orientalist favored Indian education for the purpose of Indian culture. So it favored Indian education. Clear? Traditional education. It supported traditional education that resulted into establishment of Calcutta Madrasa in 1781, and then at the same time the Sanskrit College at Banaras in 1791. Then Evangelicalists favored Western education. It favored Western education. That also led to conversions to Christianity. Utilitarian favored useful education. Clear? They promoted the concept of useful education, promoted the promotion of useful education to consolidate British Empire. Clear? So, traditional education, Western education, and useful education. Traditional education like Sanskrit College at Banaras and Calcutta Madrasa. Western education like several educational institutions began to establish, and even concept of Macaulay's theory also. Then useful education, English education started from here, and this English education started with Macaulay Committee's recommendation. Clear? Then useful education means education that is to promote British consolidation. Useful education like they started to organize or initiate the concept of competitive examination. Indians to prepare for competitive examination, leading to establishment of 3 central universities at Calcutta and Bombay and Madras to prepare them for examinations in our country. Clear? So all this resulted into major development of education in India. Clear? So coming to this traditional education, that is Calcutta Madrasa, write the example also. Calcutta Madrasa in 1781 by Warren Hastings, and then we have Sanskrit College. We have Sanskrit College at Banaras in 1791 by Jonathan Duncan, British officer. Then in West Evangelicalism, we need to understand about the role of Lord Macaulay. Lord Macaulay played a very important role, and Lord Macaulay at the same time gave his minutes on education. Lord Macaulay gave his minutes on education. Minutes on education that resulted into, that favored, what were the minutes of education? It favored English education. It favored English education. It advocated downward filtration theory of education. Few Indians to be educated and education to filter down to other remaining sections of society. Clear? And third was English as medium of education. English as medium of education. This was under utilitarian philosophy. We have the concept of Wood's Dispatch, 1854. Wood's Dispatch basically repudiated downward filtration theory, repudiated downward filtration theory, and at the same time it also resulted into establishment of central universities, central universities at Calcutta, Bombay and Madras in 1857. Useful education, especially to prepare for civil services examination. So this was related to education. So society and religion was largely influenced by education as well. Clear? These were major related to education. Clear? At the same time, clear? Coming to social reforms under British East India Company. Social reforms under British East India Company. Social reforms, clear? What were the major social reforms under British India Company? First of all, clear? Social reforms. Number one was abolition of sati, abolition of sati, regulation 17 of 1829, demanded by Raja Ram Mohan Roy, passed by Lord William Bentick. Second was abolition of slavery. Clear? Regulation numbering 5 of 1843. Then third is basically widow remarriage, regulation numbering 15 in 1856, demanded by Swachand Vidyasagar. Clear? So, 85 is also called Chapania Akal. Why we call them, sir? Because it affected large number of people known as Chapania people at this time, which was in 1899. So, socio-cultural policy, three major socio-cultural policies as well, right? The Governor General is also here. It was Lord William Bentick. Here it was slavery, Lord Ellenborough. And here we had Lord Dalhousie. Clear? Socio-cultural policies. So this were major developments, that is political policy of expansion, that socio-culture policies, administrative policies, economic structure and policies, all we had done. Clear? Now we'll come to resistance offered to the British, or that in form of uprisings and the revolt. Clear? So we'll come to uprisings and revolt under British authority that took place under the rule of British East India Company. Clear? So coming to basically uprisings. Clear? Now this is a very important topic for examination, that is resistance, uprisings and the revolt. Clear? Revolt of 1857. We'll come to revolt of 1857 later on. First of all, resistance and uprisings. Clear? So first of all, coming to religious, peasant and tribal uprisings from the beginning of British rule till mighty revolt of 1857. Clear? So all these uprisings are divided into uprisings. Clear? Now coming to first of all resistance and uprisings. Resistance and uprisings. resistance and uprisings against British East India Company. These uprisings are divided into major categories, clear categories of uprisings before 1857. So what are the categories? Categories of resistance and uprisings, clear? Now coming to these categories, the first category of uprising is in form of religious uprisings. Coming to religious uprisings, clear? After religious uprisings, clear, we need to discuss about the tribal uprisings. Second is tribal uprisings, clear. Third uprising in form after tribal uprisings, peasant uprisings, and the fourth one, clear, after peasant uprisings is basically army rebellion or army uprisings. Army uprisings, clear. So categories are religious uprisings, then we have tribal uprisings, then we have peasant uprisings, then we have army uprisings, clear. So very important one coming to this, clear. So all these uprisings we need to understand, clear. Now coming to religious uprisings, do know about these uprisings, clear. First major uprising in terms of religious uprising is Kuka Revolt. Is basically Kuka uprising, that was basically in Punjab region. Kuka uprising, clear, that was in Punjab region, and that was founded by Bhagat Jawahar Mal. Leader of this uprising was Bhagat Jawahar Mal. He was the founder of Kuka uprising. Bhagat Jawahar Mal is also known as Siah Sahib. He is also known as Siah Sahib. Kuka uprising, clear. So Kuka uprising took place, clear. Bhagat Jawahar Mal, also known as Siah Sahib, and it was started in the year 1840. It was started in 1840, clear. Then at the same time after this we have basically Mapila uprising or Mopla uprising. Mapila uprising or Mopla uprising, clear. Mapila or Mopla uprising 1836 to 44 initially. 1836 to 44, Mopla uprising, clear. Mopla uprising took place in the region of Malabar, modern Kerala, clear. Modern Kerala. Then we have Faraisi movement or Faraisi uprising. Faraisi uprising in 1838 to 1854 in Bengal region, and it was under Haji Shariatullah. Haji Shariatullah and his son Dadu Mian, who emphasized on religious principles of 5 duties of Islamic faith, clear. 5 faith. This was another uprising. Fourth uprising in this category would be basically the Wahhabi uprising or movement. Wahhabi uprising, and it was under the ruler known as, it was under Shah Waliullah, under Shah Waliullah, and even Sayyid Ahmad Barelvi. Sayyid Ahmad Barelvi, clear. Wahhabi movement, clear. And then we can also call that Sannyasi uprising. Sannyasi uprising from 1763 to 1800, Sannyasi uprising. And Sannyasi uprising was under Debi Chaudhrani and the leaders. Clear. Even Bankim Chand Chatterjee highlighted Sannyasi uprising in his novel Anand Math. Clear. So these are all religious uprisings. Clear. Kuka uprising 1814, Bhagat Jawaharlal, Mapila uprising, Farazi uprising, then Wahhabi uprising and Sannyasi uprising. Then coming to the tribal uprisings. Clear. We look into tribal uprisings. Clear. Understand about the tribal uprisings. Coming to tribal uprisings. The first tribal uprising. Clear. These tribal uprisings are equally very important. Clear. Now coming to tribal uprising, one is Khasi uprisings in the northeastern region of India. Khasi uprising in the northeastern part of India, 1765. It started in 1765 till 1833. Khasi uprisings, very prominent one in this region. Then we have Kol uprising, Khasi uprising, then Kol uprising, 1831-32. Clear. Kol uprising, Khasi uprising. Then Kol uprising, Khasi uprising was in Garo and Jaintia hills, that is in the region of northeastern part of India. Khasi uprising, it was led by the Garo tribes also, Khamtis also. Kol uprising in Chota Nagpur belt, clear, 1831-1832. Then we have Kandh uprising. We have Kandh uprising. This Kandh uprising took place in 1837. Kandh uprising from 1837 to 56. Kandh uprising. This uprising took place in the region. This covered Ghumsar region and the region of Patna in Bihar. Clear. And this started under Chakra Bisoi. It started under a leader known as Chakra Bisoi in Bihar region. Then fourth uprising after this is Ahom Revolt. Ahom Revolt 1828. Ahom Revolt in 1828 in the region of Assam. Clear. And it started after the first Anglo-Burmese war. Ahom began to revolt very strongly. Then we have Pagalpanthi revolt. Then fifth one. Clear. We'll come to peasant uprising separately. Then fifth one is Pagalpanthi revolt. Pagalpanthi revolt. Clear. And the leader of Pagalpanthi revolt was Karam Shah. Pagalpanthi revolt under Karam Shah. Clear. In the decade of 1830s and 40s. 1832 1840 Karam Shah. Again in the region that was basically Bengal region. Clear. So Bengal region, Pagalpanthi under Karam Shah. Then we have Munda revolt in Chota Nagpur belt. Munda revolt in Chota Nagpur belt, and Munda revolt took place under Birsa Munda, which is also known as Ulgulan. Clear. Revolt, Chota Nagpur belt, 1899. Then after Munda rebellion, we have Bhil uprising. In central India. Bhil uprising from 1818 to 1831. 1818 to 1831, the Bhil uprising. Clear. So Bhil uprising largely in the region of Khandesh in central India. Then we have Ramosi uprising. Ramosi uprising. It took place in 1822 to 29. Ramosi uprising. Ramosi uprising took place in Western Ghat region, and it was against the British authority. Clear. Then it was Ramosi uprising. Then Polygar's revolt. We'll come to this. Then we have ninth one, Polygar's revolt in Madras region. Dindigul and Malabar. It took place in Dindigul, Malabar. because this region was taken from Tipu Sultan. So all the polygons revolted against the British. Then we have Santhal rebellion. Then we have the Santhal rebellion again in Chota Nagpur belt in 1855-56 under two brothers Siddhu and Kanho. Under two brothers Siddhu and Kanho. These were tribal uprisings. So one is religious uprising, then we have tribal uprisings that took place. So 10 uprisings, all these are very prominent when the leaders, the year, the region also. Coming to next, peasant uprisings will take. After this will take peasant uprisings. Now coming to peasant uprisings. So third one is peasant uprisings, starting number 1. Peasant uprisings, clear? So first major peasant uprising was basically in the region of Rangpur and Dinajpur, known as Rangpur Dhing. Rangpur Dhing, Eastern Bengal. It took place in 1783. Rangpur Dhing or Rangpur Dinajpur in eastern part of Bengal, and this was very popular Dhing because they started the revolt with beating of the drums. Clear? So it is known as Rang Uprising or Rangpur Dhing. Clear? After this we have Indigo Movement of Bengal. Second is Indigo Revolt of Bengal, 1859-60. Indigo Revolt under two brothers Vishnu Charan Biswas and Digambar Biswas brothers and Digambar Biswas. It also resulted into Indigo Commission and resulted into Indigo Act, and this plight of Indigo cultivators was also highlighted by a Bengali intellectual Deenbandhu Mitra in his work Neel Darpan. So Neel Darpan highlighted the plight of indigo cultivators. So it was Indigo Movement of Bengal. Clear? After Indigo Movement, clear, this was very prominent one, Rangpur and Dinajpur. Clear? And this was next were the tribal uprisings. So the peasant uprisings did not take much place. Clear? Sannyasi and fakirs were basically tribal uprisings only. We have written here. Clear? Peasant uprisings were Rangpur and Dinajpur, Indigo Revolt and Indigo Revolt. These were very prominent one. Neel Darpan highlight the plight of indigo cultivators, which was written by Deenbandhu Mitra. Deenbandhu Mitra. Clear? These are peasant uprisings. Now after peasant uprisings we'll come to army uprisings as well. Now coming to the fourth one, that is army uprisings. Now next is army uprisings. First one in army uprisings, first is basically the Berhampur uprising. The Berhampur uprising in Orissa. Berhampur uprising in Orissa by Indian sepoys. It was the first one. Second is Barakpur uprising. Barakpur uprising. This was in Barakpur uprising, 1824. Again by Indian sepoys. Barakpur uprising. Barakpur 1824. And we had also a Vellore mutiny. We have Vellore mutiny in 1806. Vellore mutiny. Clear? So this was uprising. Clear? Barakpur mutiny. Barakpur 1824 with beginning of first Anglo-Burmese war, then Vellore Mutiny. Vellore Mutiny was basically cursed with huge amount of violence, and in this Vellore Mutiny, the Hindus were prohibited from bearing religious marks on their foreheads, and Muslims were required to shave and trim their beards. Clear? So it was basically marked by huge suppression of religious freedom known as Vellore Mutiny, in which Hindus were prohibited to have any mark on the forehead, religious mark, and Muslims were prohibited to have beards, and all these resulted into huge mutiny, huge uprising known as Vellore Mutiny in 1806. Clear? We don't have leaders here. Why we don't have leaders here? Because all the people together revolted, not under one leader. They were service personnel, so they revolted collectively, leading to army uprisings. Clear? So resistance and uprisings in form of major categories. The categories are religious uprisings, tribal uprisings, peasant uprisings, even army uprisings that took place. Clear? Now after this, what were the limitations of these pre-uprisings? The major limitations you should know, because normally limitations are asked. Clear? They will ask you point words, identify the major limitations of these pre-1857 uprisings. Clear? So major uprisings. Now coming to the limitations are asked. Clear? Limitations of pre-1857 uprisings. Limitations of pre-1857 uprisings. Clear? Point wise, very important one, these uprisings. Clear? First of all, clear, these uprisings were massive, but they were largely localized and isolated. Clear? So these uprisings were massive, no doubt. Clear? But massive, but localized and isolated. They never presented collective and coordinated front against the British. That led to the suppression. Then at the same time, they were largely inspired by local grievances. No national mission. Clear? They were inspired by local grievances. This is second limitation. Third was clear. The leadership was semi-feudal. The leadership was semi-feudal, most of the time zamindars only. The leadership was semi-feudal. The leadership was semi-feudal in character and backward in looking. Semi-feudal, that is traditional and backward. Traditional and backward. They were not progressive. Traditional and backward. This was one thing. Clear? Then at the same time, clear, they were basically these uprisings were basically based on centuries old customs. Based on century old customs, rather than marked by forward ideas or progressive ideas. Clear? At the same time, clear, these are the less were pacified through. Clear? And these less recalcitrant, recalcitrant could be easily pacified. By the British. That led to the end of the revolt or uprising. Clear? So these were passive. Clear? Most over 6 is clear. They fought with traditional weapons. Which could not withstand the sophisticated arms and weapons of the British forces. Clear? So these were the limitations that led to the suppression of peasant tribal army revolts in India in pre-1857 era. Clear? This is very important one, sir, with respect to Kherwar region considered as Sardari Ladai. Clear? Constitutional agitation. Yeah. Sometimes it was given a very organized form known as Sardari agitation. So such Sardari agitation also took place, no doubt about it. But largely it was localized in nature, unorganized in nature. This was distinctive feature of distinctive feature of the uprisings that took place in 1857. Clear? Not at the same time. Clear? Chiro. There was, sir, please explain what Chero rebellion in Palamu region. Yeah, revolt or Chero rebellion in Palamu region was a very prominent one that started in 1770. It went on till 1800. Clear? Chero rebellion. And Chero rebellion was largely led by Bhokta revolt. It's also known as Bhokta revolt. And it was led, Chero leader led was Chitrajit Rai of Palamu. Clear? His Diwan Jainath Singh revolted, organized a rebellion. Clear? So Chero revolt. Chiro revolt. It's a revolt that took place. Chota Nagpur belt was the epicenter of revolt. 1770 to 1800 in the region of Palamu, in present region of Jharkhand, state of Jharkhand. Clear. It was led by Chitrajit Rai. It was led by Chitrajit Rai, very prominent one. At the same Chitrajit Rai of Palamu. Clear. So Chitrajit Rai led to the revolt, led to this revolt, and Chitrajit Rai was supported by Diwan Jainath Singh. Clear. So he was supported by Diwan Jainath Singh against the British. Diwan Jainath Singh against the British. Clear? Eventually, the British captain Jacob Carmack was successfully in defeating the Chiro rebels and capturing the region of Palamu. Clear? So, at the same time, clear? Palamu. And after British took control of Palamu, they declared Gopal Rai to be the ruler of Palamu region. So, Gopal Rai was declared to be ruler of Palamu region by the British. Chiro rebellion took place in present region of Jharkhand. Major limitations also of this rebellions. Clear? Now, after this will come to the mighty revolt of 1857. We'll discuss about this mighty revolt of 1857, starting with the reasons that led to this mighty revolt, and at the same time, we'll discuss about the sequence of this revolt. Clear? So, coming to the mighty revolt of 1857, also known popularly as Revolt of 1857. Coming to the revolt of 1857. First of all, the causes that led to this revolt. Clear? See, first of all, I'll let you know, this revolt has been largely reconstructed on the basis of, clear? Reconstructed on the basis of records provided by British officers in India. They always tried to downplay the importance of this revolt by declaring it to be a mere sepoy mutiny, not a popular revolt. But with constant research done by subaltern scholars especially, it has been found that it was a popular revolt, even though started by the sepoys. But in course of time, it was supported by the peasants and the common masses that led to the popularity of this revolt, and therefore it can be termed as a popular and massive revolt that took place in the entire northern and central part of India, which gave a tough shock, a root shock to British authority in India. Now, coming to the causes, clear? The major causes that led to this revolt were, number one, clear? The first major cause was British economic policy. Why British economic policy was responsible for this revolt? Because British authority came out with strict collection of land revenue that led to eviction of peasants from their ownership rights, and land became a commodity which could be bought, freely sold and purchased, known as commodification of land. This affected the sentiments of the peasantry class, and peasants began to revolt. Clear? So, first major factor that led to the mighty revolt was the economic policies of the British. Especially trade policy and land revenue policies. Second major factor that led to the policy was political policy of expansion, especially annexation of Awadh. Even though Awadh was conquered by Dalhousie on the flimsy ground of maladministration due to Wajid Ali Shah, this affected the sentiments of Indian sepoys because most of the sepoys belonged to Awadh, and therefore they decided to revolt, and this became a major reason for revolt of 1857. It also became because doctrine of lapse was applied on Jhansi, and Rani Lakshmi Bai wanted her adopted son to succeed on the throne of Jhansi, which was not acceptable acceptable to the British, and therefore they also decided to revolt. So political policy of expansion was second major factor. Third major factor was the socio-cultural policy. Socio-cultural policy, clear. Even though initially they follow Orientalist approach, but in course of time they began to follow evangelicalism and utilitarianism. This evangelicalism resulted into large-scale religious conversions of the people to Christianity, and therefore it created sense of religious insecurity, which was largely highlighted by the Brahmins and the ulemas, that is Islamic experts, and therefore all these sections became the torchbearers of mighty revolt of 1857. Moreover, under social culture policies, British enacted some legislations against sati and slavery, but even this were not acceptable to orthodox sections of Indian society like Brahmins, and they began to revolt against the British. This became the socio-cultural factor. Fourth major factor related to this factor was basically the factor known as the immediate factor. This immediate factor was associated with religion, and this was related to introduction of a new weapon among Indian sepoys. This new weapon was known as Enfield rifle, and to operate this Enfield rifle, British provided certain cartridges to them, and these cartridges were to be bitten off by mouth before being loaded. Clear? These cartridges were also known as grease cartridges, because on these cartridges there was a news that there was fat of cow and pig, and therefore these items are prohibited to be consumed in both Islamic faith and Hinduism. Indian sepoys refused to accept these cartridges, and when they were forced to use these cartridges, clear, they decided to revolt. Clear? And therefore when they decided to revolt, it marked the beginning of mighty revolt in 1857. Clear? So this was major policies or factors that led to the mighty revolt of 1857. Clear? So major factors that led to this revolt was economic policy of British East India Company, political policy, socio-culture policy, and immediate factor was Enfield rifle and greased cartridges. Clear? Now apart from this, what was the sequence of the spread of this revolt that started by Indian sepoys? The revolt started basically from Meerut. Clear? It started from Meerut, but at the same time, clear, it began to spread all across northern and central part of India. Now coming to the sequence, clear, they can give you to arrange also. Clear? So sequence, clear, of the spread of revolt. Sequence of the spread of revolt. 1857, sequence of the spread of revolt. Clear? Write this sequentially. Number one, clear? First major sequence is 29th of March. 29th of March 1857. 29th of March 1857, Mangal Pandey revolted. Indian sepoy. Mangal Pandey revolted at Barakpur regiment in Bengal. At Barakpur regiment in Bengal. Clear? Then at the same time, after this, 10th of May 1857. Clear? 1857. Third Native Cavalry. Third Native Cavalry. Third Native Cavalry revolted at Meerut. Third Native Cavalry revolted at Meerut. Clear? Now, and third was next day, 11th of May 1857, sepoys captured Delhi. Sepoys captured Delhi and declared Bahadur Shah Zafar. Declared Bahadur Shah Zafar as the leader of revolt and the ruler of India. Clear? This was declared Bahadur Shah Zafar as the leader of revolt and the new Mughal emperor as well. Clear? Also known as Bahadur Shah II. Clear? Then at the same time, after this, fourth one was basically on 20th of May. 20th of May 1857, it is a 9th Native Infantry revolted at Agra. 9th Native Infantry revolted at Agra. Revolted at Agra. Clear? This was then on 30th of May. Fifth one, 30th of May 1857. Awadh soldiers Awadh revolted. Sixth is after 30th of May, 31st of May. Clear? 31st of May 1857. Rohilkhand and Bharatpur revolted. Rohilkhand and Bharatpur revolted 31st of May. Clear? Then 5th of June. Then 5th of June 1857. Kanpur cavalry revolted. Revolt at Kanpur, presently known as Kanpur. Revolted. 5th of June. Then we have 6th of June. Next day, 6th of June, the revolt took place at Allahabad. Clear? This is the sequence of revolt. They can give you to arrange also. It's a mighty revolt. So look into the sequence of this revolt as well. Clear? What was the nature of this? National revolt, organized revolt, sepoy mutiny? Was it a racial war? Clear? See, the different theories given by different scholars, I'll let you know. Clear? Vinayak Damodar Savarkar declared it to be a first war of Indian independence. Clear? Even Disraeli, British Prime Minister, accepted it to be a national uprising. So it can be taken as national uprising. Organized revolt. No, it was not an organized revolt. Clear? It was a sepoy mutiny. It started as a sepoy mutiny, but it became popular in nature. Was it a racial war? Not at all a racial war. Clear? Together. So what was the nature of the revolt? Clear? It was properly, it cannot be termed as national revolt also, because the leaders who revolted were not guided by any sense to liberate India or promote nationalism in India. It was not organized also. It was a sepoy mutiny, cannot be declared, but it started as a sepoy mutiny, but later on turned out to be popular revolt. It was not a racial war altogether. Clear? Now coming to this, after this, major centers and leaders of the revolt. Clear? So we need to look into the centers and the leaders of the revolt. Clear? So coming to the centers and the leaders of revolt. The centers and the leaders of revolt. Clear? The centers and the leaders of revolt. Clear? So coming to the centers and leaders of revolt. Clear? Coming to this center, there were 6 major centers of this revolt. Clear? We'll come to these centers. First of all, the major center was Kanpur. First center was Kanpur. 6 centers of revolt. First center is Kanpur. Then we have Lucknow. Third is Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh. Fourth is Bareilly. Then Jhansi, Gwalior. Then fifth is Gwalior. Sixth, after Gwalior is Ara in Bihar. Delhi was under Bahadur Shah Zafar. Clear? So these are the major centers of revolt. Clear? Now coming to Lucknow. Clear? At Lucknow, Coming to Kanpur, clear, starting with Kanpur. First of all, clear. So at Kanpur, the revolt was led by Maratha ruler Nana Sahib, who was the son of Baji Rao II, Nana Sahib. He wanted increment in the amount of pension, which was not accepted by the British, so he revolted. On behalf of Nana Sahib, Tantia Tope fought against the British forces, clear, fought against the British forces, clear. Next major center was Lucknow. At Lucknow, the revolt was led by Begum Hazrat Mahal, who was the wife of Nawab Wajid Ali Shah. She wanted to place her son Birjis Qadr on the throne of Lucknow, which was not acceptable to the British. Third major center was the center of Bareilly. In it, Bareilly, clear, and Bareilly was very prominent one, clear. Bareilly also started to revolt in a big way, clear, and Bareilly, at Bareilly, the revolt was at Bareilly, the revolt was led by Maulana Ahmadullah, who was of Faizabad, who started the revolt, clear. So all the same time, it was Maulvi Ahmadullah, it was Maulvi Ahmadullah of Faizabad, Eastern Uttar Pradesh, near Sultanpur, was Faizabad, who revolted in the region of Bareilly as well, clear, Bareilly. He also supported the regions of Lucknow and Rohilkhand also, clear. And at the same time, after Bareilly, Jhansi, the leader of revolt was Rani Lakshmi Bai, who wanted her adopted son to succeed on the throne of Lucknow, but this was not acceptable. She began to revolt against the British, and at the same time, Rani Lakshmi Bai fought bravely till she died on 17th of June 1858. Then at Gwalior and Jhansi were combined together, clear. Moreover, at the same time, Rani Lakshmi Bai revolted at Jhansi, clear. At Jhansi, British recognized him and Jhansi, clear. Rani Lakshmi Bai and Tantia Tope saw the capture of Gwalior, clear. So Gwalior revolt took place because Rani Lakshmi Bai and Tantia Tope captured the region of Gwalior together. So Gwalior also became a center of revolt. Then at Ara we have old Zamindar Kunwar Singh, who revolted because he wanted his zamindari rights over the village of Jagdishpur, which was not acceptable to the British, clear. And finally we have the region of Delhi. And at Delhi, the nominal or the head of the revolt was Bahadur Shah Zafar, the Mughal emperor, who wanted to revive the lost glory of the Mughal Empire, Bahadur Shah Zafar. But on behalf of him, the Mughal forces were led by his military general, Bakht Khan. Military general, Bakht Khan. Clear? So, these were the major centers and the leaders of the revolt. Clear? Leaders of the revolt. Just because none of them were inspired by any sense to liberate India, all of them were guided by their own personal motive and it resulted into their suppression by the British authority. So British authority suppressed the revolt brutally at all these centers, clear, and all these centers resulted into brutal suppression by the end of 1857, clear. So by 1857 this revolt came to an end, and thereafter, after this revolt, major changes began to take place, coming to the consequences of the revolt of 1857, clear. The most important consequence of revolt was the constitutional and administrative changes after 1858, clear, and this was ensured through a very comprehensive legislation known as Government of India Act 1858, and this is also known as Act for better administration in India. So we'll come to the consequences of the mighty revolt of 1857, and that was largely in form of Government of India Act 1858, also known as Act for Better Administration, which brought about structural changes in Indian administration under British government. Clear? So what was the purpose of circulation of lotus and chapatis? It was circulated to indicate that revolt is about to start, and these are all perishable items, cannot be taken as historical sources. Clear? Harshvardhan gave grants of 200 villages for the maintenance of Nalanda University. Clear? So, coming to the consequences of mighty revolt of 1857. Clear? So, looking into the revolt of 1857. Let us go with this revolt of 1857. First of all, the major legislation enacted by British Parliament, that's Government of India Act 1858. We'll start with Government of India Act 1858. Clear? So we'll start with consequences of the revolt tomorrow. Clear? Is it fine? Okay, let us discuss about the questions that was asked in list yesterday. They have given British East India Company question. This was the test given to you yesterday. Just confirm, please. British East India Company and political expansion. This was the test given to you. Let me check. It was given to me also. Is this the test given to all of you? Please let me know. Any one of you? Yes, sir. Okay, fine. Coming to this test then, British East India Company and its political structure. Consider the following statements. Clear? So, coming to this question, first question is, the establishment of British Raj India can be traced back to Battle of Plassey. Yeah, this is right. Battle of Plassey is the decisive one, 1757. This is right. The Treaty of Allahabad heightened the company's authority in economic and administrative space of Bengal. Yeah, they got Diwani rights over Bengal by Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II. This is also right. Straightforward question. Both 1 and 2 is right. Clear. Now, coming to the next one. Clear. Which of the following statements incorrect? With reference to Treaty of 1760. Okay, 1760 that led to end of the rule of Mir Jafar and replacement by Mir Qasim. Fine. Mir Qasim agreed to cede control of Bardhaman, Midnapur and Chittagong. Bardhaman, Midnapur. We have written this, we have discussed directly, this is right. Mir Qasim agreed to clear the company's pending dues. Yeah, 29 lakh rupees was paid. Mir Qasim committed to compensating the company for the military efforts in southern India. Yeah, an agreement allowed tenants from the Nawab city to settle in the company's lands and vice versa. No, this is wrong statement. No such agreement was there with Mir Qasim in 1760. Direct question altogether we had already done in this class. Clear? Coming to the next one. Third question. Clear? Consider the following statement. Statement 1. Under the Treaty of Allahabad, there was no annexation of Awadh by Robert Clive. Clear? Yeah, no annexation was done. Robert Clive, annexation of Awadh was done. Annexation of Allahabad was not done. Rather, Allahabad was promoted as ring fence, that is buffer zone, by the British against other powers like Maratha. So, under the Treaty of Allahabad, there was no annexation of Awadh done. We had discussed Awadh was promoted as ring fence by the British. This statement is right. 2. The agreement with the Nawab converted Awadh into a buffer state, yeah, cultivating a robust friendship between the Nawab and East India Company. Yeah, this is right. Clear? Both. Clear? So, obviously, buffer zone, ring fence. Clear? There's a direct from the class. Both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and statement 2 is the correct explanation of 1. Straightforward from the class itself. Coming to question number 4. During the first Anglo-Mysore war, the Nizam, the Marathas and the English formed an alliance against Hyder Ali. Yeah. During the war only they began to form the alliance. Later on they began to change this alliance. Clear? So first Anglo-Mysore war they formed the alliance against Hyder Ali. Initially they started to fight with Hyder Ali. Clear? Then Nizam supported Hyder Ali. But by the end of the war only the start of this alliance began to break up, and just because of the rising power of Hyder Ali, both Nizam and Maratha switched their loyalty towards the British. So by the end of the war this alliance was established against Hyder Ali. According to Treaty of Madras, Hyder Ali was assured a guaranteed support from these case of aggression from any external force, yeah, and not to interfere in external affairs. That is why Hyder Ali returned back the areas conquered around Madras. Both 1 and 2. Clear? Now, coming to the next one, question number 5. While Tipu extended his support to the French soldier establishment of Jacobin Club at Sringapatnam, he refrained from being a member of the club. No, clear, this is right. He became the member of Jacobin Club. This is wrong statement. Clear, he became a member of Jacobin Club, and that is why he was given the status of Tipu, citizen Tipu. Incurring a war indemnity, Tipu Sultan had to surrender his 2 sons as hostages to the English. Yeah, this is right. He could not pay the war indemnity, so he had to surrender 2 hostages under the Treaty of Sringapatnam. Tipu Sultan credited with protecting Hindu temples within his reign. Clear. Tipu Sultan credited with protecting Hindu temples, not large number of temples. The word is temples here. Clear? Temples here. He only protected, or rather he reconstructed temples, but he did not protect that temple. Reconstruction of temple was done, and this was Sringeri temple. Sringeri temple, meant for the worship of goddess Sharda. Meant for the worship of goddess Sharda. Clear? So he did not protect temples created, but he reconstructed and repaired one temple, Sringeri temple, goddess Sharda, on the request of the chief priest. This temple was destroyed by the Marathas. So this statement can also not be taken right. So only second statement is wrong. Clear? So Jacobin Club is wrong. Then Hindu temple is wrong. Incurring a war indemnity. Yeah, this is right. That was taken. 2 sons were taken hostages by Lord Cornwallis. Clear? Then question number 6. Consider the following statement regarding the Maratha Confederacy. Each confederacy had its own independent sphere of influence, free from direct control by the then Maratha king Sahu. No, formal control of Sahu was there, free from direct control. Sahu still maintained direct control over the Maratha Confederacy. This is a wrong statement. Clear. It was started by Peshwa Bajirao first to manage the rapidly expanding Maratha power. Initially, he started dividing the kingdom in for efficient administration, that is right, and that got ultimately divided into 5 principalities, that is Gaikwad at Baroda, Peshwa at Pune, Sindhya at Gwalior, Holkar at Indore, and at the same time Bhosle at Nagpur. So second statement is right. Clear? Coming to the next one, question number 7. Consider the following statement regarding outcomes of First Anglo-Maratha War. First one. Salsette and Bassein were under the control of East India Company. Yeah. First Anglo-Maratha War that ended with Treaty of Salbai. Ceasefire for 20 years. The Marathas pledged not to surrender additional provinces to the French. Yeah. It was made clear that Marathas will not surrender any territory to the French. Madhav Rao, second son of Narayan Rao, was acknowledged by English as the Peshwa, because Madhav Rao succeeded Narayan Rao in 1773 and remained as Peshwa till 1795, to be followed by Baji Rao II, who was the son of was the second of Raghunath Rao. So all the 3 statements are right about Marathas. Coming to the next one, the 8th one. Which among the following are the cause of the outbreak of First Anglo-Sikh War? First Anglo-Sikh War. The crossing of the river Satluj by Sikh army was viewed by the English as provocative move. Yeah, 1799 we had discussed that Maharaja Ranjit Singh went up to the region of Satluj. Chaos ensued in the Lahore kingdom following the demise of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, resulting in power struggle. Here we had discussed 4 rulers succeeded in quick succession from 1839 to 45, and these rulers were Kharak Singh, Naunihal Singh, Sej Singh and Dalip Singh. Military expeditions by the English to incorporate Gwalior and Sindh, which was not acceptable to Punjab because Sindh was very close to Punjab. So all these factors resulted into First Anglo-Sikh War, and importantly Tej Singh and Lal Singh also invited British to attack Punjab, leading to First Anglo-Sikh War. So all the 3 clear. This statement are right. Coming to the 9th one, 9th question. Consider the following statement regarding Treaty of Sugauli. Sugauli was basically with Nepal. This treaty was signed with Nepal in 1816 after the First Anglo-Nepalese War. After the First Anglo-Nepalese War. Gorkhas received better facilities for trade with Central Asia? No. But Gorkhas were recruited large number in British, clear, and they became martial race. The Gorkhas joined the British Indian army in large numbers, yeah. We had discussed right now only. They became very important component of Indian sepoys. Nepal accepted a British resident. No, here it was not British resident. It was British resident with Burma. Clear? Not it. Nepal. Clear? So the Gurkhas joined the British army in large numbers. That is why they were protesting against the scheme of the government whereby it was decided, clear, and decided not to recruit large number of forces from other parts, including Nepal, and therefore it was Agniveer scheme. And the large number of Gurkhas protested against Agniveer scheme, which was not suited to their interest. So only two. Second statement is right. Question number 10. Consider the following regarding Anglo-Burmese War. Okay. First war concluded peace with Treaty of Yandabo. This is right. We had discussed 1826. The second war was the result of imperialist policy of Dalhousie. Yeah, he conquered Lower Burma or Pegu. 1852. Lower Burma or Pegu. The third war took place during the viceroy of Lord Ripon. No, this is wrong. Clear? It was the viceroy at that time was Lord Dufferin. Lord Dufferin was the viceroy. 1885, the war took place. Clear? First war is from 1824 to 26. So how many this time given are incorrect? Clear? So incorrect. Only one is incorrect. That is the third one. So 1 and 2 are correct. So only one. Because they have asked incorrect. So on incorrect is only one. That is the third one. First and second statement are right. Clear? Here also right, Treaty of Yandabo was signed and Governor General at this time was Lord Amherst. Lord Amherst. Second war was Governor General was Lord Dalhousie. Lord Dalhousie. And during the third Anglo-Burmese war, the Governor General was Lord Dufferin. Clear? Lord Dufferin. It's clear. So 10 questions, all these questions done. Clear. So these are the things to be completed. Clear. How did miniature paintings develop during Pala period if the paper came to India in around 12th century? They began to pick miniature paintings on clothes. That is semi-wet conditions or clothes began to be largely used. Clear. After clothes later on, the paper came and paper began to be used for miniature paintings in medieval India. It's clear. All the questions done. Anything else to be asked? Clear. Did Brahmanism shift to Hinduism during Gupta era? Yeah, Brahmanism got converted into Hinduism in Gupta period around 5th century AD when concept of Trinity of Gods came, that there is Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu and Lord Shiv began to be worshipped in different capacities, and thereafter large number of people began to follow this religion, and this religion became an all-encompassing religion as Lord Vishnu began to worship in form of 10 avatars or 10 avatars, and this among these avatars even Gautam Buddha began to be regarded as an avatar of Lord Vishnu, and just because of this only Buddhism got absorbed into Brahmanism in course of time. Clear? In question 9, options second and third are correct. Now I'll come to question number 9. Question number 9. Gurkhas received. Question number 9. Gurkhas received better facilities for trade with Central Asia. Yeah, how many of the above statements are correct? Clear? Gurkhas received better facilities for trade with Central Asia. No. Gurkhas joined the British Indian Army in large numbers. This is right. Nepal accepted a British resident here also. Only 2. How many of the statements correct? Only 2. Yeah, Nepal also accepted a British resident. Sorry, clear? It was not only Burma, but Nepal also accepted a British resident, clear, in its capital city. But this is one is wrong. Gurkhas received better facilities for trade in Central Asia. No. The second and third are right. How many of our statements correct? Only 2. This would be correct. Clear? Clear. British accept a British resident under Sugali. Clear. So only 2. Clear. So Sugali under they accepted a British resident in his headquarters, like Burma also accepted. So 2 and 3 are right. Only 2. Both the statements right. First one is wrong. Clear. First one is wrong. Gurkhas received better facilities for trade with Central Asia. It's clear. So these were the major questions to be discussed. Anything else to be asked? Tomorrow we'll start with consequences of the mighty revolt of 1857. What major changes took place after the mighty revolt of 1857. Clear? So we'll come to these major constitutional and administrative changes after the mighty revolt of 1857. Question number 5. Okay, fine. Coming to question number 5. Question number 5. Yes, this is the question. Consider for that while Tipu extended support to the French soldiers establishing a Jacobin club at Sringapatnam, he refrained from becoming a member of the Jacobin club. No, this is wrong. He became a member of Jacobin club. Clear? Incurring a war indemnity, Tipu Sultan had to surrender his 2 sons as hostages to the English. Yeah, this is right. 2 sons were taken hostages by Lord Cornwallis, as he could not pay huge indemnity amount. Tipu Sultan credited with protecting Hindu temples within his reign. Protecting Hindu temples within his reign. Not protecting but reconstructed temples. If this is taken in this sense that he protected, he was not basically protecting, but he reconstructed the temple of Sringeri. Reconstructed the temple of Sringeri. Clear, not protecting, but if you look into that in this context of one temple, that is Sringeri, you can mark this statement also right. In this context, you may be saying, so obviously if this is taken care, it can be a right statement, but in general, he didn't go for protecting large number of temples, but since these temples got destroyed by Marathas, on the request of chief priest of Sringeri temple, he reconstructed only one temple, clear? And this temple was Sringeri temple meant for goddess Sharda. So generically, we cannot use the term, but if you're looking from Sringeri temple perspective, this statement can be right. So in this case, it will be only two. 2 statements are right, 1 is wrong. Clear? That is for sure, because he became a member of Jacobin club, and that is why he was given the title of Citizen Tipu. Question number 5. Clear? This is one thing. And question number 4 also. Okay, fine. Coming to question number 4. During the first Anglo-Mysore war, the Nizam, the Marathas and English formed an alliance against Hyder Ali. See, again I'll let you know, clear? Normally this alliance was first established by Hyder Ali only, clear? See, I'll explain this, clear? Triple alliance was originally established by Hyder Ali. It comprised of Mysore, Marathas and Nizam. Clear? In fact, in the first Anglo-Mysore war, Nizam gave full support to Hyder Ali, no doubt about it. Clear? But by the end of the first Anglo-Mysore war only, triple alliance got broke away as Tipu's Hyder Ali was about to become victorious. Why? Because the Mysore and Marathas and Nizam became jealous of the rapid rise of Hyder Ali, and to stop the rapid rise of Hyder Ali, Marathas and Nizam switched their loyalty towards British. So triple alliance shifted from Mysore to the British, and therefore triple alliance came to an existence between British, Marathas and Nizam. So during the first Anglo-Mysore war, the Nizam, the Marathas and the English formed an alliance against the Hyder Ali. So this statement will be right, clear? Because they formed an alliance against the Hyder Ali, but later course of time. For your understanding, initially this alliance was established by Hyder Ali, but it switched their loyalty by Marathas and Nizam by the end of this war due to rapid rise of Hyder Ali, and therefore the alliance came into existence. So this is also right, even this is also right. The statement cannot be denied. According to the Treaty of Madras, Hyder Ali was assured a guaranteed support from the English in case of aggression from any external trade. Clear? This is right, clear? So external force, so this was right. So both 1 and 2 are right. No confusion altogether in this question. Question number 4. So first Anglo-Mysore war, Hyder Ali formed triple alliance with Maratha. We have explained this concept, but some scholar believes that Irfan have said that protecting also is one seminar. Protecting also in one seminar. Clear? See, in general, if you look into that protecting, he reconstructed the temples. Clear? There's some confusion related to Tipu Sultans. There are large number of scholars in the like S.L. Bhairappa. Clear? S.L. Bhairappa write in Kannada language. He writes that Tipu Sultan did not protect temples, temples. He only reconstructed one temple, that is the temple of Sringeri. So it cannot be accepted that he was going for protection. But if you take in context of Sringeri temple, you can accept the statement that he was basically known for protecting temples. Clear. So Aizal Bharappa is a big writer, Kannada writer Kannada writer in South India. Clear. All the questions done. In the last session, we were discussing about the major revolts and rebellions that took place during the rule of British East India Company before 1857. Clear. At the same time, we also began to discuss about the mighty revolt of 1857. The mighty revolt of 1857 took place. It took place in the northern and central part of India that gave tough challenge to the British authority. And thereafter, clear, we also need to understand that this revolt was suppressed by the British within short span of time. The revolt came to an end in the entire northern and central part of India, and this resulted into long-term and short-term consequences. Major changes were introduced in Indian administration, and this marked the beginning of second phase of modern India when India came under the rule of British Crown. Clear? So how India got transferred from company's rule to crown's rule. Will come to these developments that took place after the mighty revolt of 1857, coming to these major consequences. Clear? So after discussing about the factors that led to this revolt and at the same time the major regions of this revolt, now will come to the consequences of the mighty revolt of 1857. Clear? So let us discuss about the consequences of the revolt of 1857. Okay? So consequences of the revolt of 1857. Clear? Now coming to these consequences, first of all, clear, as soon as the revolt was brutally suppressed in India, British Crown that has been, or British Parliament in London that has been curtailing the powers and authority of British East India Company since the Regulating Act of 1773, got ample opportunity to give decisive blow to British East India Company, and therefore British Parliament enacted a comprehensive legislation which is known as Government of India Act 1858. We use the phrase Government of India Act basically to mean long-term structural changes in Indian administration marked by paradigm shift. So whenever we use the phrase Government of India Act, it would mean structural changes marked by paradigm shift in British policy, and three such legislations of comprehensive character were enacted by the British Parliament. One was in 1858, second in 1919, and third one in 1935. Clear? So coming to the major changes introduced under Government of India Act 1858. This act is also known as Act for Better Administration in India. Clear? So one of the major consequence was enactment of a comprehensive act. This comprehensive act is known as Government of India Act 1858, which is also known as Act for Better Administration in India. Clear? Now, what were the constitutional effect of this act? Clear? Coming to the constitutional effect of this act, first of all, clear? While enacting this act in 1858, even Queen's Proclamation was issued in 1858, and according to Queen's Proclamation, clear, it was decided to establish proper administration in India, and all the Queen's Proclamation were also included under Government of India Act 1858. Clear? Now, first of all, the major change that took place was end of East India Company's role. Clear? So it marked the end of British East India company's role. Clear? So British East India Company could not rule over India, even though the company could exist only as commercial entity in India to carry forward the trading activities. The company could not have any political or administrative power. Clear? Under such circumstances, clear, it was made clear that company, or rather Indian territory, would be administered directly by British Crown. Clear? So British Crown was supposed to look after Indian affairs, and British Crown began to look after Indian affairs through an officer who was a member of British cabinet, and this officer was designated as the Secretary of State for India, the Secretary of State for India in London. Clear? And this Secretary of State was to be assisted by 15 other members. Clear? 15 other members, and among those 15 members, which was to support or which was to look after Indian affairs, it was made clear that 8 were to be appointed by British Crown. So 8 could be appointed by British Crown and 7 by the Court of Directors in London. Clear? So 8 of them were to be appointed and nominated by British Crown, and 7 of them were to be nominated or appointed by Court of Directors, because still the company was to exist in India for commercial activities. Clear? And with establishment of Secretary of State for India, obviously the Board of Control, the earlier parliamentary body which was established in Pitt's India Act, was abolished. Clear? So Board of Control was abolished and it was replaced by a larger body known as India House in London. This India House in London was to be headed by Secretary of State for India, who was to be assisted by 15 other members. At the same time, third major was change in the designation of the Governor General of India. Clear? Change in the designation of the Governor General of India. Now, Governor General of India was to be formally known as the Viceroy in India. Why Viceroy? Because he was to act directly as representative of British Crown in India. So he was to be known as Viceroy when he was supposed to act on behalf of British Crown in India. For example, signing any treaty or agreement with the rulers of princely states, native states in India. But for all practical purposes, he was still to be known as Governor General of India, because with this title, even British and Indians were fairly acquainted by this time. Clear? So this was another major development. Clear? At the same time, clear, honoring of previous treaties were ensured. Honoring of previous treaties, especially with princely states of India. Clear? So they decided to honor the previous treaties. So honoring of the previous treaties with the princely states of India. Now, why princely states and why they were very important by this time? Clear? As soon as British Crown took charge of Indian territory, British Crown announced that no more policy of political annexation shall be followed in India, and therefore with this declaration the entire Indian territory got divided into two parts known as British India and the princely states. Clear? And all these princely states, their independence and sovereignty was to be maintained, and all the treaties signed with them earlier, clear, like the treaties like Karoli and the Sirohi that concluded treaties, they were to be honored by British Parliament and British Crown. Clear? And why such treatment given? Because all the rulers of princely states, they supported the British in suppressing the revolt of 1857. In fact, in the words of Lord Canning, clear, the princely states acted as breakwaters in the storm. Clear? So 1857 revolt was like a storm, and it was stopped largely by the breakwaters provided by the princely states of India. Clear? So large policies were changed and all of them were in favor of the princely states of India. Moreover, this act also marked centralization of administration in India. So it was marked by peak of centralization of administration in India. Coming to centralization of administration. Clear? So what do mean the centralization? All major powers of administration were to be confined with the Secretary of State for India, who was to exercise his power through Viceroy in India, and therefore, clear, major powers got centered in London, and it was marked by complete centralization, peak of centralization of British administration in India. Clear? So these were major changes related to Government of India Act 1858. Clear? Apart from this, some structural changes were introduced, and among these structural changes, it was made clear that there would be a separate legislature and executive at central level. The central executive to be known as the Central Executive Council, to be headed by Governor General, and legislature to be headed by Central Legislative Council by Speaker. Clear? But one thing must be noted, that Central Legislative Council was to act merely as advisory body. Clear? Real powers to be vested with Governor General's Executive Council. Clear? At the same time, all major areas that came under British Crown was divided into 11 provinces, and even at 11 provincial level, there was to be Provincial Executive Council headed by Governor and Provincial Legislative Council headed by Speaker, and even at provincial level, the Provincial Legislative Council was to act as advisory bodies. Clear? So it was also to act as advisory bodies, and these advisory bodies were at both central and provincial level. Clear? So these structural changes were also introduced under Government of India Act 1858. This was one major consequence of the consequence of the revolt of 1857. Clear? Apart from this, some major changes were introduced in army and military establishment because they faced a very violent revolt, that is revolt of 1857. Changes in army are important. Clear? So some major changes were introduced in army. Coming to the changes in army, Indian sepoys, very prominent one. Clear? What were the changes in army? Number one, clear. First of all, amalgamation of the troops of company and the crown. Clear? So it resulted with coming of power of British crown. It resulted into amalgamation of amalgamation of the forces, amalgamation of the forces of the company and the crown. Company and the crown. This was one major change. The two forces were come together, and that came to be known as the King's Force. It came to be known as the King's Force. This was first major change in army. Second was artillery was placed exclusively under British control. So artillery, Atishbazi, was exclusively placed in British hands. It was not to be left under Indian hands. Exclusively placed in British hand. Placed in British hand. This was second major change. Clear. Third major, increase in number of European forces. Increase in number of European forces. Increase in number of European forces. That was the factor. Clear. Then increased expenditure in army. Increased expenditure in army. Increased expenditure in army and complete disbanding of Bengal army. Disbanding of Bengal army. And moreover, the Indian sepoys were divided into martial and non-martial race. Six Pathans and Gurkhas were declared to be martial, and at the same time, forces of Awadh and Bengal were declared to be non-martial. That is not fit for military training. Clear? So all these were changes in army introduced by British after mighty revolt of 1857. Clear? At the same time, clear, British authority also began to adopt reactionary measures against Indian masses. In fact, according to Percival Spear, the India's honeymoon with progress was over because British became highly reactionary after mighty revolt of 1857, and as a mark of dividing the people of India, British began to play the game of divide and rule along religious lines. Clear. British started to appease the Muslim masses, and this policy of appeasement started towards Muslim masses with with an important work titled as Indian Musalman, written by W. Hunter in 1870. Clear? With this work, Indian Musalman, written by W. Hunter, they began to appease the Muslim masses in order to basically segregate them from the mainstream section and to play with the sentiments to promote religious communalism in India. So, divide and rule also became a distinctive feature of British policies after the mighty revolt of 1857. These were major developments immediately after the mighty revolt of 1857. Meanwhile, while enacting or making these changes, Central Legislative Council came into being, and it was made clear that further incremental changes in Indian affairs can be introduced through Indian Council Act of 1861. Clear? So it was known as Indian Council Act because it was enacted within India through Central Legislative Council. The act came to be known as Indian Council Act of 1861. We'll come to Indian Council Act of 1861 separately. Clear? Now, first of all, coming to the major developments, and the major developments was after this was that by the second half of 19th century, a new trend was witnessed in India, and this trend is known as trend of Indian Renaissance or revival of Indian culture and Indian society, and therefore it was marked by reformist and revivalist movement. Clear? So Indian Renaissance began to take place by the second half of 19th century. In fact, clear, it started in the beginning of 19th century itself. So coming to the next major development, that next major development was beginning of Indian Renaissance. We'll come to that separately. First of all, we have a question. So Charles Wood was the first Secretary of the State for India. Yeah, Charles Wood became the first Secretary of State for India, and he was there as a member of Board of Control before the mighty revolt of 1857. Apart from administrative streamlining, what were the other achievements of Government of India Act 1858? We discussed clear establishment of structural changes in administration, like establishment of Central Executive Council, Legislative Council, Provincial Executive Council, Provincial Legislative Council, even the decision to enact legislations within India through Central Legislative Council to be known as Indian Councils Act. With respect to the revolt of 1857, what is the difference between theory of appeasement and general mercy? Theory of appeasement was basically towards the Muslim masses in India, and general mercy was basically to pardon the military persons or officers or Indian rulers who participated in the mighty revolt of 1857. So mercy was basically to just forgive them for revolting against the British. Appeasement was a long-term aspect that started towards the Muslim masses and leaders in India. So why the princely states, in spite of being a part of India, were in the side of British company? Is there no sense of nationalism present between the people? No. Clear. Do understand one thing. By the middle of 19th century, India was just a geographical expression without any sense of nationalism. Since sense of nationalism was completely missing, clear, it resulted into localized revolt. It resulted into uncoordinated plan of action. And just because of this large number of princely states, in order to remain sovereign, they supported the British in suppressing the revolt of 1857. There was lack of nationalism in the middle of 19th century. Clear? Now coming to the next topic. So we had discussed about causes of the revolt of 1857. Then we had discussed about the sequence of the revolt of 1857, suppression also, and lastly consequences as well. Other consequences will follow with course of time when we'll discuss other major areas as well. Clear? Meanwhile, side by side, another development that took place, this development is known as Indian Renaissance. Clear? So Indian Renaissance took place in the 19th century, and when this Indian Renaissance took place, clear, Indian Renaissance was marked by revival and reform of Indian culture and religion. Clear? Indian culture and religion. Coming to Indian Renaissance. Clear? First of all, I'll let you know. As far as Indian Renaissance means rebirth. Clear? Indian Renaissance started in two major forms. One was basically reformist, in form of reformist trend, and other in form of revivalist trend. So revival of Indian culture, rebirth of Indian culture took place in two major forms, two categories, that is reformist and revivalist. What is the difference we need to understand? Clear? First of all, reformist and revivalist. Reformists were influenced by Western education, and thought. Western education and thought. Clear? Revivalist was basically based on Indian education and thought. Indian education and thought. Clear? At the same time, who were the major reformists? The first major reformist was Raja Ram Mohan Roy. He was the first one. Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Then we have Henry Vivian Derozio, a young intellect. Henry Vivian Derozio. Clear? And at the same time, we have Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. All of them were reformist. Clear? Highly supported Western education and culture. So reformist and revivalist. Clear? Now, who were basically revivalist? Clear? Coming to the major revivalists. The first among them was Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Also known as Mool Shankar. Then we have Vivekanand. Swami Vivekanand. Then Ramakrishna Paramhans, his teacher. Ramakrishna Paramhans. He was the teacher of Swami Vivekanand. And at the same time, we have Deoband School of Deoband scholars, and Deoband scholars included Muhammad Qasim Banotwi, and Rashid Ahmad Gangohi. and Rashid Ahmad. Welcome to the one score. So reformist and revivalist. Clear? So Western education and thought, Indian education thought, and these were the prominent reformists, these were the prominent revivalists. Clear? So all these are considered to be very important. Now coming to Hindu Renaissance and Reformation. It will go to then Islamic Reformation and Revivalism. First of all, coming to Hindu Renaissance and reformation that started to take place. Clear? Coming to the religion of Hinduism, first of all. Clear? In Hinduism, the first major person who started reform and reformation was Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Clear? Now something about Raja Ram Mohan Roy, very prominent one, who established an organization known as Brahma Samaj. Clear? So coming to the first one, that is Raja Ram Mohan Roy, the father of Indian NASA, the first reformer in India. Clear? He was born in 1772 and died in the year 1833. Clear? So he died in 1833 at Bristol in Britain. His last rites were performed according to Christian rituals. Clear? So coming to Raja Ram Mohan Roy, what were the major contributions of Raja Ram Mohan Roy, who established Brahma Samaj in India? Clear? First of all, Raja Ram Mohan Roy strongly advocated belief and worship of one single God or monotheism, and at the same time he advocated religious beliefs and practices to be based on rationality and scientific logic. Clear? Rather than on blind following. So Raja Ram Mohan Roy emphasized on scientific logic and reasoning, and at the same time belief in worshipping of one single God. Clear? And in order to promulgate his ideas, he established several institutions and organizations, starting with Atmiya Sabha. Clear? So we'll have to understand phases of reforms and organizations established by Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Clear? First of all, Raja Ram Mohan Roy established Atmiya Sabha in 1814. Atmiya Sabha was established basically to promote the principle of monotheism, belief in one single God, and at the same time, in order to promote religious principles on the basis of scientific reasoning and logic. In course of time, large number of people joined the movement of Brahma Samaj, joined the movement of Raja Ram Mohan Roy, and thereafter it was converted into another body, and that body is known as Brahma. That body is known as Brahma Sabha, known as Brahma Sabha in 1828, which was converted into Brahma Samaj in 1829. Clear? Brahm Samaj in 1829, and in establishment of Brahm Sabha followed by Brahm Samaj, Raja Ram Mohan Roy was largely supported by another reformer, and this reformer was Dwarka Nath Tagore. Clear? So Dwarka Nath Tagore also played an important role in the establishment of Brahma Sabha and Brahma Samaj in 1828 and 1829 respectively. Clear? After Brahma Samaj, clear? Brahma Samaj, Raja Ram Mohan Roy died in 1833. He went to Britain to ask for increment in the amount of pension of Mughal Emperor Akbar II. In fact, Akbar II only gave him the title of Raja. And when Raja Ram Mohan Roy was there in Britain, he died in 1833 at Bristol. Clear? At the same time, so after his departure from India, the Brahma Samaj was left leaderless, and the popularity of Brahma Samaj began to get affected. In the course of time, Brahma Samaj was again revived, and this revival was done by another reformer, Dwarka Nath Tagore, who joined Brahma Samaj. Devendranath Tagore And Debindranath Tagore had already established his own organization, Bengal, known as Tattva Bodhini Sabha in 1839. And with all the members of Tattva Bodhini Sabha, he joined Brahm Samaj in 1842. Clear? So next major development was that Debendranath Debendranath Tagore joined the organization. Debendranath Tagore joined the organization in 1842. He had already established an organization known as Tattva Bodhini Sabha. Tattva Bodhini Sabha in 1839, and all the members of Tattva Bodhini Sabha joined Brahm Samaj. That led to huge following of Brahm Samaj. Tattva Bodhini Sabha was propagating its message through a paper published by Debendranath Tagore. This paper was titled as Tattva Bodhini Patrika. Tattvabodhini Patrika. Clear? Now, at the same time, after some time, clear, when Debendranath Tagore was heading this organization, a great social reformer of Bengal, Keshav Chandra Sen, joined Brahm Samaj in 1858 and advocated radical ideas, especially to prohibit child marriage. But his radical ideas was not acceptable to Debendranath Tagore. Debendranath Tagore asked Keshav Chandra Sen to leave the Brahm Samaj, clear, and Keshav Chandra Sen with his followers left the Brahm Samaj in 1865 and established his own organization known as Brahm Samaj of India. Clear? So from Brahm Samaj, another organization born known as Brahm Samaj of India in 1866 by Keshav Chandra Sen. Clear? So under the leadership of Keshav Chandra Sen, another organization known as Brahm Samaj of India was established in 1866 that even advocated prohibition towards child marriages in India. Clear? At the same time, the Brahm Samaj under Debendranath Tagore came to be known as the Old Brahm Samaj or Adi Brahm Samaj under Debendranath Tagore in 1866. Clear? This was another development. The development took place. Clear? Now after this, clear? So Brahm Samaj under Keshav Chandra Sen. But very soon Keshav Chandra Sen himself got his daughter married to the Prince of Kuch Bihar. She was a minor daughter married, and this was a great setback to the followers of Keshav Chandra Sen who were crusading against child marriage. Large number of followers of Keshav Chandra Sen moved away from Brahm Samaj of India and established their own organization. This organization was known as Sadharan Brahm Samaj. Sadharan Brahm Samaj in 1878. Clear? So Brahm Samaj was developed in this way. Phases of Brahm Samaj. First of all, Atmiya Sabha, then Brahm Sabha and followed by Brahm Samaj. Then Tattvabodhini Sabha joined this organization under Debendranath Tagore. Then it led to further split under Keshav Chandra Sen known as Brahm Samaj of India. Further split in Brahm Samaj of India into Sadharan Brahm Samaj in 1878. Clear? Big development took place in the reformist movement started by Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Clear? This was a big development that took place. At the same time, after Raja Ram Mohan Roy, the next major reformer of Bengal was Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. And Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar started a movement in favor of widow remarriages in India, and under his pressure only British authority and the Lord Viceroy enacted a legislation towards widow remarriages in India, and widow remarriages were declared to be legal in 1856. Clear? So major development took place in form of widow remarriages movement under Ishwar Chand Vidyasagar. Clear? After this, the next major reformer of Bengal after this was Henry Vivian de Rosio, coming to this movement under Henry Vivian de Rosio. Clear? So looking into this another reformer, Henry Vivian de Rosio. Henry Vivian Derozio. Clear? So, first of all, to understand Henry Vivian Derozio, we need to understand that under the guidance of Raja Ram Mohan Roy only, a leading educational institution was established in Bengal known as the Hindu College at Calcutta in 1817, and the leading role in establishment of Hindu College at Calcutta was played by a Dutch national, David Hare. Clear? So David Hare was here to promote education. With support of Raja Ram Mohan Roy, he established Hindu College at Calcutta in 1817. Thereafter, Raja Ram Mohan Roy established his own educational institution known as the Vedanta College at Calcutta in 1825. Clear? Now, coming to the contribution of Henry Vivian Derozio. Why we had discussed Hindu College? Because Henry Vivian Derozio was closely connected with the Hindu College at Calcutta established in 1817. In fact, Hindu College at Calcutta acted as a very important center to promote nationalism and social awareness among people of Bengal. Clear? And a radical movement started in the Hindu College of Calcutta, and this was known as Young Bengal Movement. Clear? So within the Hindu College at Calcutta, established in 1817, within Hindu College at Calcutta, established in 1817, a radical movement started, and this radical movement started within the premises of this college was Young Bengal Movement. Clear? Because it was started by the youths of Bengal, therefore it was known as Young Bengal Movement. And this Young Bengal Movement was led by Henry Vivian Derozio, who was a teacher of Hindu College. Clear? So he was a teacher in Hindu College, and he was born in 1809. So he was a young person at the same time who started basically the reform in Hindu College. Clear? He was of mixed or parentage. Clear? His father was a Portuguese, his mother was an Indian. Clear? So Henry Vivian Derozio proved to be Anglo-Indian. His father was Portuguese, his mother was Indian. Clear? And in 1826, at the age of 17 only, clear, he joined the Hindu College as a teacher and taught there till 1831. Clear? Derozio was deeply influenced by revolutionary ideas like liberty, equality, and fraternity of French Revolution. So French Revolution had deep impact on Derozio, and influenced by French Revolution promoted the ideas of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Clear? He inspired his students to think on the lines of liberty, equality, and fraternity, and therefore he began to compose several poems to promote liberty, equality, and fraternity, and that is why he is regarded as the first nationalist poet of India. Clear? So Henry Vivian Derozio is regarded as the first nationalist poet of India, first nationalist poet of India in the 19th century. Clear? Just because of his radical ideas, he was removed from the Hindu College at Calcutta, and at the age of 22, he died due to prolonged illness. So he died at the young age of 22 only after being asked to leave the Hindu College at Calcutta. Clear? But at the same time, clear, even though he died at the age of 22, Young Bengal Movement remained to be a popular movement in Bengal. Large number of people joined Young Bengal Movement, and at the same time, they all came to be known as Derosians. Clear? And there was a large mark left by Derosians in history and culture of Bengal. Clear? Now, coming to some prominent leaders who were known as Derosians, who joined the Young Bengal Movement, and at the same time considered to be very important one. And why they are important? Because our Prime Minister has emphasized that they are unsung heroes of Indian national movement, and their contribution cannot be ignored. Clear? So their contributions also are considered to be very important to reform Indian society. Coming to the major unsung heroes of international movement, also known as the Derosians. Clear? So coming to Derosians, so even though Henry Vivian Derozio died at the young age of 22, he left a large indelible mark in the history of Bengal, and several leaders of Bengal and other parts of India joined the Young Bengal Movement to be known as Derosians. Clear? So all of them are known as Derosians, as they believed in the philosophy of Derozio, marked by liberty, equality, and fraternity. Clear? Coming to these Derosians. Clear? First was Krishna Mohan Banerjee. Krishna Mohan Banerjee. First among them was Krishna Mohan Banerjee in the 19th century. Then we have Tara Chandra Chakraborty. Tara Chandra Tarachand Chakraborty. Then we have Sib Chandra Deb. Sib Chandra Dev. Sib Chandra Dev. Clear. Then we have Hara Chandra Ghosh. Hara Chandra Ghosh. Hara Chandra Ghosh. Then Ram Gopal Ghosh. Ram Gopal Ghosh. Ram Gopal Ghosh. Then Ram Tanu Lahiri. Ram Tanu Lahiri. Ram Tanu Lahiri. Clear. Right. Rasik Krishna Malik. Rasik Krishna Malik. Rasik Krishna Malik. Clear. Then Peri Chand Mitra. Peri Chandra Mitra. Write these names. They can ask you. Clear. Peri Chandra Mitra. Then ninth one is Dakshina Ranjan Mukherjee. Dakshina Ranjan. Dakshina Ranjan Mukherjee. Dakshina Ranjan Mukherjee and Radhanath Sikdar. And Radhanath Sikdar. Clear? In Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, these also are considered to be a very prominent one, which is being promoted by Ministry of Culture in India these days. Clear? So they are known as unsung heroes of national movement and modern India. So you should know about them. Their contributions cannot be ignored. So remember, there's 10 of them, all known as Derosians. Krishna Mohan Banerjee, Tarachand Chakraborty, Sib Chandra Dev, Hara Chandra Ghosh, Ram Gopal Ghosh, Ram Tanu Lahiri, Rasika Krishna Malik, Peri Chandra Mitra, Dakshina Ranjan Mukherjee and Radhanath Sikdar. Clear? They played important role, but obviously the Derosians or rather young Bengal movement could not be sustained for long because obviously Henry Bivin Derosio died at the young age of 22 years, considered to be a reformist. Clear? So these were major reformists of 19th century. That is Raja Ram Mohan Roy. We had discussed about them. Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Ishwar Chand Vidrasagar and Henry Bivin Derosio. We'll come to Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. We'll discuss about the socio-religious reform movement within Islamic community. Now coming to revivalists within Hindu religion. And among the revivalists within Hindu religion, the first name that comes is Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Clear? So we'll come to Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Look into this person. Clear? So coming to Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Swami Dayanand Saraswati. It remains always in news. Clear? So coming to this great leader, Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Clear? So Swami Dayanand Saraswati, he was born in 1824, 19th century, 1824, and he died in the year 1883. Clear? So Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Clear? Years may not be important, but just to have the knowledge, just to have this understanding. Coming to this. Clear? Swami Dayanand Saraswati, originally known as clear, all clear. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar came as both revivalist and reformist. Yeah, he can be taken. See, there's no strict line of differentiation. Only some leaders like Raja Ram Mohan Roy, pure reformist, then Swami Dayanand Saraswati, pure revivalist, but others can be considered reformists and revivalists. Swami Vivekanand sometimes taken as a reformist, sometimes taken as a revivalist also. Clear? So it can be clear. So Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar was a great patronage of Sanskrit language. Obviously, he was known as ocean of knowledge, known as Vidyasagar. Clear? So Fakir of Jangira, metrical tale and other poems. Fakir of Jangira was written by Henry Vivant de Rosio, and that is why he is known as the first nationalist poet of modern India. Now coming to Swami Dayanand Saraswati, originally known as Mool Shankar, Swami Dayanand Saraswati was born in Gujarat, a region known as Tankara. Clear? He was born at a place known as Tankara in Gujarat in a Brahmin family in 1824. Clear? He was known as Mool Shankar originally, and Swami Dayanand Saraswati emerged to be a great expert of Hindu philosophy, and he believed that the real principles of Hindu religion are contained in the four Vedas, and therefore he wanted all the followers to revert back to the Vedas to understand the true principles, and therefore he gave the slogan of go back to the Vedas. Clear? At the same time, Swami Dayanand Saraswati wanted to consolidate the followers of Hindu faith, and to consolidate the followers of Hindu faith, he started a purification movement known as Shuddhi movement. Clear? So he started purification movement known as Shuddhi movement, whereby he invited all the original followers of Hindu faith to revert back to the religion if they had accepted other religions like Christianity and Islam under different circumstances, and therefore it was a move to consolidate the followers of Hindu religion. Clear? Moreover, to propagate these ideas, Swami Dayanand Saraswati began to publish a paper. This paper is titled as Satyarth Prakash. Satyarth Prakash, and moreover, he established an organization known as Arya Samaj. Okay? Arya Samaj was established originally in 1875 at Lahore, later to be shifted to Bombay in 1877. Clear? Swami Dayanand Saraswati wanted to promote modern and scientific learning along with traditional learning, and therefore, after his death in 1883, the hardcore radical members they established traditional educational center known as Gurukul Pathshala at Haridwar in 1902 under Swami Shraddhanand, and the liberal members established a chain of schools throughout the Indian territory, and all these chain of schools are known as Dhyanand Anglo Vedic schools or DAV schools. Clear? These schools still remains to be most important testament to the relevant role played by our Samaj. Clear? Moreover, clear, Dhyanand Saraswati was a champion of nationalism in India. In fact, at the same time, clear, he was basically wanted to get rid of European influence, and for the first time, he coined the word Swaraj. So the word Swaraj was originally coined by Swami Dayanand Saraswati, who wanted autonomy for Hindu followers and even wanted British to leave India, and therefore he wanted to show autonomy for Indians, known as Swaraj for India. Later on, this word became very popular in course of Indian national movement. Clear? So he was one of the greatest revivalists of modern India, Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Clear? Another great revivalist was Ramakrishna Paramhans and his disciple, that is Narendranath Dutt, known as Swami Vivekanand, who is known as father of Neo-Hinduism, also known as father of Neo-Vedanta. Clear? So coming to these major persons, clear? Ramakrishna Paramhans, Ramakrishna Paramhans, followed by Narendranath Dutt, also known as Swami Vivekanand, who led the establishment of Neo-Hinduism, also known as Neo-Vedanta. Very important one. So Ramakrishna Paramhans first of all, then Swami Vivekanand, and then Neo-Vedanta. Clear? Now coming to all the three things. Clear? Ramakrishna Paramhans was a very important spiritual leader in a famous Kali temple at Calcutta known as the Dakshineshwar temple. And at Dakshineshwar temple at Calcutta, Ramakrishna Paramhans advocated a very relevant concept of Vedanta philosophy. Clear? Vedanta philosophy emphasizes on the relationship between the ultimate creator, that is Brahm, and the soul or Atma in the body or in creature. And therefore, since Vedanta emphasizes on connectivity between the Brahm and the soul, Atma and Paramatma, clear? He said that the soul can be connected with Paramatma by human being by following different paths, clear? But all these paths should be marked by service to mankind. According to Ramakrishna Paramhans, service to mankind is essentially service to God, because if you are serving any human being, you are serving the soul of the Brahm in him, and therefore indirectly you are serving the God himself. Clear? So it became the nucleus of a philosophy known as philosophy of universal brotherhood. That is, serving the human being as common fraternity in order to promote their welfare. This concept came to be known as concept of Neo-Hinduism, concept of Sanatan Dharma, and also came to be known as Neo-Vedanta. Clear? So there can be different paths to ultimate God or creator, but all these paths should be marked by one common thing, that is service to humanity and mankind. And this resulted into new version of Neo-Vedanta, and that promoted the philosophy of universal brotherhood. Such philosophy of Ramakrishna Paramhans was promoted at global level by his disciple, that is Narendranath Dutt, also known as Swami Vivekanand. And Swami Vivekanand participated in the World Conference of Religions at Chicago in 1893, and whereby he gave a very powerful speech advocating universal brotherhood as a core principle of Hinduism. And he therefore began to be regarded as the first modern monk of Hindu faith. And from here, the concept of Sanatan Dharma or Neo Hinduism began to emerge. After returning from the World Conference of Religions at Chicago, Ramakrishna Swami Vivekananda established Ramakrishna Mission at Belur in Bengal in 1897. And the purpose of Ramakrishna Mission was to establish schools, colleges, medical centers to serve the people, largely to serve the mankind. Clear? So all these institutions like public libraries, then reading rooms, schools and colleges that still exist indicate the relevant role played by Ramakrishna Paramhans and his disciple Swami Vivekananda, who promoted service to mankind that resulted to concept of Neo-Vedanta or Neo-Hinduism. Clear? This was very prominent one development that took place in 19th century. Clear? Sir, can you please explain Swaraj meaning as per different prominent leaders and their views? We'll come to Swaraj when we discuss national movement. Clear? What was the concept of Swaraj given by national leaders from different point of time, at different points of time. But Swaraj initially was the word coined by Swami Dayananda Saraswati. Just stick to that as of now. We'll come to Swaraj elaborately. Clear? So Swami Vivekananda became a very important thing. Now, since Swami Vivekananda is considered to be founder of Neo-Vedanta, Sanatan Dharma, Neo-Hinduism, we need to understand his views on different subjects. Clear? Now, just understand he is considered to be one of the greatest leader of Hinduism in contemporary times. Now, what was his views on major issues to understand? Clear? First of all, what were his views on service to mankind? Clear? So, different views of Swami Vivekananda. Clear? First of all, views on worship, views on service to mankind. Clear? First is service to mankind. First is service to mankind. Clear? So, as a humanist, he was a humanist to the core. He believed in giving service to humanity. So, as a humanist to the core, clear? He regarded Jeev or as Shiv. Clear? That is, Jeev means all living being as God. Clear? So, it is through the service of Jeev or human being, Shiva or God can be attained. So, he gave the concept of Jeev as Shiv. Clear? So his philosophy is known as concept of Jeev as Shiv. That is, Jeev means biotic community, living community. Clear? So all living community is God as Shiv. Clear? So while serving the biotic community, we are serving God Shiv itself. Clear? So obviously, if you are basically serving the biotic community, the creatures, you are serving the God, and that is considered to be Jeev as Shiv. So this philosophy is known as philosophy of Jeev as Shiv, which was considered to be very important. He gave several statements also for this, and he said that so long as millions live in hunger and poverty, I consider every person to be a traitor for not serving this community as a betrayal to Shiv, that is the God himself. Clear? So this was his concept on service to mankind. What was his ideas on nationalism? Clear? Ideas of nationalism. He gave some ideas of nationalism also. No, ideas of nationalism. Clear. Nationalism was clear. Swami Vivekananda was a patriotic monk. He promoted the concept of service to mankind, service to country. Clear. And at the same time, he wanted all the young people to work towards liberating India from the foreign rule. Clear. So in his own words, clear, he said that whatever country now wants are muscles of iron and nerves, clear, of steel and granite, wills that nothing can resist. Clear. Only a young men play an active role in this regard, and on the shoulders rests the future of land. So he wanted young people to have nerves of iron and granite to stand against all oppression and to liberate India from all forms of foreign rule. Clear? So he became a very important, and at the same time, clear, he's setting the example of American revolutionaries who had already tasted the fruits of freedom. Vivekananda indirectly instilled the youth of Indian people for inspiration of freedom struggle. Clear? So he basically wanted, or he basically took the example of American leaders. American leaders who liberated India, who liberated their own country from British imperialism or British rule, and 13 British colonies in America became independent in 1783 as War of American Independence. So War of American Independence became successful as American leaders led leaders like basically like the first president itself, and this first president in America fought against British authority to liberate 13 British colonies. Clear? This person or rather all these developments resulted into American independence, and that was taken as example by Swami Vivekananda to say Indian youth also should come forward and they should try to liberate India from all forms of exploitation. Clear? So it was a big development at this time. Several leaders like Thomas Jefferson in America, then at the same time Benjamin Franklin, all of them worked towards liberating the country, and therefore it was taken as example by Swami Vivekananda. Clear? At the same time, he expressed his views on religion and ethics also. Clear? So he expressed his views on religion and ethics as well. What were his views on religion and ethics? Clear? First of all, clear, Swami Vivekananda wanted to make religion highly relevant in nature and to be based on ethical principles. Clear? He said that religion without ethics cannot be accepted, and therefore religion and ethics should go hand in hand. Clear? In fact, he said that religion and ethics should work together from top to bottom to reform the society and to make society modern in nature. So he wanted religion and ethics to be the core principle and twin principles to go together, because without ethics, religious beliefs and practices was immoral in nature, and without morality, religion had no significance. Clear? So he highlighted all these ideas which are very important to promote his views in modern society. Clear? So Swami Vivekananda became very prominent one. Apart from all these reform and revivalist movement within Hinduism, one revivalist movement took place also far away from India, and this took place in the region of North America in form of Theosophical Society. Clear? Theosophical Society was a religious organization related to Hinduism which was established. Theosophical Society related to Hinduism which was established at New York in 1875 by a American national Colonel H.S. Olcott and a Russian lady, Madam H.P. Blavatsky. Madam H.P. Blavatsky. Clear? This organization promoted the concepts like transmigration of soul, a theory of karma, and attainment of moksha or salvation. Clear? But this organization in course of time shifted from New York to Adir near Madras in 1882. And India, this organization was largely promoted by an Irish reformer, Annie Besant, who came to India in 1893. Annie Besant, when she came to India, she began to propagate her ideas through two papers known as New India and Commonwealth. And to promote education among Indians, she established Central Hindu School at Banaras in 1898 that proved to be the nucleus for the establishment of the Banaras Hindu University in 1916 by efforts of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya. So this was another reform started far away from India, but later on came to India in 1882 and became highly popular under Annie Besant. Clear? Now we'll come to political role played by Annie Besant in course of Indian national movement. Clear? Now coming to reformist and revivalist trend within Islamic faith. Clear? And within Islamic faith, reformist and revivalist movement largely took place in the second half of 19th century, and it was under the leadership of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. Clear? So Sir Syed Ahmad Khan is considered to be the greatest reformer of Islamic community in the 19th century. He was born in 1817 at Delhi and died in the year 1898. Clear? Now coming to the views of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. Clear? Sir Syed Ahmad Khan is considered to be one of the most important reformists of Islamic faith, and at the same time he wanted to promote modern and scientific learning among the Muslim masses in India. Clear? And at the same time, clear, he was highly influenced by a great reformer in the first half of 19th century. And in the first half of 19th century, one of the greatest reformer of Islamic faith was a person known as Nawab Abdul Latif. Clear? So in the first half of the 19th century, the greatest reformer of Islamic faith was a person known as Nawab Abdul Latif. Clear? And Nawab Abdul Latif established an organization known as Mohammedan Literary Society. Organization known as Mohammedan Literary Society. Mohammedan Literary Society. Be prepared about Sir Syed Khan because AMU, Aligarh Muslim University, is in news. Clear? So, regarding its minority status, Mohammedan Literary Society, which was established in the year 1863. Clear? So it was established as a prominent institution to promote modern education among Muslim masses in India, and at the same time to remove abuses from Muslim society and to promote Hindu-Muslim unity. Clear? Inspired by Nawab Abdul Latif, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan started a movement in the second half of 19th century. This movement is known as the Aligarh Movement, and by starting Aligarh movement, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan began to propagate his ideas towards promotion of modern and scientific learning as he began to publish a journal. This journal was titled as Tehzibul Akhlaq. Clear? So he began to publish a journal, Tehzibul Akhlaq. Clear? At the same time, he also established an educational institution known as Mohammedan Anglo Oriental College. Mohammedan Anglo Oriental College, MAO College, in 1875 at Aligarh. So established MAU College in 1875 at Aligarh, and this institution only turned out to be one of the largest university in India, known as the Aligarh Muslim University in 1920. Clear? So very important development took place under Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. Clear? And this institution also known as Aligarh School. Clear? And Aligarh School produced large number of important leaders in India. We'll come to these some of the important leaders produced by Aligarh School and Aligarh Movement. Among them, the leaders include Chirag Ali. Who emerged from Aligarh Movement and Aligarh School. Altaf Hussain Hali. Altaf Hussain Hali. He was an Urdu poet. Altaf Hussain Hali. Altaf Hussain Hali, Urdu poet. Then Nazir Ahmad. Then Nazir Ahmad. Maulana Shibli Nomani, important nationalist leader. Maulana Shibli Nomani. And Khuda Bakhsh. Clear? And Khuda Bakhsh. Clear? So Chirag Ali, Altaf Hussain Hali, Nazir Ahmad, Maulana Shibli Nomani and Khuda Bakhsh. All these are leaders emerged from the Aligarh movement and Aligarh School. Clear? Now, in contrast to Aligarh movement or Aligarh School, another school that developed in the second half of 19th century was the Deoband School, also known as the Deoband Movement. Clear? So Deoband School or Deoband Movement, which was established in 1866 in the district of Saharanpur. In western Uttar Pradesh. Clear? This school was established by two prominent leaders, and these leaders were Muhammad Qasim Banotwi and Rashid Ahmad Gangohi. Clear? Saharanpur, Muhammad Qasim Banotwi and Rashid Ahmad Gangohi. Clear? Now, the purpose of this institution was to promote the principles of Islam as mentioned in Holy Quran and Hadith. Hadith contains the teachings of Prophet Muhammad, and at the same time to keep the spirit of jihad, religious war against the British. So to keep the concept of jihad or holy war against the British India, and therefore they remain to be highly nationalist in nature. Clear? So they remain to be highly nationalist in nature, and they remain to, even though they promoted only traditional learning in India. So difference between Aligarh and Deoband school is, even though Aligarh school catered to modern scientific learning, it could not remain on pure nationalist line. But the Deoband school remained to be on pure nationalist line, even though it focused on promoting traditional learning among Islamic people in India. Clear? After Deoband movement, another movement that started in India, this movement is known as the Ahmadiyya movement. Clear? So Muslim leaders also started Ahmadiyya movement in the 19th century, and this Ahmadiyya movement was started by Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. In 1899, by the end of 19th century. Clear? Clear? It was based on principles of Islam, like universal religion, like concept of universal religion and universal humanity. Clear? So this school was opposed to any kind of holy war or jihad, and they promoted the concept of universal brotherhood or Islamic or service to humanity, as it was promoted by Swami Vivekananda within Hindu religion. Clear? At the same time, clear, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was strictly opposed to British authority and their influence on Indian culture, including Islamic faith. And he wanted to promote true Islamic religion to be promoted in India. And therefore, Ahmadiyya movement was more of revivalist in nature. They wanted to revive. So both Deoband school and Ahmadiyya movement were revivalist in nature, as they wanted to revive the true principles of Islam, and both of them were totally opposed to influence of British authority on India, foreign authority on India. Clear? So these major developments took place related to socio-religious reform movement in India. Clear? And within this socio-religious reform movement, we need to understand that some major initiatives were taken towards women movement as well. Clear? So with respect to women's also, some movement was started in 19th century, and the most important role that promoted women movement in India was played by Pandita Ramabai. Clear? So Pandita Ramabai played an important role to promote women movement in India. Now coming to Pandita Ramabai, clear? The Pandita Ramabai was basically a few reformers of 19th century who talked about women's upliftment in Indian society, clear? And she was born in 1858, died in the year 1922. 19th and 20th century, clear? And she talked about women emancipation, and she was also a great Sanskrit scholar, clear? Ramabai is resolved to spend her life attempting to improve the status of women in India, and she founded Arya Mahila Samaj, clear? So she established an organization known as Arya Mahila Samaj, established Arya Mahila Samaj, and the purpose of this institution was to promote the cause of women education and to stop child marriage, clear? So at the same time, the purpose of Arya Mahila Samaj was to promote education among women, and to prohibit child marriage against girls. So two major objectives of our Mahila Samaj was to promote education among women and to prohibit child marriage in India. Clear? And therefore, at the same time, when such developments began to take place, she basically began to promote quality and trained teachers for women in India, and at the same time major legislation to prohibit child marriages in India. Clear? This all major developments took place, and therefore this organization became very prominent development. Clear? In 1889, she started a home-come school in Bombay, and this home-come school in Bombay was named as Sharda Sadan. Clear? So the home-come mission was established. Home-come mission, that is bringing the girls and the widows to this place. This home-come mission was established as Sharda Sadan in 1899, which was also promoted by another reformer of Western India, D.K. Karve. Clear? So D.K. Karve also contributed to establishment of widows' home, shelter home, clear, known as Sharda Sadan in 1899, and this Sharda Sadan in contemporary times is known as Mukti Mission, in Western India. Clear? So all these major developments took place related to women emancipation in India, largely contributed by Pandita Ramabai, who established our Mahila Samaj to promote education and to prohibit child marriages in India. Clear? Now, apart from this, clear, some socio-religious reform movement also took place in southern part of India and in South India. What were the major socio-religious reform movement? Clear. First of all is there's a movement, or there was a very prominent leader who promoted socio-religious reform movement in South India, and this leader was Kandukuri Veer Salingam. Kandukuri Veer Salingam. Clear? So Kandukuri Veer Salingam, 1848 to 1919. 1919. Kandukuri Veer Salingam. Clear? He pioneered the movement in support of widow remarriage and girls' education in Andhra. Veer Selingam was influenced by Brahm Samaj and established a number of schools for girls as well as widow home. He started a social organization called Hitkarni Samajam. Clear? So he talked about women emancipation. He talked about women emancipation in the region of Andhra. Okay, he was supported women emancipation in South. Okay, he also established schools and colleges. He was highly influenced by Brahm Samaj and at the same time established an organization known as Hitkarni Samajam. Hitkarni Samajam. Clear? So this was one major leader. Clear? Clear. At the same time, another major reformer in southern part of India was Chembeti, Sri Sri Dharalu Naidu, Sri Dharalu Naidu. Clear? He founded the Ved Samaj in Madras. He founded an organization, Ved Samaj in Madras in 1864. With Samaj Maharashtra in 1864, it advocated against caste distinction and promotion of widow remarriage and women's education. It contained the superstitious rituals of Orthodox Hinduism and propagated belief in one single God. Clear? So Chembati Sridharalu Naidu promoted established Ved Samaj in Madras in 1864 and talked about women emancipation. He was against caste distinctions and he advocated belief and worship of one single God. Clear? All these developments took place in southern part of India, leading to socio-religious reform movement. Clear? So this was in southern part of India, the major one. Clear? So socio-religious reform movement as well. Now apart from this, clear? Now we'll discuss about another movement that started in the second half of 19th century, which went a long way to liberate India from foreign rule. This movement being known as the Indian National Movement. Clear? Coming to Indian National Movement, first of all, we'll discuss about growth of nationalist consciousness and foundation of Indian National Congress. Clear? So first of all, we need to discuss the growth and development of modern nationalism in India that went a long way to criticize and to oppose British rule, leading to India's independence in 20th century. Clear? Now, first of all, what were the factors that led to the growth of nationalism in India? Clear? So, first of all, coming to Indian National Movement, very important topic. Indian National Movement. Clear. So Indian National Movement. In short, you can write as INM. Indian National Movement. Clear? Now, first of all, what were the factors that led to the rise of modern nationalism from the second half of 19th century that went a long way to liberate India from foreign rule? Clear? First of all first major factor itself would be British imperialism. Clear? So India coming under British imperialism led to subjugation of India in all possible ways, and therefore it encouraged the people to question. Clear? Large number of educated leaders began to question that what has been a major factor that led to subjugation of vast country like India by handful of foreigners, and therefore they realized it is lack of nationalism. They need to unite on nationalist agenda in order to oppose British imperialism. So British imperialism itself was a major factor for rise of nationalism in India, as they realized if they remain divided on religious lines, caste lines, regional lines, they cannot fight against the imperial powers in India. So British imperialism itself was a major factor for rise of nationalism. Second major factor was contact with the Western world. Contact with the Western world. because with this contact with the Western world resulted into new and progressive ideas like liberty, equality, fraternity from French Revolution, ideas of freedom from the American Revolution, and we had discussed all these factors inspired the leaders to encourage the people to come forward to liberate their own country. American War of Independence helped the people. Even at the same time, it also led to French Revolution inspired the people of India, and all these international developments and the contact inspired the people of India work towards liberating their own motherland. Third was impact of English education, impact of English education. Clear. Western hammers were basically used to broke Western imperialism because all this English education, they were marked by progressive ideas like democracy, representative order, liberty, freedom, and therefore this inspired the Indians also to go for these ideas and to oppose all forms of exploitation by British rule in India. Then second was modern means of communication like telegraph lines, modern means of communication and transportation, even like railways. So modern means of communication and transportation that provided a sense of cohesion among the people of India, coordinated them properly, networked them properly, and therefore when they came together, they began to realize that the one common enemy is British rule over India. So all this British authority began to take major actions. Clear? So it was basically telegraph line, the railway lines. Clear? And next was contribution of vernacular, contribution of vernacular, contribution of vernacular literature, contribution of vernacular literature and associated literary personalities. Clear? So this became a major factor. In fact, only through, even though the ideas were highlighted through vernacular literature, inspired the local people to come together, and these local people began to unite. They began to question the reasons for exploitation, and that led to political awareness and consciousness among them. Clear? Large number of novels, plays, poems, and stories were written in various Indian languages, and all of them led to national awakening in India. Clear? Starting with the novel Anand Mat. Clear? Now coming to the novel Anand Mat included the song Vande Mataram. Anand Mat included the song Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram of Bankim Chand Chatterjee, and that was an inspiration for large number of people. Clear? Large number of people got influenced by this. Then at the same time, other literatures produced in vernacular literature inspired the people. Clear? Coming to the major contributors in different languages, next was Bharti, and Vande Mataram initially was written in Sanskrit. The language was Sanskrit. Clear? Language is important. Clear? Language was Sanskrit. Then we have Bhartendu Harishchandra. Bhartendu Harishchandra. Chayavad was started by him. Bhartendu Harishchandra in Hindi language. Clear. First modern poet of Hindi language, Bhartendu Harishchandra. Then Vishnu Chiplonkar in Marathi. Vishnu Chiplonkar in Marathi. Vishnu Chiplonkar in Marathi. Then Subramanya Bharti. Subramanya Bharti in Tamil. So modern poet of Tamil language, Subramanya Bharti in Tamil. Then Rabindranath Tagore in Bengali. Rabindranath Tagore in Bengali. It's very important. Clear? Rabindranath Tagore in Bengali. Clear? Rabindranath Tagore in Bengali. In Bengali. Clear? So Rabindranath Tagore Bengali. Altaf Hussain Hali in Urdu. Altaf Hussain Hali in Urdu language. All of them contributed towards national awakening in India. This was very important development that took place. Staying clear, promoted national awareness in India. Then at the same time coming to writings of modern intellectuals. Who were the modern intellectuals? Dadabhai Naoroji and Rasidat. So modern intellectuals also. Modern intellectuals also, like number one, Dadabhai Naoroji, and R.C. Dutt, Ramesh Chandra Dutt, Dadabhai Naoroji and R.C. Dutt, who promoted or rather highlighted economic critique of British imperialism, and they highlighted about basically the drain of wealth theory to Dadabhai Naoroji and R.C. Dutt. Both of them highlighted drain of wealth theory, that gave a sense of consciousness among the people of India that how they are being exploited by large number of British policies or large British policies in India. So it was a big development. Clear. Intellectual second major contribution after Radhabhai Naoroji and R.C. Dutt. The next major development led by some British scholars also and ideologists also. Among the British, the most important contribution was Max Muller. Modern intellectuals also include Max Muller, who conducted research on Vedic literature or on the Vedas, and he considered Vedas to be fountainhead of all knowledge. Then we have John Marshall, who revived Archaeological Survey of India in 1902. It was originally established by Alexander Cunningham, but it was revived by John Marshall. Then we have R.G. Bhandarkar. Bhandarkar, R.G. Bhandarkar, who started writing history from nationalist perspective and highlighted the rich heritage of India. R.G. Bhandarkar. Clear. These all people contributed towards growth and development of new feeling, national awakening among the people of India, and therefore vernacular language and literature, supported by some intellectuals, also played an important role towards promoting national awakening and national movement in India. Apart from this, another very important factor which contributed towards growth of national awakening in India, which is very important for examination. Clear? All these informations are very important. Clear? And that was growth of Indian press. Clear? So next major factor was growth of Indian press. This played a very important role in creating national awakening among the masses in India, coming to growth of Indian press. Clear? So Indian press, the publication of newspapers, clear? All this resulted into creating awareness among the people of India, and it went a long way to support national agitation in India. So all information that we'll be discussing are very important. Clear? The first newspaper of India, the first newspaper of India. Clear? The first newspaper of India was started in form of Bengal Gazette. The Bengal Gazette in the year 1780. Bengal Gazette in the year 1780 by British officer James Augustus Hickey. It's therefore it is also known as Hickey's newspaper. Clear? So James Augustus Hickey started this paper. Clear? It led the foundation of Indian press. So do remember this paper. The first newspaper of India is Bengal Gazette, published from 1780 by a British officer James Augustus Hickey. Therefore, it's also known as Hickey's newspaper. It led the foundation of Indian press in India, and it was followed by several influential journals and newspapers. Clear? So several newspapers and journals began to be published on the pattern of Bengal Gazette, and these journals and papers followed after this was Bengal Journal. Second was Bengal Journal. Bengal Journal along with Bengal Journal along with Calcutta Chronicle. Calcutta Chronicle. Calcutta Chronicle. Then we have Madras Courier. We have Madras. We have Madras Courier. Then we have Bombay Herald. Lastly being Bombay Herald. All these four papers followed James Augustus Hickey. Clear? And by the end, by 19th century, press emerged to be an important medium to promote dissemination of information and as well as to ensure national awakening in India. Clear? So all these developments took place. Clear? Now after this, clear, the vernacular language and literature of press largely began to be promoted in India by Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Raja Ram Mohan Roy is regarded as father of vernacular journalism in India. Clear? So next major contribution was given by Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Raja Ram Mohan Roy, who is regarded as father of vernacular journalism in India. Father of vernacular journalism in India. Father of vernacular journalism in India. Clear? First of all, he began to publish two papers. Clear? And these two papers were published in Persian language. Clear? So first paper was Bengali in Persian language. His first paper was Sambad Kaumudi. Sambad Kaumudi in Bengali language. And second was Mirat ul Akbar. Mirat ul Akbar in Persian language. Mirat ul Akbar in Persian language. In Persian language also only he wrote another work which is known as Tuhfat ul Muwahideen. Tuhfat ul Muwahideen in Persian language in 1804 to highlight the concept of worshipping one single God. It was translated into English as the gift to monotheists. Clear? So these were papers published by him. All these became very important development. Next major contribution in the field of press was given by another person, Dadabhai Naoroji. Dadabhai Naoroji. Dadabhai Naoroji began to write a journal known as Rast Goftar or Truth Teller to highlight about the true principles of Zoroastrian faith. This Rast Goftar was written by Dadabhai Naoroji. Meanwhile, Ishwar Chand Vidyasagar. Clear? Coming to this, next is fifth one, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar began to publish a journal titled as Shom Prakash. Began to publish a journal known as Shom Prakash. Clear? And Shom Prakash at the same time. Clear? In 1890, English Weekly was started known as Indian Social Reformer. English Weekly, Indian Social Reformer by several persons. Clear? It was English weekly paper, started in the year 1890. All these are very important development. Next, clear, newspapers and magazines began to serve as powerful media for mass awakening, infusing political ideas and arousing patriotic sentiments. Clear? So obviously newspapers and magazines began to be written, and all these newspapers and magazines also aroused huge amount of awareness among the people of India. Now coming to the major editors of leading newspapers. Clear? Number one, newspapers and magazines. First one is Bal Gangadhar Tilak, who began to publish two newspapers. These two newspapers were Maratha, published in English, and second paper being Kesari, Marathi, published in Marathi language. So Tilak began to publish Maratha and Kesari. Lala Lajpat Rai began to publish a paper titled as Bande Matram, publishers Bande Matram, Lala Lajpat Rai, clear, Bande Matram, and at the same time he also published another newspaper known as The People. Vande Matram and The People, clear. Another paper published by Lala Lajpat Rai, clear. Lala Lajpat. Then at the same time, clear, there several newspapers began to be published by national leaders. All these newspapers, journals, clear. Coming to these newspapers, first major newspaper published was Indian Mirror. All these were newspapers. Indian Mirror was first major newspaper. Then after Indian Mirror, we had Bombay Samachar. We had Bombay Samachar, Indian Mirror, Bombay Samachar, The Hindu. It was published by members of Madras Mahajan Sabha. The Hindu newspaper, clear. The Hindu, also known as I said, The Hindu. Then was second paper, The Patriot. All these were newspapers. The Hindu, The Patriot, clear. The Amrit Bazar Patrika, Amrit Bazar, Amrit Bazar Patrika, Amrit Bazar Patrika. Then Kesari. We had discussed about the paper Kesari also. For Kesari, all these had huge impact on the people and the masses in India, and all these newspapers became a very important development that aroused consciousness among the people in India, and that resulted into large-scale awakening among masses in India. Clear? This was another factor. Next major factor that promoted national awakening in India, this major factor was social reform legislation. We had discussed social reform movement, especially Swami Vivekanand, Swami Dayanand Saraswati, Raja Ram Mohan Roy. All of them contributed towards national awakening. Clear? Moreover, economic exploitation by the British united the people to talk about British policies. Clear? And anti-Indian policy of Lord Lytton, clear. And what were these anti-Indian policy? Anti-Indian policy was marked by high-scale racial discrimination. One among them was known as Ilbert Bill controversy. Ilbert Bill controversy also promoted nationalism in India. According to this Ilbert Bill controversy, clear, Lord Ripon wanted Indian judges to try the criminal cases of British nationals, but all British officers opposed this legislation. Lord Ripon resigned from India as Governor General, and this gave a sense of feeling to Indians that British strongly believed in the sense of religious discrimination, and that is why, clear, they began to unite, and this unity among them resulted into formation of a national political body known as Indian National Congress. Clear? So all these factors resulted to mass awakening and national awakening in India, and therefore, this awakening was largely promoted by some regional organizations established in different parts of India, and all these regional organizations paved the way for the establishment of national political body known as Indian National Congress. Therefore, all these regional political organizations, also known as pre-Congress political associations. Clear? So, national awakening was also promoted by regional political organization, and all these regional political organizations are known as pre-Congress political pre-Congress political organizations. Pre-Congress political organizations or associations. Clear? First among them was basically Landholders Society. Landholders Society in 1838, then followed by British Indian Association, British Indian Landholder Society in Bengal, British Indian Association in 1843, and both of them were combined together to establish Bengal British Indian Association, Bengal British Indian Association in 1851. Clear? This was one thing. Then second major development after this was East India Association in London. East India Association in 1866 in London by Dadabhai Naoroji. By Dadabhai Naoroji. Landholder Society was established as a Zamindari class in Bengal. British Indian Society by common leaders, popular leaders. Both of them came together to establish Bengal British Indian Association. Then East India Association, London in 1866 by Dadabhai Naoroji. This was another organization. Then we have Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. Pune Sarvajanik Sabha in 1870 by leaders like Mahadev Govind Ranade, M.G. Ranade, S.H. Chiplunkar and S.V. Joshi. Clear? So S.V. Joshi, S.N. Chiplunkar and Mahadev Govind Ranade established Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. Then we have Indian Association of Calcutta. Indian Association of Calcutta in 1876 by Surendranath Banerjee and Anand Mohan Bose. Then last one is known as, the second last one is known as Madras Mahajan Sabha. Madras Mahajan Sabha in 1884 by leaders like G. Subramania Iyer, K.T. Telang and Tyagaraja, P. Anand Charlu. All of them contributed towards Madras Mahajan Sabha. Their mouthpiece was the paper The Hindu. Next major was Bombay Presidency Association. Bombay Presidency Association in 1885 by leaders like Badruddin Tayyabji, Firoz Shah Mehta and K.T. Telang. Clear? So all these were pre-Congress organizations. They can give you to arrange also in chronological order. Look into these years as well, the founders as well. So these were pre-Congress organizations which were established in before the formation of Indian National Congress. Clear? So all these were considered to be very important development. Now coming to when all these organizations established, a need was felt to establish an all India body, and this all India political body was established in form of Indian National Congress in December 1885, and this national political body started a movement for emancipation of India on political front. Will come to the establishment of Indian National Congress. Clear? So first of all, coming to the establishment of Indian National Congress or INC. Indian National Congress or INC. Clear? First of all, clear? Even though political awareness and consciousness was taking place in India, the concrete idea to establish a national political body in form of Indian National Congress was given by a retired British civil servant. This retired British civil servant was named as Allen Octavian Hume, also known as A.O. Hume. Clear? So the concrete idea to establish Indian National Congress was given by Allen Octavian Hume, 1829 to 1912. Clear? Octavian Hume. Clear? In fact, based on his idea only, Indian National Congress, or simply known as Congress, was created. Clear? So Allen Octavian Hume can be taken as the founder of Indian National Congress in 1885, and at the same time, something about this person. Clear? He was a renowned ornithologist in India. He was a renowned ornithologist in India, and as always also known for horticultural developments. Clear? In fact, clear, Hume is also known as father of Indian ornithology. So he is also known as father of Indian ornithology. Father of Indian author. It's not Salim Ali, clear? Because Salim Ali also we have Salim Ali Institute of Ornithology at Coimbatore. Salim Ali was a great ornithologist of modern India, no doubt. But father of Indian ornithology is A.O. Hume, clear? Now A.O. Hume, why he contributed towards formation of Indian National Congress. The idea to A.O. Hume was also given by British Governor General, that is Lord Ripon. After resigning from India, Lord Ripon advised A.O. Hume to establish a national political body in form of Indian National Congress. Clear? And A.O. Hume convinced the Governor General of India, Lord Dufferin, and both Lord Dufferin and A.O. Hume came together to establish Indian National Congress in 1885. Clear? 1885. And this has resulted into a debate around the formation of Congress. This debate is known as the safety wall theory or conspiracy theory. Some leaders like Lala Lajpat Rai claimed that Congress was nothing but a safety wall in order to ventilate the grievances and resentment of the people to prevent the major outbursts like the revolt of 1857. So Congress was not a reality, it was just a myth according to safety wall, and it was basically to ventilate the excessive pressure in order to prevent major outbursts. Clear? But safety wall theory has been accepted to some extent, but it is considered to be inadequate to explain the formation of Congress, especially by national scholars like Bipin Chandra, because national scholar Bipin Chandra believes that even though A.O. Hume contributed towards Congress, but Congress was the culmination of political awareness that started in the second half of 19th century, marked by bodies like Indian Association of Calcutta, Madras Mahajan Sabha, and Bombay Presidency Association. So it cannot be taken as adequate enough to explain the formation of Indian National Congress. Clear? And at the same time, clear, Indian National Congress was established in 1885. The first annual session of the Congress was convened at Gokul Das Tejpal Sanskrit College at Bombay on 27th of December 1885, which was presided by Umesh Chandra Banerjee, also known as W.C. Banerjee. And during the very first session only, it was made clear Congress to be promoted as a national political body to entertain only political questions concerned with India, and the annual session of the Congress to be rotated all across India to give it an all India character. And it was also made clear that wherever Congress session was convened in any province, the presiding person was to be a leader not belonging to that province. I'll repeat, clear? Wherever Congress session was to be convened, the presiding officer or president was to be a leader not belonging to that province to highlight and emphasize on its all India character. Clear? And when national movement began to take place, national movement started from 1885, which is divided into three distinct phases known as the moderate phase, the extremist phase, and then finally the Gandhian phase. Clear? Moderate phase was from 1885 till 1905. Extremist phase was from 1905 to 1919, and Gandhian phase was from 1919 till 1947. Clear? So coming to these phases of Indian national movement under Indian National Congress. Clear? So phases of Indian national movement, broad phases of Indian national movement. Broad phases of Indian national movement. The first phase is the moderate phase. Why it is known as moderate phase, we'll come to that. And moderate phase was with formation of Congress in 1885 till 1905. Okay. Then second phase is known as the extremist phase. This phase was from 1905 to 1919 basically. It can vary from 1915 also. 19 Mahatma Gandhi came to India in 1915, but he really started mass movement from 1919 onwards. Clear? The third phase is known as the Gandhian phase, and this phase is from 1919 till 1947. So three phases. What were the differences will also come. So moderate phase, the extremist phase, and the Gandhian phase. Clear? Now first of all we'll come to the moderate phase for 2 decades, 1885 to 1905. Clear? This was the moderate phase. Coming to some questions. Clear? Sir, why many scholars did any princely state ruler, okay, this is done, that is Derosians. Swaraj meaning as per different prominent leaders in the, we'll come to meaning of Swaraj that we had discussed. Did any princely state ruler was part of Indian national movement? Some of them participated in national movement, but most of them remained aloof from national movement. In fact, Mahatma Gandhi also prohibited the leaders of princely states to participate in national movement. Clear? We'll come to this, why Mahatma Gandhi prohibited them initially in 1920 when he launched his first mass movement. Clear? What was the major significance of establishing of Gorakshani Sabha by Swami Dayananda Saraswati? Clear? He wanted to protect the killing of the cows and the cows and buffaloes, as he wanted to protect this well, which was considered, or rather which was worshipped by followers of Hindu faith. Clear? So why many scholars consider Sir Syed Ahmad Khan as less reformist and more want to become a political leader? See, in order to promote Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental school, he turned out to be pro-British, supported British policies, which was unfortunate, and that is why some leaders consider him to be more of a political leader rather than religious reformer. So can we get a PDF of all the literature, journals, magazines of modern India? See, most of it I'd already written down on the board. Remaining I'll be discussing along with national movement, because you get questions on literature. Clear? So I'll be writing on the board. Just try to write on in your notebook. Clear? With respect to Indian journalism, who is considered father of Indian journalism, whether it is Raja Ram Mohan Roy, James August Hickey. Clear? If the question is who is the father of Indian journalism, the answer would be James Augustus Hickey. If the question is who is the father of modern vernacular journalism in India, answer would be Raja Ram Mohan Roy. So if the word is vernacular there, answer would be Raja Ram Mohan Roy. It's simply what modern journalism, answer would be James Augustus Hickey. But normally in general sense also we consider Raja Ram Mohan Roy to be the founder of modern journalism in India. Clear? First Indian language weekly newspaper in Bengali language. Yeah, Raja Ram Mohan started that. Sir, can we consider safety wall theory and conspiracy theory as same or different? No, they are two same thing. Safety wall theory is also known as conspiracy theory. They are same. With respect to safety wall theory, how it was related to education. Clear? In education, we don't use safety wall theory. We use downward filtration theory. Downward filtration theory we had already discussed, which was recommended by Thomas Babington Macaulay Committee. So downward filtration theory is different. Safety wall theory is different. Clear? Can we say INC as a safety wall backfired for British as they never thought that extremists would take control of Congress so early after its formation? See, no. Extremists could not take control of Congress initially. Extremists could never take control of Congress till Mahatma Gandhi came to power. Because Mahatma Gandhi also turned out to be an extremist leader when he came to India. So by the time he came to India, so till the reign of Mahatma Gandhi, extremists did not took over Congress. Congress was largely dominated by moderates initially. Difference between Indian Renaissance and European Renaissance. Difference is European Renaissance started in 13th century. Indian Renaissance started in 19th century. First difference is a gap of 6 centuries. Clear? India or European Renaissance largely focused on revival of ancient and Greek literature. Indian Renaissance focused largely on reviving the Vedic literature, the modern literature of modern times, and even Persian and Arabic literature. European Renaissance was largely focused on modernization of society on positive lines. Indian Renaissance largely relied on religious principles and doctrine to revive and to reform Indian society. These were some major differences between European Renaissance and Indian Renaissance. Clear? Now we'll start with the moderate phase. Clear? We'll start with the moderate phase. Tomorrow we'll start from moderate phase only. Clear? Meanwhile, right now we'll take the discussion of the questions which were given to you last time. Coming to these questions. Clear? So let us discuss those questions which were given to you. I think this is the question. Now coming to these questions. Clear? Let us have a larger perspective. Clear? Coming to these questions. First, with reference to Sannyasi Revolt, okay, 1763. Consider the following statements. It was an outcome of harsh economic order of the British in Eastern India. Right? This statement is perfectly right. Eastern India, that is Bengal, Bihar and Odisha. The important leaders included Majnu Shah, Bhavani Pathak, Devi Chaudhrani among others. Yeah, Devi Chaudhrani was one of the prominent leaders of this movement who belonged to the family of Rabindranath Tagore. The Neel Darpan written by Dinbandhu Mitra is based on science. No, Dinbandhu Mitra, Neel Darpan is not based on Sannyasi Revolt. It is based on Indigo Revolt. It is based on Indigo Revolt of 1859-60 under two brothers, Digambar Biswas and Vishnu Charan Biswas. Clear? So that is, this statement would be wrong. Clear? Neel Darpan is based on Indigo Revolt. Clear? Clear. Sannyasi Revolt is based on basically then Sannyasi Revolt is depicted in Anand Math. Another work, Anand Math, written by Bankim Chand Chattopadhyay or Bankim Chand Chatterjee. So Sannyasi Revolt is indicated in this work, not in Neel Darpan. Neel Darpan is based on Indigo Revolt. So this statement is wrong. How many of those statements are correct? Two statements are correct. Only two. Answer would be B. It's clear. Now coming to the next question. Question number 2. Consider the following pairs. Okay, movement and uprising, and then we have leaders. Okay, Kuka movement. Clear? Kuka movement by Buddha Bhagat. Coal mutiny was Buddha Bhagat. This is wrong. Clear? Kuka movement was by Siah Sahib. Clear? So this is wrong. Clear? This cannot. Wahhabi movement by Sayyid Ahmad Barelvi. That is right. It is right. Sayyid Ahmad Barelvi. Clear? Then Nalkeria uprising was Mir Athar Ali. This is also right. Mir Nithar Ali. Coal mutiny by Buddha Bhagat. Clear? This is wrong. The fourth one is wrong. So how many of the above pairs are correctly matched? That is only 2. Wahhabi movement, Sayyid Ahmad Barelvi. His full name was Sayyid Ahmad Barelvi along with Shah Waliullah. Clear? Nalkeria uprising by Mir Nithar Ali that took place. Clear? And at the same time, Kuka movement by Sia Sahib, we have discussed that class. Coal mutiny by Buddha Bhagat. So only two are correct. Clear? So second question, coming to the third one. Third question. Clear? Concept following regarding the revolt of 1857. Okay. Mighty revolt. There was communication between the supply lines of various cantonments. Yeah, cantonments coordinated. 3rd Native Infantry, then a Barrackpur regiment, all the have communication. So cantonments had communication. That is true. Clear. So sepoys lines of various leaders may not have coordinated, but communication was there between sepoy lines. The proclamation issued under the name of Bahadur Shah appealed to people to join the fight under the standards of both Muhammad and Mahavir. Yeah, Bahadur Shah, the Mughal emperor, that is Muhammad and Mahavir means to promote collective agenda by the Muslims and the Hindus. In fact, the revolt of 1857 was marked by complete unity between the Hindus and the Muslims. Just because of this, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan gave a very important statement related to revolt of 1857, and the statement was that Hindus and Muslims are two eyes of Indian bride. Clear? And therefore both needs to coordinate and cooperate with each other to support India. So Sir Syed Ahmad Khan gave a statement that Hindus and Muslims are two eyes of the bride India, and they need to coordinate and cooperate with each other. Clear? In fact, during the revolt of 1857, Lord Canning also realized complete Hindu-Muslim unity, and Lord Canning gave a statement that at this point we cannot play one religious section against another section because it was marked by complete unity. That is why after the mighty revolt of 1857, British started to appease the Muslim masses and they began to play policy of divide and rule, which started with the work Indian Musalman written by W. Hunter. So Muhammad and Mahavir indicate religious unity. Clear? Second statement is also right. The Indian sepoys were treated with contempt by the European officers. Yeah, that's right. In fact, Indian officers were not given, or Indian sepoys were not given proper treatment. The most important discrimination was when Indian sepoys were asked to go to fight in outside areas after crossing the seas. Clear? They were denied additional allowance. This additional allowance was known as bhatta. Clear? So additional allowance of bhatta was denied to Indian sepoys after crossing or going to another areas to fight for the British. In fact, they refused to go cross the ocean because it was believed crossing the ocean would lead to end of the religious affiliation. All this affected the sentiments of Indian sepoys who revolted in 1857. So these statements also right. All the three statements are right. Answer is C. Clear? Question number 3. Coming to question number 4. Question number 4. Who made the following statement regarding the revolt of 1857, like Summergill revolt of Meerut? Summergill revolt of Meerut, unprecedented and short-lived. S.N. Sain, Surendra S.N. Sain, clear? And this statement is very important because S.N. Sain gave this statement in a book, in a work. This work is titled as The Revolt of 1857. This work is very important. The Revolt of, write in words, the revolt of 1857. This is the title of the work. The revolt of 1857. In this work, only Surendra Sen S.N. Sain even accepted that India was not a nation till the middle of 19th century, and therefore the revolt of 1857 was not based on any nationalist character. Clear? So S.N. Sain accept that by the middle of 19th century, India was just a geographical entity without any sense of nationalism, and it was just a geographical expression. And he has mentioned this thing along with the statement in his work, The Revolt of 1857. Clear? At the same time, why these options has been given? B.D. Savarkar considered the revolt of 1857 as the first war of Indian independence. Clear? So he gave the statement that is, it was the first war of Indian independence. First war of Indian independence. Clear? Then John Kay accepted that it was basically marked by only sepoy mutiny. Only sepoy mutiny, not a popular one. Clear? And it was marked, Holmes said that it was marked by backward looking character. Backward looking character. All of them gave their opinions on Revolt of 1857. Character. So Surendranath Sen or S.N. Sen. Statement. Now coming to the next one. Question number 5. Consider following statement. At the revolt's central command, Bakht Khan stood in the plebeian and for popular element. Clear? How many of the statements are incorrect? You have to. This is a correct statement. Clear? Because we had discussed Bakht Khan fought on behalf of Mughal forces because Bahadur Shah Zafar was in his advanced age. He could not lead the Mughal forces. So at the revolt's central command, Bakht Khan stood in the plebeian and popular element. Beside, Nana Sahib led the revolt at Kanpur, yeah, Maratha ruler who wanted increment in the amount of pension. But the war here, just related to this statement, the war was led against the British by his military commander Tantia Tope. The sepoys were ignited by the incidents of grease cartridges. Yeah, we had discussed about these grease cartridges. The cartridges contained the fat of cow and pig, which were to be bitten off by mouth before being loaded to new weapon known as Enfield rifle. Known as Enfield rifle. When they refused, they were forced to use these grease cartridges and they revolted. Clear? So, how many of the statements are incorrect? No. All of the statements are correct. None. None of them are incorrect because the question is incorrect. None of them are incorrect. All of them are correct statements. None. D. Question number 5. Coming to question number 6. Coming to question number 6. So, next page. Consider following statements. Uprising shared common conditions despite different times and places. Yeah. Common conditions. Common conditions was economic exploitations. Common conditions were political subjugation. Common conditions were sense of religious insecurity. So all of them shared common conditions, no doubt, despite different times and places. Semi-feudal leaders aimed to restore earlier forms of rule and social relations. Yeah, that is why it is known as backward-looking revolt. Related to this only. Why this statement? Again, I'll let you know. This statement is largely taken from a book that is Discovery of India. Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. Clear? In fact, Jawaharlal Nehru accepted that revolt of 1857 was marked by feudal sentiments of feudal elements. Clear? So, semi-feudal leaders aim to restore earlier forms of rule and social relations. Clear? Discovery of India, Jawaharlal Nehru. Local causes and grievances fueled these uprisings. Yeah, localized character. We had discussed this character in the class. Consequences of the uprisings remain localized. Yeah, consequences also because unified and concerted effort was not given. As India was not a nation, it was just a geographical expression accepted by S.N. Sen. So, how many of those statements are correct regarding the characteristics of civil uprisings? Characteristics of civil uprisings, all of them, all the 4, 1, 2, 3 and 4, all the 4. Yeah, all the 4, this is the answer. So, all the 4. Clear. Now, coming to the next one, question number 7. Consider following statement regarding the socio-religious movements we had discussed today itself. Reformist movements rely solely on tradition. No, this is wrong. We have made the difference also. Clear? It does not rely on tradition. It relies on basically Western education. While revivalist movements rely solely on reason and conscience. No, that has been reversed altogether. That has been changed. Reformist movements rely on reason and conscience, whereas revivalist movements rely on tradition. Clear? So that is traditional learning. This has been reversed altogether. So reformist movement basically rely on reason and conscience, and revivalist movement rely on tradition. It has been changed, interchanged. So this statement is wrong. Clear? Contrary to popular belief, the reformers did not utilize Indian languages to disseminate their perspectives among the masses. Clear? So, contrary to popular belief, the reformers did not utilize Indian languages to disseminate their perspective among the masses. This is right, clear. They did not use Indian languages. The ideological coherence of these reform movements stem from rationalism, religious universalism, and humanism. Clear? The ideological coherence of these reform movements stem from rationalism, religious universalism, and humanism. No, clear, it was not. Contrary to popular belief, the reformers did not utilize Indian languages to disseminate the perspectives among the masses. This is right statement, clear? Because again, I'll let you know, we had discussed earlier also, clear? Coming to our notes, clear? The notes today, I'll take you back to the notes. See, we had discussed this. Look into reformist Western education thought, not Indian languages, vernacular languages. Revivalist use Indian education and thought. Clear? So today only we had discussed reformist use Western education thought, revivalist use Indian education and thought. Clear? So coming to this, clear? The question. Contrary to popular, the reformers did not utilize Indian languages to disseminate. The ideological coherence of these reformers stemmed from rationalism, religious universalism, and humanism. See, all of them was not basically from rationalism. Rationalism was reformist in nature, reform movement, clear? But religious universalism, this was under revivalism. This was under revivalism and humanism. Humanism can be there, but religious universalism was under revivalism, not reform movements. Clear? So this statement, reformist movements, this has been interchanged. That's wrong. Reformists relied on reason. Revivalists relied on tradition. So this is wrong. This is right. This is also wrong. So how many of the statements are correct? Only one. The statement that is correct is second one. Clear? Coming to the next one. Question number 8. With reference to the result of 1815, consider the following statement. John Nicholson occupied Kanpur in December 1815. No, this is wrong statement. Again, I'll let you know some information to write. Clear? John Nicholson suppressed the revolt at Delhi. Clear? He only arrested Bahadur Shah Zafar and he assassinated all the sons of Bahadur Shah Zafar, and Bahadur Shah Zafar was exiled to Rangoon where he died in 1862. So at Delhi the revolt was suppressed by John Nicholson. Write this list only, clear? At Kanpur and Lucknow the revolt was suppressed by Sir Colin Campbell. Sir Colin Campbell suppressed the revolt at Kanpur and Lucknow. Clear? Moreover, at Jhansi, the revolt was suppressed by Sir Hagrose. He suppressed the revolt at Jhansi, prominent one. And at Ara, the revolt was suppressed by Sir William Taylor. He suppressed the revolt at Ara in Bihar. Which was led by Kunwar Singh. So John Nicholson was not in Kanpur but in Delhi. This is wrong. Jhansi was recaptured by Sir Hagrose in 1858. Yeah, this is right. We have written Hagrose Jhansi. Sir Colin Campbell suppressed the revolt at Banaras. No. Sir Colin Campbell suppressed the revolt at Kanpur and Lucknow. We have written here Kanpur and Lucknow. Colonel Neil evacuated the Europeans with the help of Gorkha regiments in Lucknow. No. At Lucknow, it was against Sir Colin Campbell, not Colonel Neil. This is also right. This is also wrong. So it was not Colonel Neil, it was Lucknow also Sir Colin Campbell. So John Nicholson at Delhi, Colin Campbell at Kanpur, Lucknow, Hagrose at Jhansi, William Taylor at Agra. So John Nicholson not at Kanpur but Delhi, this is wrong. Jhansi was recaptured by Sir Hagrose. Yes, Sir Hagrose at Jhansi, this is right. Colin Campbell suppressed the Banaras, not Banaras. Colin Campbell at Kanpur and Lucknow. Then Colonel Nell evacuated the Europeans with the help of Gorkha regiments in Lucknow. No, it was Colin Campbell. And Gorkha regiments is right because Gorkha regiments supported the British in revolt. That is why Gorkha regiments after mighty revolt of 1857 was declared to be martial community fit for recruitment, and therefore large number of Gurkhas began to be recruited in Sikh army or Sikh military establishment. This clear? So only one is right. Second one is right. Clear? This was question number 8. Coming to question number 9. Consider the following personalities and then we have places of revolt. Okay. General Bag Khan at Bareilly. This is right. He was originally from Bareilly and then from Bareilly he came to Delhi to support Mughal Emperor. This is right. Nana Sahib at Kanpur. Yeah, this is also right. Begum Hazrat Mahal Aligarh. No, Begum Hazrat Mahal was not at Aligarh. Begum Hazrat Mahal was at Lucknow, not at Aligarh. This is wrong. Kunwar Singh at Uttar Pradesh. No, Kunwar Singh was in Bihar. Ara in Bihar. This is also wrong. So General Bagh Khan from Bareilly then came to Delhi, Nana Sahib at Kanpur, Begum Hazrat Mahal at Lucknow, Kunwar Singh at Bihar. These two are third and fourth are wrong. How many of the above pairs are incorrectly matched? Two are incorrectly matched. 3 and 4 are incorrectly matched. 2 are correctly matched. 2 are incorrectly matched. Only 2, that is 3 and 4. Question number 9. Then coming to question number 10. With reference to the causes of the revolt of 1857, consider the following statements. The General Service Enlistment Act declared that all future recruits to Bengal Army would have to serve anywhere, yeah, even outside India. That was made clear in by the British. Sepoys were dissatisfied as they were not given any foreign service allowance while serving in Sindh. Yeah, this is right. We had discussed this foreign service allowance, which was known as bhatta. It was denied to the Indian sepoys. During the Afghan Wars was from 1839 to 1842, First Anglo-Afghan War, 1839 to 1842. In this only, Sir John Lawrence advocated the policy of masterly inactivity as he never wanted to involve in the war against Sikh community. Afghans masterly inactivity 1839 to 1842. First Anglo-Afghan War. First Anglo-Afghan War. Second Anglo-Afghan War. Second Anglo-Afghan War, 1878, which was ended by the Treaty of Gandamak. Ended with Treaty of Gandamak in 1878, signed with Sher Ali Khan. Clear. Second Afghan War. During the Afghan Wars, that is why both the wars, First and Second Anglo-Afghan War, clear. There were revolts inside the British Army in Bengal and Vellore. Yeah, internal revolt took place in the British Army in Bengal and Vellore. Vellore near Ambur. And Vellore near Ambur was marked by large number of Maratha forces. Large number of Maratha forces. Clear, Bengal. So all the three statements are right. How many of the pairs are correctly matched? All three. Clear? Question number 10. So these were major developments that took place. All these are very important information, piece of information. So 10 questions in the test. Clear? So this were major developments. Questions are quite easy. Don't worry about it. Clear? If you cover the things in this way, questions would automatically be solved. Clear? Clear. Sir, please tell us about 1850 revolt from various perspectives. Clear? See, from British perspective, is known as simply a sepoy mutiny. It was a mutiny only from the part of sepoys, not a popular one among the masses. Clear. So focus some lights on local uprisings, rebellions and tribal picketings. We had discussed about local uprisings. We'll be coming to them again in national movement also. Local uprisings like Rangpur Dinaj, local uprisings like Sannyasi rebellions, tribal picketing like Santals and the Mundas all took place. Even major one took place in the Andhra region by Alluri Sitarama Raju national movement. Clear. So we'll come to all those major local uprising and rebellions in national movement as well. Sir, with respect to coal uprising, the important leader was Buddha Bhagat, or along with him, two more were Singh Rai and Surga. Yeah, Singh Rai and Surga was there, but the most popular was Buddha Bhagat. They will ask you the most popular one. Sir, please explain the current controversy regarding Aligarh Muslim University. The current controversies are related to its minority status, because it has been claimed by some that Aligarh Muslim University cannot claim minority status. Clear. Minority status as it is a centrally funded institution, an institution which are centrally funded institution cannot claim minority status because according to Article 29 and 30, clear, we all know that state funded institution cannot promote Islamic or religious learning, and therefore Aligarh Muslim University is a modern institution largely funded by the central government. It cannot claim the status of minority to serve the interest of only one religious community in India, and therefore several. But at the same time, we have another provision, the Article 30 only, that minorities have the right to establish and administer the educational institutions in India. But the debate is largely related to funding given by given by central government, and if the funding is given by government, religious instructions cannot be given. That is the one side of claim. But on the other side, if Aligarh is a minority institution, minority quotas, minority reservation can be given, which is also related to St. Stephen's College in Delhi University. So there are different issues related to that. Still the pay case is going on. Let us wait for the verdict given by Supreme Court. But as of now, the debate is related to its minority status and the funding given by central government. Clear? Portuguese established bureaucracy based on fazenda system. Here fazenda system means basically they established the system of establishing bureaucracy whereby the governors or rather bureaucratic officers were appointed on contractual basis by the Portuguese to look after different administrative requirements. Second question, second statement is incorrect now. Question number 7. In question number 7. Question number 7. The ideological coherence, question number 7, second statement. Contrary to popular belief, the reformers did not utilize Indian languages to disseminate their perspective. Yeah, this is right. Contrary to popular belief, that is why the confusion is. It is largely believed that they promoted their knowledge in local languages, but the reformers did not utilize Indian languages to disseminate their perspectives among masses. This is right statement, clear? They use normally English education, the reformers, clear? Some of them may have used, but contrary to popular belief, they did not use Indian languages largely. So in the class yesterday, we started with Indian national movement. We had discussed the beginning of Indian national movement related to formation of Indian National Congress, as we had also discussed about formation of pre-Congress organizations in India, then ultimately formation of Congress. Then we discussed about the safety wall thesis, also known as the conspiracy theory related to the formation of Congress. And now we'll discuss about major developments that took place with formation of Congress, and we had discussed that with formation of Congress, Indian national movement started in a small but organized fashion when the first session was held in the end of December 1885 at Bombay. And this first phase that started national movement is known as the moderate phase, as the leaders who dominated believed in constitutional agitation within the four walls of law, and therefore they followed a very moderate or mild strategy. Their strategy or the phase came to be known as the moderate phase, and the national leaders came to be known as the moderate leaders. Clear? So we'll come to the moderate phase of Indian national movement from 1885 till 1905. For 2 decades, the moderates dominated the political scene in India. Meanwhile, first of all, we have a question: what was Kamaiti system and Hali system? Clear? See, Kamaiti system and Hali system. Clear? Kamaiti system was in the state of Bihar and Orissa at that time under British rule. Under Kamaiti system, large number of agricultural laborers, they worked throughout their life for the service of the master so as to pay interest on the loan received. Clear? So meaning thereby that in case they were supported by the landlords, all of them were supposed to work throughout their life as the slaves of their masters, and this almost became a kind of perpetual slavery known as Kamaiti system in Bihar and Orissa. Hali system was followed in the state of Gujarat. Clear? According to this Hali system, which was hereditary bonded labor system. Clear? That is, slaves went on serving the master after generation, and this was basically based on racial discrimination also. The people or the landlords, the masters, were fair in complexion known as Ujli Paraj, and the servers or the slaves were dark in complexion known as Kaliparaj. Clear? So it was hereditary bonded labor system. It was lifelong slavery system. It was followed in Bihar and Odisha, and Hali system was in Gujarat. Against Hali system only Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel started Satyagrah, which is known as the Bardoli Satyagrah in 1928. And with success of Bardoli Satyagrah, the women of Bardoli gave the title of Sardar or head to Vallabhbhai Patel. So these were two major systems related to slavery in India, Kamaiti and the Hali system. Clear? Now coming to the moderate phase of Indian national movement. So moderate phase, this was a phase from 1885 to 1905. The moderate phase. Clear? Now coming to the moderate phase for 2 decades, for 20 years, from 1885 till 1905, coming to this moderate phase. Clear? First of all, I'll let you know, moderate phase was a phase in which the national leaders who dominated the national movement, they always believed in promoting awareness and political consciousness among the people of India through constitutional agitation like petitions, prayers, and applications. Clear? Meaning thereby, in other words, none of them ever tried to launch mass agitation in India. None of them believed in the capacity of masses to sacrifice. Clear? So obviously they were Western educated people and they wanted to dominate the political agitation by writing petitions, prayers, and applications addressed to the British, and at the same time to create awareness among the people of India. Clear? The national leaders who were prominent moderate figures, first of all, coming to those national leaders. Clear? The national leaders included Dada Bhai Nauroji, one of the tallest figure among the moderates. The first major leader was Dada Bhai Nauroji. He was the first prominent, tallest figure among the moderate leadership, Dada Bhai Nauroji. Then we had Firoz Shah Mehta from Bombay. Firoz Shah Mehta from Bombay. He was the second tallest figure. Then we have Vomesh Chandra Banerjee or W.C. Banerjee. He was also a prominent moderate leader, in fact the first Congress president. Then we have Surendranath Banerjee, S.N. Banerjee. Surendranath Banerjee was another great moderate leader. Then we have D.E. Wacha. He was another moderate leader, D. Wacha. Then we have Gopal Krishna Gokhale. Gopal Krishna Gokhale. Gopal Krishna Gokhale. All these were considered to be very prominent moderate leaders. The tallest among them, you should know their names. Clear? At the same time, what happened during moderate phase? Clear? During moderate phase, Congress sessions began to be convened, and we should know about these Congress sessions as well. Clear? Now, coming to these Congress sessions after 1885 till 1905. Clear? Coming to these Congress sessions. Okay, now coming to these sessions, they are very important. Clear? First session of the Congress, was held in December 1885 at Gokul Das Tejpal Sanskrit College, and it was presided by W.C. Banerjee. Clear? So it was presided by W.C. Banerjee, and it was attended by 72 delegates. It was the first session. Know about this session. Second session was held at Calcutta. Second session was held at Calcutta under the presidentship, was held at Calcutta. Clear? Write the location also. First session was at Bombay. Second session at Calcutta, presided by Dada Bhai Nauroji. Presided by Dada Bhai Nauroji. Clear? Then coming to the third session, Madras. Third session in 1887 at Madras. Third session Madras, which was presided by Badruddin Tayyib, first Muslim president, presided by Badruddin Tayyib. Then coming to the fourth session in 1888, the fourth session in 1888, and it was at Allahabad. It was at Allahabad, clear, which was presided by British George Yule. George Yule presided over the fourth session of Indian National Congress, clear. This was at Allahabad. Coming to the fifth session, the session you should know, coming to the fifth session, which was in the year 1889. The fifth session was held at Bombay once again. At Bombay once again, and it was under the presidency of Sir William Wedderburn. Sir William Wedderburn, who wrote the biography of A.O. Hume. So he was the president, clear. So Sir William Wedderburn was the president in 1889. Now here only you should know, very important one, clear, that in 1889 it was also decided, it was in 1889 British Committee of Indian National Congress was established in London. So in 1889 itself, British Committee of Indian National Congress was established in London, and at the same time, clear, it was also decided that in 1890 the Congress session would be held in London. So just after this, it was decided to hold Congress session in London to create British opinion about Indian National Congress. Clear? But due to elections, general elections in Britain in 1891, the program was postponed and it was never repeated. It was never followed. Clear? So in 1889, decision was taken to convene the next annual session at London in 1890, but this session could not take place because of general election, and it could not be repeated anytime. Clear? It could not be revived later. Clear? So this was taken in 1889. This was the next session, and this session took place at Bombay, presided by Sir William Wedderburn. Clear? Sixth session. Clear? Sixth session in 1890, not in London. So this session is important. Clear? So sixth session in 1890, and this sixth session in 1890 was held at Calcutta. Clear? Decision was taken to organize this session at London. It could not take place. This sixth session 1890 at Calcutta, and it was presided by Firoz Shah Mehta, moderate leader. So he presided over Congress session at Calcutta, that is Firoz Shah Mehta. Then seventh session, write these sessions, very important one for prelims. Seventh session in 1891, clear, when general elections took place in Britain. This seventh session was held at Nagpur. It was held at Nagpur, and this session was under P. Anand Charlu. P. Anand Charlu, who was one of the founder of Madras Mahajan Sabha. He presided over the seventh session in 1891. Clear? This session, then eighth session again at Allahabad. Eighth session again at Allahabad, presided by W.C. Banerjee. Clear? So eighth session again. Eighth session again in 1192 at Allahabad, and it was presided by W.C. Banerjee. So he became Congress president second time in 1892 after 7 years, and he presided over Allahabad session in 1892. Ninth session, again important one. Ninth session. Clear? Ninth session in 1893, and this ninth session in 1893 was at Lahore. and it was also presided by Dadabhai Naoroji. Clear? So, as first and second session was followed by W.C. Banerjee and Dadabhai Naoroji, the eighth and the ninth session was also followed. The venue was changed. Eighth session Allahabad presided by W.C. Banerjee, ninth session Lahore presided by Dadabhai Naoroji. Ninth session. Clear? And at the same time, clear? After this, clear, the 11th session, clear, the 10th session was held at Madras. The 10th session at Madras in 1894, presided by British Alfred Webb. He presided over this session, that is the 10th session in 1894. Clear? So these were major sessions presided by all the moderate leaders till 10 sessions important. After this, clear? The next major session was the 15th session. Clear? 15th session. First test session, then after this 15th session, and 15th session was in 1899. 15th session 1899, and this session was at Lucknow. This session at Lucknow, presided by Ramesh Chandra Dutt, very important moderate leader who worked to highlight drain of wealth from India. This session is important. That is the 15th session. Clear? So this 15th session in 1899, very important one. After this 18th session, clear, the next major session of Indian National Congress. Clear? The next major session of Indian National Congress after this was a session that was held after 1899. The session was held in 1900, but that session may not be important. Coming to 1901, then we have 1902, then 1903, 1904. Coming to 1905, yeah, 1905 session, clear. 1905 session is a very important one. 20th session. Now coming to the 20th session, 15th, then we have 20th session of the Congress. This 20th session of the Congress was in 1905. This session was at Banaras, and this session was presided by Gopal Krishna Gokhale. Why this session is important? Because in this session, for the first time, the term Swaraj was used, clear, to indicate autonomy or self-rule. It was only used, not demanded, at the Banaras session in 1905, clear. Then the 21st session was held in 1906 at Calcutta, which was presided by Dadabhai Naoroji for the third time. Dadabhai Naoroji for the third time. Clear, Calcutta. And in this session, Swaraj was demanded from Congress platform by Dadabhai Naoroji. So Swaraj was used by Gopal Krishna Gokhale at Congress platform. Swaraj was demanded from Congress platform by Dadabhai Naoroji in 1906. Then in 1907, the 22nd session. The 22nd session in 1907 was held at Surat by a moderate leader, Rash Bihari Ghosh. Moderate leader Rash Bihari Ghosh, that ultimately led to the split within moderates and extremists, and from here the role of moderates began to come to an end and the extremists began to rise. Clear? So this was very important leader, very important session that took place at 1907 at Surat in Surat. This session became important, and therefore after this session, clear? After this session, the differences began to take place in 1908. Also clear, the session was held at Madras. Here also, the next session, 23rd one, session was held at Madras, 1908 at Madras. which was also presided by Raj Bihari Bose. Raj Bihari Ghosh, clear? So Raj Bihari, because this session, because of the difference between moderates and extremists, got ended, suspended. So second session, next session was held at Madras, 23rd one, and it was also presided by Raj Bihari Ghosh, clear? So major sessions during moderate phase from 1885 to 1905 till the final split at Surat session in 1907, clear? So these were Congress session. First of all, you should have this list with you to understand what were the major sessions and major developments that took place, clear? Now after this Congress sessions, clear, now we'll come to another major development, clear, that what were the major demands of the Congress or the moderate leaders. Coming to the main demands of the moderates, main demands, right, point wise, clear? What were the major demands of the moderates? First of all, they demanded freedom of speech and expression. This was the first basic demand, freedom of speech and expression, that is through media also, through newspapers also. Then expansion of welfare programs, expansion of welfare programs, and expansion of welfare programs. The third was promotion of education, promotion of education, promotion of education. Then reduction of land revenue, reduction of land revenue, reduction of land revenue. Then we have recruitment of Indians, recruitment of Indians, recruitment of Indians, clear? Recruitment of Indians in higher administration, in higher administration. It is Indianization of civil services, clear? And there's more powers for legislative councils, more powers for legislative councils, more power for legislative councils. Holding of civil services examination in India, holding of civil services examination in India, that is to move towards Indianization of civil services, clear? And reduction of government expenditure, reduction of government expenditure, reduction of government expenditure, These were the major demands raised by the moderates during the phase from 1885 to 1905. Clear? These were the major demands. Clear? These were the major demands. Was Raj Bihari Ghosh a moderate extremist? Raj Bihari Ghosh was a moderate, pure moderate. Clear? There are two personalities, Raj Bihari Ghosh and Raj Bihari Bose. Bose was a revolutionary, Ghosh was a moderate. Clear? Was there any year between 85 and 90 when Congress session was not concluded? No. Congress session was held continuously, and one session was suspended, that is Surat, when the split took place, but Congress session was held continuously. So can we discuss all the battles in chronological order? All the battles, you mean to say ancient and medieval India battles? You mean to say ancient and medieval India battles? If you want, okay. If time permits, we'll discuss all the battles in chronological order. Don't worry. Clear? Because battles largely in ancient medieval India only. Okay. So coming to, these were the demands. Now coming to the major achievements of the moderates. Clear? So looking into the major achievements of the moderates, or contribution as well, major contribution of the moderates. Clear? First major contribution of moderates was that all moderates were highly qualified people and they provided economic critique to British imperialism. Clear? And in providing economic critique to British imperialism, the most important role was played by Dada Bhai Naoroji. Clear? So Dada Bhai Naoroji, the tallest moderate leader. Clear? Dada Bhai Naoroji, clear, highlighted the theory of drain of wealth, from India to Britain, and this drain of wealth was highlighted by him in his work Poverty and Un-British Rule. Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. Then this was also highlighted by Ramesh Chandra Dutt, R.C. Dutt, who wrote a work, Economic History of India. Economic History of India. Economic History of India in 1902. This work was written in 1867, Economic History of India, clear? Then at the same time, there was another work, Simon Digby, who wrote a work to highlight about British policy, and this work is titled as Prosperous India. Prosperous India was written by Simon Digby. Clear? Then Lala Lajpat Rai, even though he was an extremist, but he wrote a work in Moderate Phase to highlight the economic critique of imperialism, and Lala Lajpat Rai was known as Unhappy India. Unhappy India. So even though Lala Lajpat Rai was an extremist leader who also gave safety wall thesis, but during Moderate Phase to highlight the economic policy of British, he wrote a work, Unhappy India. All these were works written whereby to highlight the drain of wealth from India to Britain, which was even accepted by British scholars or British officers like John Sullivan. John Sullivan gave a statement, our system acts like a sponge, squeezing everything from the banks of Ganges and depositing them on the banks of Thames. Clear? This statement was given by John Sullivan. Clear? So John Sullivan even accepted the concept of drain of wealth, and this drain of wealth was highlighted by Dada Bhai Naoroji, whereby home charges were collected. Home charges included maintenance of warehouses, stores in London, and this all expenses to be provided by India. Salaries and remuneration given to British officers taken from Indian resources. All interest and dividends paid to the shareholders of British company in stock markets. All interest paid on debt raised abroad by British for India. All these revenues were to be supplied from India, and all this amounted to drain of wealth from India to Britain in order to highlight the sense of exploitation done by British to India, so that Indians could unite at this time. Clear? During Moderate Phase, again, constitutional developments also took place. And what were these constitutional developments? Clear? We had discussed that after Government of India Act 1858, Central Legislative Council began to function in India, and it was authorized to pass legislations for incremental changes in Indian affairs, and this was continued even during Moderate Phase. This Central Legislative Council enacted the first Council Act, and this was in form of Indian Councils Act of 1861 under the provisions of Indian Councils Act of 1861. First of all, clear, the concept of departmentalization was introduced. The concept of departmentalization was introduced, whereby separate administrative departments were created, but all these administrative departments were to be allocated only to the members of Executive Council. Clear? So only the members of Executive Council could become the heads of administrative departments. Clear? These were not to be given to the Legislative Council members. And this concept of allocating administrative departments to the members of Executive Councils, this concept came to be known as the portfolio system. So portfolio system came into being during Indian Councils Act of 1861. Moreover, under Indian Councils Act of 1861, the Governor General was authorized to issue ordinances or temporary legislation. So ordinance making power was given to the Governor General in order to deal with any extraordinary circumstances like natural calamities, to provide relief and rehabilitation. These two provisions were made under Indian Councils Act of 1861. Departmentalization followed by portfolio system, and ordinance making power given to Governor General of India. Clear? Meanwhile, such reforms were further carried forward, and under the demand of the moderates, British came forward to enact another Indian Council Act, and this Indian Council Act was enacted in the year 1892. Clear? So second Council Act was enacted in the year 1892 under the pressure of moderate leaders, and that is taken as an achievement of moderate leaders at this time. Clear? So what were the major provisions of moderate leaders? Depending on the demand was freedom of speech and expression, welfare program, education, land revenue, reduction of land revenue. All these were basically demanded by the moderate leaders. Clear? Now what were the provisions of the Indian Council Act of 1892? Under the provisions of this act, the number of non-official members, clear, the number of non-official members, the number of non-official members, clear, the number of non-official members in various legislative councils, in the number of non-official members in the legislative councils, clear, were increased. Legislative councils were increased. So number of the non-official members, that is elected members, were increased in legislative councils. Clear? At the same time, clear, during the Indian Councils Act of 1892, the members of legislative councils were authorized to ask question from the members of Executive Council, but there was no provision for supplementary questions. There was no provision for supplementary questions. Clear? Next was at the same time, clear, under the Indian Council Act of 1892, principle of indirect election was introduced. Whereby non-official members could be appointed or nominated by Indians in the council, and only the economically important sections like the zamindars, the money lenders, the taxpayers, they could appoint or they could elect their representatives to legislative councils through indirect election, not through direct election. Clear? And finally, the members of legislative councils could discuss the budget, but they were not allowed to vote on any item of the budget. Clear? So not allowed to veto or vote. Not allowed to veto or vote on any item of the budget. So limited and cosmetic rights were given under Indian Council Act of 1892. These provisions were made. Even though mixed reaction was given by moderate leaders, some of them were ready to accept the Indian Council Act of 1892, but some of them criticized the Indian Council Act of 1892, like Dadabhai Naoroji, Gopal Krishna Gokhale. They began to criticize the Indian Council Act of 1892. Clear? So this resulted into major development. Clear? So all these are counted as achievements of the moderates. Clear? But at the same time, what was the major failure or weakness of the moderates? The most important failure of the moderate was the moderates' work was confined only to paperwork. Clear? Moderates never showed any trust in the capacity of masses to sacrifice, and none of them ever tried to launch mass agitation in India. Clear? So their method was not action oriented. Their method was basically marked by superficial contributions only among elite sections of Indian society. So most important weakness of the moderate was that their agitation was confined only to educated classes of India. It never touched or percolated to the large sections of common masses in India. Moderates, in fact, never tried to get connected with masses in India, as they never trusted in the capacity of masses to sacrifice. Clear? In fact, that proved to be the major weakness of the moderates, and this weakness of the moderates got exposed in the beginning of 20th century, and this was largely due to the rise of another brand of national leaders in India, and this brand of national leaders is known as the extremist leaders in India. Clear? Now, what were the major factors that led to the rise of extremist leaders in India? We'll come to that. Clear? So, first of all, these were major. So, contributions of the moderates, then the achievements of the moderates, limitations of the moderates, major moderate leaders, important Congress session during moderate phase, and at the same time, clear, the most important being Indian Councils Act of 1892. Clear? But after this, clear, by the beginning of 20th century, another brand of national leaders began to emerge, and this brand of national leaders was known as the extremist leader. Now, what was the difference? Clear? The difference was extremists believed in peaceful mass agitation. Clear? So rather than following constitutional agitation, extremists wanted to adopt mass agitation as their strategy, and with mass agitation, they wanted to launch peaceful agitation to get their demands accepted. Clear? So they wanted to move away from paperwork to action-oriented approach on the street by launching peaceful mass agitation through passive resistance. Passive resistance means even if they were attacked by the British, they were not supposed to retaliate. Rather, they were only supposed to act in self-defense. This concept of resistance is known as passive resistance, and therefore they came to be known as extremist leader. This phase started around 1905, and this phase continued till 1919. This is the second phase of Indian national movement. Clear? Now, what led to the sudden rise of extremists in the beginning of the 20th century? The sudden phase was that by the end of 19th and beginning of 20th century, India was under the command of British Governor General Lord Curzon. Clear? Some of his policies were largely responsible for the rise of extremist leaders at national level. Clear? What were the major developments or programs under Lord Curzon? Clear? Lord Curzon enacted, first of all, the Calcutta Corporation Act. Lord Curzon enacted the Calcutta Corporation Act in 1899. Calcutta Corporation Act in 1899, whereby the number of elected representatives in Calcutta Corporation was radically reduced. Clear? This led to strong resentment among both moderates and extremists began to highlight the exploitative and racial arrogance of the British. So under Calcutta Corporation Act, the number of elected Indian representatives was radically reduced in Calcutta Corporation. Clear? Second major thing was enactment of the University Act. The enactment of the University Act in 1904. Under the provisions of the University Act of 1904, a strong control was placed over Calcutta University, and Calcutta University was placed under complete government control. Clear? So freedom of speech and expression could not be guaranteed to the students of Calcutta University, as Calcutta University was placed under the command of the British government. Clear? In fact, University Act was passed on the basis of recommendations given by University Commission, and this University Commission was constituted in 1902 under the chairmanship of Thomas Raleigh. Clear? So on the basis of recommendations given by University Commission headed by Thomas Raleigh, obviously University Act was passed in 1904, which was also criticized by extremist leaders, and they came on the fourfold. Clear? And last and the most controversial thing was Lord Curzon's decision to partition the province of Bengal. Clear? So partition of Bengal became another major development, and partition of Bengal was announced by Lord Curzon in 1905, whereby extremists made it clear that constitutional agitation and paperwork will not work for this country. Rather, mass agitation on peaceful lines must be launched against partition of Bengal. Clear? So all these policies of Lord Curzon was also responsible, or largely responsible, for the rise of extremist leader in the international movement, and the role of moderates came to an end by the beginning of 20th century. Clear? So this was the major difference in a rise of extremist leader. Clear? And prominent extremist leaders included Lala Lajpat Rai, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, Bipin Chandra Pal, and Aurobindo Ghosh. Clear? So four most important extremist leaders were Bal Gangadhar Tilak, Lala Lajpat Rai, Bipin Chandra Pal, and Aurobindo Ghosh. Bal Gangadhar Tilak from Maharashtra region, Lala Lajpat Rai from Punjab region, and at the same time Bipin Chandra Pal from Bengal region, Aurobindo Ghosh also from Bengal region. Clear? So this was. Now first of all, we need to highlight what were the basic difference in approach between moderates and extremists before we go on to discuss about rise of extremist leader. Clear? So difference between moderates and the extremist. Clear? Now coming to the difference between moderates and extremists, because in prelims they will give you statement related to that. So we need to understand about difference between moderates on the one hand and extremist on the other hand. Clear? So what were the differences between moderates and extremists? Clear? First of all, moderates had faith in British government. That's one thing. The features: moderates had faith in British government. That's one thing. Clear? Second is they believed in constitutional and legal methods. Believed in constitutional and legal methods. Constitutional and legal methods. They had a narrow social base. They never trusted the capacity of masses. Narrow social base. They had a narrow social base. Clear? And at the same time, ideological inspiration. What was their ideological inspiration? Ideological inspiration. Clear? They were inspired by Western liberal thought. They were inspired by Western liberal thought. They were inspired by Western liberal thought. Clear? And they were inspired by European history. They were inspired by European history. Western liberal thought and European history. Clear? At the same time, they always believed that political connections with Britain were in India's interest. Clear? So they wanted to have political connections with Britain. They emphasized on political connections with Britain. Political connections with Britain. Clear? So these were major moderates, or major ideas, approach of moderates. Now how these were different from extremists. Clear? So coming to the extremist leader, number one. Clear? First major difference under extremists we need to understand. Clear? Extremists wanted to have independence or Swaraj at this time. Clear? So at the same time, clear, what was basically with faith in British government? No, they didn't have faith in British government. Rather, they wanted to establish Swaraj. They wanted to establish Swaraj or self-government in India. So they didn't have faith in British government. Rather, they wanted to establish Swaraj or self-government in India. They believed in confrontation. Clear? They didn't believe in constitutional legal methods. They believed in confrontation. They believed in confrontation and resistance. That is passive resistance. They believed in confrontation and resistance. They had no faith in British rule. We had discussed Swaraj or British government. They had broad social base. Unlike the moderate, they had narrow social base or broad social base and ideological inspiration. What were their ideological inspiration? Ideological inspiration. Now, what were their ideological inspirations? Clear. Coming to this, clear. Ideological inspirations they took from Indian philosophy, Indian history and culture, Indian philosophy, Indian history and culture, Indian history and culture, and complete detachment from Britain. Clear. So these were basically the major difference. So faith in British government, no faith in British government. They believed in Swaraj or self-government, believed in constitutional legal methods. They believed in confrontation, resistance, narrow social base. They had a broad social base because they trusted in the capacity of masses to sacrifice. Their ideological inspiration was from Western liberal thought, European history, and they wanted political connections with Britain. Their ideological inspiration was from Indian philosophy and Indian history and culture, and they wanted detachment from Britain. Clear? These were major differences between the moderates and the extremists. Extremists philosophy advocated by Tilak, Lala Lajpat Rai, Bipin Chandra Pal, and Aurobindo Ghosh. Clear? And all of them relied on Indian history and culture. Bal Gangadhar Tilak began to celebrate Ganpati festival from 1893. He also began to celebrate Shivaji festival from 1895. And all these were basically to highlight the pride in Indian culture and in order to revive nationalism based on Indian culture and indigenous themes. Clear? This was the approach adopted by Tilak, Lala Lajpat Rai, Bipin Chandra Pal, and other persons. Clear? And coming to the major contributions, major role. Clear? So coming to the major role of the extremist leaders. Clear? Now, extremist. The most important leader among the extremists was Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Clear? And Bal Gangadhar Tilak contributed towards Ganpati festival, Shivaji festival, and moreover, clear, he was a person who began to advocate his ideas through two papers titled as Maratha and Kesari. Maratha published in English, Kesari published in Marathi language. Clear? His was major contribution became highly popular and was given even the title of Lokmanya or publicly accepted leader. Clear? At the same time, clear, Lala Lajpat Rai was another extremist leader. Lala Lajpat Rai was another extremist leader, and Lala Lajpat Rai also supported great development or great mobilization of masses in India. He's also known as Punjab Kesari, the Lion of Punjab. Clear? And at the same time, he worked not only in India, even outside India. And while he was staying in United States during First World War, he wrote a very important work. This work is titled as Young India. So Young India was written by Lala Lajpat Rai in United States during First World War, whereby he asked the Indian youth to come forward to liberate India. Next major extremist leader was Bipin Chandra Pal. Bipin Chandra Pal. Bipin Chandra Pal was a leader from Bengal, and Bipin Chandra Pal published a magazine known as New India. He published a magazine known as New India, in which he advocated about his extremist philosophy, and at the same time, clear, he also began to publish a work that is titled as Bande Matram. Bande Matram. Clear? Another major extremist leader was Aurobindo Ghosh. Aurobindo Ghosh. Clear? And he wrote a work. He also published Bande Matram. It was started by Bipin Chandra Pal. But he wrote another paper known as New Lamps for the Old. That is New Light for the Moderates. Old means moderates. New Lamps for the Old. This was written by Aurobindo Ghosh, who promoted several revolutionary organizations also in course of time, but initially he was basically wanting Swaraj or independence and began to show a way to moderates through his work known as New Lamps for the Old. Clear? Now these extremist leaders came forward, and the most important factor that led to the emergence at national level, this most important factor was partition of Bengal. Clear? So partition of Bengal took place in 1905, and with partition of Bengal announced by Lord Curzon, clear, it resulted into huge amount of resentment among both moderates and extremists, and ultimately even moderates agreed to launch mass agitation demanded by extremists, and that resulted into launch of mass movement known as the Swadeshi and the boycott movement. What was the major development? What was the major partition of Bengal? Coming to partition of Bengal announced by Lord Curzon. Clear? So by the beginning of 20th century, there was Secretary of State for India, Lord Risley. Lord Risley, who also supported the partition of Bengal and said that Bengal united is a power, Bengal divided will pull in different directions, as Bengal was the most active province of India at that time. Clear? And Lord Risley's idea was supported and endorsed by Lord Curzon, who also supported the idea of partition of Bengal. Clear? So Lord Risley and Lord Curzon together decided to go for partition of Bengal. So they decided to go for partition of Bengal. Clear? And this partition of Bengal was done on two major criteria. Clear? First of all, partition of Bengal was done on the criteria of language. And second was partition of Bengal was also done on the criteria of religion. Now, whole language and religion. Clear? First of all, as far as language is concerned, we need to understand what was the major division with respect to language. Clear? West Bengal, western part of Bengal, or West Bengal, comprising of non-Bengali speaking. Clear? West Bengal comprising of non-Bengali speaking areas of Bihar and Odisha. West Bengal comprising of non-Bengali speaking regions of Bihar and Odisha was to be separated with Calcutta as their capital. Clear? And second was East Bengal, dominated by Bengali speaking people, pure Bengali speaking people, was to be separated along with Assam. Bengali speaking people along with Assam, with Dhaka as their capital, that is modern Dhaka as their capital. So one was on language, Bengali and non-Bengali. Non-Bengali part of Western Bengal along with Bihar and Orissa were separated with Calcutta as the capital. Eastern part of Bengal was separated along with Assam with Dhaka as the capital, that is modern Dhaka. Clear? At the same time, another criteria was criteria of religion. Clear? West Bengal or western part of Bengal had majority of Hindu population, whereas eastern part of Bengal or East Bengal had numerical majority of Muslim population. Clear. So obviously it was to be decided also divided along religious lines as well. So partition of Bengal, which was announced in 1905, was to be based on language and religion. Language, west part of Bengal having non-Bengali concentration with Bihar as Calcutta capital. Eastern part of Bengal with Bengal and Assam, with Dhaka as the capital. West Bengal dominated by Hindu population. East Bengal dominated by Muslim population. Clear? This partition of Bengal was announced on 7th of August 1905 at Town Hall in Calcutta, which was opposed by both moderates and extremists. Clear? Since then only, when partition of Bengal was announced, Swadeshi movement, or rather movement, was started, anti-partition movement started, and this anti-partition movement was started from Town Hall only on 7th of August 1905 against the partition of Bengal, and that marked the beginning of Swadeshi and the boycott movement. Clear? That is why from 2015, Indian government has started to celebrate 7th of August every day as National Handloom Day to follow or to highlight the features or principles of Swadeshi and the boycott movement. Clear? This movement was started. Clear? And 16th of October was celebrated as Day of Mourning, MOURNING, to show oppose the partition of Bengal. Clear? So all these factors, this most important factor, marked the beginning of the first mass movement in India, and this first mass movement was in form of the Swadeshi and the boycott movement. The Swadeshi and the boycott movement for 3 years, 1905 to 1908. Clear? Now, what were the major distinctive features of the Swadeshi and the boycott movement that started to take place? Clear? Now, Swadeshi and the boycott movement started to promote cultural development. In fact, why it was known as Swadeshi movement? They wanted to rely more on indigenous culture and heritage in order to show confidence and pride in their culture, and at the same time to boycott the British made goods in India. Clear? So all major developments began to take place during Swadeshi and boycott movement, the most important being the cultural development, and this movement was based on the philosophy of Atma Shakti. Clear? So based on the philosophy of Atma Shakti, clear, it was decided to promote the concept of Swadeshi and boycott movement. Clear? So coming to all major cultural developments. Clear? First of all, during Swadeshi and boycott movement, Rabindranath Tagore asked the people to celebrate the festival of Raksha Bandhan in unique style, whereby people of Eastern and Western Bengal were supposed to tie threads on each other's wrist to show indestructible unity of Bengal. Rabindranath Tagore also composed a song Amar Sonar Bangla to highlight the rich cultural heritage of Bengal, and this song became so popular that later on it was adopted as national anthem of Bangladesh. Clear? Meanwhile, Bankim Chandra Chatterjee composed the song Vande Mataram in Sanskrit, which became the theme song of Indian national movement. Then at the same time, clear, there was another person known as Dakshina Ranjan Mitra Majumdar, who began to write Thakur Mar Jhuli, which highlight the folk stories of Bengal, the original stories of Bengal. Then in the field of painting, Rabindranath Tagore discarded the European themes and Victorian themes and adopted the themes from Mughal and Rajput paintings to show indigenous theme. To promote painting and other art, Oriental Society of Art was established, and this Oriental Society of Art was established at Calcutta in 1907. The first recipient of fellowship from Oriental Society of Art was Nandalal Bose in 1907, who promoted the concept of sketch painting in India. Clear? Meanwhile, at the same time, some major entrepreneur emerged in Bengal like Praful Chand Ray, who established Bengal Chemical Factory in order to reduce the dependency of India on British made chemical goods. All these developments took place. Clear? Beyond Bengal, Lala Lajpat Rai established the National College at Lahore, which became a very important institution. Then in the southern part of India, V.O. Chidambaram Pillai, he established Swadeshi Steam Navigation Company, that is presently known as Tuticorin Company, which still has been renamed as V.O. Chidambaram Pillai Port at this time. Clear? Moreover, similar India's themes was promoted by Hari Sarvottam Rao in the region of Andhra. Clear? So in this way, the Swadeshi and the boycott movement started to attain its peak, and all Swadeshi themes, culture and indigenous industries began to be promoted, which was a big development. Clear? But when this movement was at its peak, the movement got affected by two major factors. Clear? One first major factor was, at the peak of this movement, with support of British, the Muslim leaders of East Bengal established a communal organization known as the All India Muslim League. All India Muslim League was established in 1906 by Nawab Aga Khan of Dhaka, Nawab Salimullah and Nawab Mohsinul Mulk. Clear? And all the members of All India Muslim League began to convince Muslim masses to remain aloof from Swadeshi movement. Clear? And that is why it is not a big surprise. At the height of Swadeshi movement, communal riots broke out in Bengal, which was a big setback for Swadeshi and the boycott movement. The second factor that affected the movement was a split between the moderates and the extremists. Clear? And this split took place during the Surat session of 1907, and extremist leaders walked away from Congress, and therefore the movement was left leaderless. And in the beginning of 1908, the movement gradually waned away, largely due to the lack of sustained leadership in India. Clear? So this ended the first mass movement known as the Swadeshi and the boycott movement. Clear? And at the same time, after the end of Swadeshi and the boycott movement, British authority adopted the policy of carrot and stick, that is punishment and reward. Clear? So after the end of Swadeshi and boycott movement, British authority adopted the policy of carrot and stick, that is known as two-pronged strategy. Carrot means reward, stick means punishment. Clear? So carrot, policy of carrot, stick means policy of reward and policy of punishment. Clear? No, reward was for moderates because they were never a challenge for the British. They believed in constitutional agitation, and punishment was for extremists. Punishment was for extremists. Clear? Now coming to the punishment later on, first of all reward. Clear? In order to reward the moderates, what British did? Clear? British decided to give another dose of constitutional reforms to the moderates, and therefore the British Governor General Lord Minto and the British Secretary of State Lord Morley, clear? Both Lord Morley and Lord Minto drafted a set of proposals, and this set of proposals drafted in 1908 is known as Morley-Minto reforms, and based on Morley-Minto reforms, British authority enacted another council act which is known as the Indian Councils Act. Indian Councils Act of 1909. Clear? Now, what were the provisions of Indian Councils Act of 1909? Clear? The provisions of this act were in continuity of the previous Council Act of 1892. Clear? The number of non-official members were further increased in the Legislative Councils of India. Under the Indian Council Act of 1909, principle of direct election was introduced in India. According to the principle of direct election, now masses could elect their leaders to central and provincial legislative council, even though franchise was highly restricted in India. Clear? So under Indian Councils Act of 1909, first of all, non-official members were further increased. Non-official members were further increased. Then from indirect election, they introduced the principle of direct election in this act. At the same time, the members of Legislative Council could ask questions along with supplementary questions as well. This was not allowed in the previous Council Act. So even supplementary questions could be asked. Fourth is clear. Questions and supplementary questions could be asked. Then they could discuss the items of the budget and could vote on single item of budget. Even voting power was given on single item of the budget. And moreover, one Indian was to be nominated in Governor General's Executive Council. Clear? And the first Indian to be appointed and nominated in Governor General's Executive Council was Satyendra Prasad Sinha. He was a legal expert, so he was given the portfolio of Law Department. Clear? So these were the major provisions of Indian Councils Act of 1909. Clear? This was a method to reconcile the moderate leaders. Further to reward the moderate leaders, another measure was taken by British. British authority convened a grand darbar. A grand darbar or the Royal Darbar at Delhi in 1911, which was attended by British monarch King George V. Clear? And while presiding over this grand darbar, King George V of Britain, he made two announcements. The announcement was he annulled the partition of Bengal. Clear? After annulling the partition of Bengal, he decided to divide the province of Bengal by separating the non-Bengali regions of Bihar and Orissa. Clear? So Bihar and Orissa was separated from Bengal, and Bengal remained to be dominated only by Bengali speaking people. Moreover, he also made an announcement that capital of modern India shall be transferred from Calcutta to Delhi, and Delhi became the capital of modern India in 1912 as a result of announcement by King George V. And Delhi was made the capital of modern India by clubbing 7 cities established by medieval monarchs, starting with Alauddin Khalji and ending with Shah Jahan. Alauddin Khalji established the city of Siri, then followed by Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, who established the city of Tughlaqabad. Then Muhammad bin Tughlaq established Jahanpana, Firoz Shah Tughlaq established Firozabad, then Humayun established Deenpana, Sher Shah established Shergarh, and finally Shah Jahan established Shah Jahanabad. And all these cities combined together, Delhi became the capital of modern India in 1912. These was basically to reward, to basically reconcile the moderate leaders. Two major things: Indian Councils Act of 1909 and the Grand Darbar of 1911. Okay? Now coming to the punishment for the extremists. Now they wanted to punish the extremists, clear? Because extremists were the real challenge for them, and as a mark of punishment, clear, they arrested the greatest extremist leader, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, who was deported to Mandale for 6 years. Clear? So he was deported to Mandale jail in Burma for 6 years. Clear? And therefore he stayed in Mandale jail for 6 years from 1908 till 1914. Clear? So all these were basically development after the Swadeshi movement. Lala Lajpat Rai left India. He went to United States, and there only he began to write the work Young India. Bipin Chandra Pal retired from active politics along with Aurobindo Ghosh. Aurobindo Ghosh in fact began to pursue his spiritualism at his ashram at Pondicherry in South India. Clear? So all the extremist leaders, they left the active politics in India, and more importantly, Tilak was not there in India for 6 years, as he was there in Mandale jail in Burma. Clear? And just because of this only, the movement ended at this time. Clear? But at the same time, even though the policy of carrot and stick was followed, clear, this exposed the weaknesses of not only moderates, this exposed the weaknesses even of extremist leaders as well. Clear? And just because the weakness of both moderates and extremists got exposed by this time, clear, it led to desperation among Indian youths, and Indian youths decided to adopt third strategy, that is assassinating unpopular British officers in India in order to create fear among them to get the demands accepted. Clear? And primarily because of the failure of both moderates and extremists, clear, a new trend was established in national movement. This trend was started in form of revolutionary sentiments in India by the youths of this country, and these revolutionary sentiments became a major development from 1908 onwards. It cannot be denied. From 1908 onwards, revolutionary sentiments began to emerge. Some international factors also were responsible for the rise of revolutionarism, like first of all, Russian nihilism, whereby after Russia got defeated by Japan, large number of Russian youths began to assassinate their officers, and such revolutionary methods came to be known as nihilism in Russia. Clear. So Russian or Indian youths were also inspired by Russian nihilists, and they also decided to assassinate unpopular British officers. So failure of moderates and extremists and withdrawal of civil Swadeshi movement, all this created desperation among the Indian youths, and Indian youths adopted a third line of approach, and that marked the beginning of revolutionary leaders. That led to the rise of revolutionary leaders. That led to the rise of revolutionary leaders. Clear? Rise of revolutionary leaders followed by revolutionary activities, and even secret societies. Clear? So revolutionary leaders and activities started after the failure of both moderates and extremists that got exposed with Swadeshi and the boycott movement. Clear? So coming to prominent revolutionaries that emerged at this time. Clear? In fact, the first major revolutionary act which was performed in Bengal, this revolutionary act was performed by two major members of a secret organization. This organization was Anushilan Samiti. Clear? So Anushilan Samiti was a very prominent Samiti established in Dhaka, modern Dhaka, and two members of Anushilan Samiti, Prafull Chaki and Khudiram Bose. Prafull Chaki and Khudiram Bose decided to assassinate unpopular judge of Muzaffarpur in Bihar, Kingsford. Clear? So Prafull Chaki and Khudiram Bose. Before this, first revolutionary act, as it said, a violent act was performed by Chapekar brothers in Maharashtra, that is Damodar Chapekar and Balkrish Chapekar, who assassinated two British officers, land and airs. Clear? Who ordered such operations after plague in the region of Pune. Clear? But that is not considered as a proper revolutionary act, that was out of retaliation. Clear? First major revolutionary act was performed by members of Anushilan Samiti, Prafull Chaki and Khudiram Bose, who decided to assassinate unpopular judge of Muzaffarpur, Kingsford, in 1908. But due to some miscalculation, bomb was thrown on another carriage, and just because bomb was thrown on another carriage, clear, it resulted into another carriage. It resulted into the it led to injure of, or rather it led to attack on two British women, and both the women were severely injured. Out of conscience, out of basically guilt, Prafull Chaki shot himself dead on the spot, and Khudiram Bose was arrested and hanged. Clear? This was a big setback of beginning of revolutionary developments in India, and these revolutionary developments resulted into a new concept of revolutionary activities in India from 1908. Clear? So from 1908, major developments began to take place, and these developments affected several major issues in India. We'll come to these major issues as well. Clear? So coming to all major beginning of revolutionary activities in Bengal after the assassination attempt by Prafull Chaki and Khudiram Bose. Clear? Now, first major revolutionary act, clear, that was basically marked by violent activities. Clear? Violent activity was basically in Bengal itself known as Manik Tala conspiracy case, also known as Alipur conspiracy case. Clear? But before we discuss that, very important thing which has been highlighted by our Prime Minister also in the concept of unsung heroes of Indian national movement. Clear? So first of all, we need to discuss about construction of a very important prison by the British in India. This prison is known as the cellular jail in India. Clear? Most of the revolutionaries were kept in this cellular jail. Clear? So a very important development that took place in course of national movement was construction of cellular jail by the British in the region of Andaman in 1906. Clear? This cellular jail in Andaman is also known popularly in modern history as the Bastille of India. Clear? Bastille of India, because this term we use basically for state prison of France. Clear? So it is known as Bastille of India, cellular jail that was established in 1906, largely to keep large number of prisoners, especially revolutionaries in India. Clear? And at the same time, clear, these revolutionaries began to be kept under tough conditions by the British. Clear? And with establishment of cellular jail at Andaman in 1906, large number of revolutionaries began to be kept. Which were the revolutionaries and what were the cases framed against them? We'll come to this. Clear? The first case of political prisoners who were imprisoned in cellular jail in Andaman. These were the prisoners associated with Manik Tola conspiracy case. Manik Tola conspiracy case. It is also known as Alipur bomb case. It is also known as Alipur bomb case of 1908, just after the end of Swadeshi movement. Clear? This was very bad, and the first batch of prisoners who entered into cellular jail was basically the persons convicted under Manik Tola conspiracy case or Alipur bomb case. And these prisoners, the first batch of prisoners convicted and placed under cellular jail, that included Barendra Kumar Ghosh. Write about them. They are known as unsung heroes of international movements. Barendra Kumar Ghosh. They are being remembered and celebrated to mark 75 years of India's independence, which has been declared by Indian Prime Minister as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Clear? So under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, these are unsung heroes which are being remembered and rather praised by the leaders in India presently. Clear? So there were Barendra Kumar Ghosh. Clear? Then Ulashkar Dutt. Barendra Kumar Ghosh. Ulashkar Dutt. They were all sentenced for life imprisonment. Ulashkar Dutt. Clear? Then we have Upendranath Banerjee. Upendranath Banerjee. Upendranath Banerjee. Then Hemchandra Das. Hemchandra Das. Clear? Hemchandra Das. Then we have Indu Bhushan Roy. Indu Bhushan Roy. Indu Bhushan Roy. Clear? Then we have Vibhuti Bhushan Sarkar. Vibhuti Bhushan Sarkar. Sircar. Vibhuti Bhushan Sarkar. Clear? Then Rishikesh. Vibhuti Bhushan Sarkar. Then Rishikesh. Clear? Clear? Then Rishikesh Kanjilal. Rishikesh Kanjilal, 7th one. Then 8th one after Rishikesh Kanjilal is Sudhir Kumar Sarkar. Sudhir Kumar Sarkar. Sudhir Kumar Sarkar. Clear? So Abhinash Chandra Bhattacharya. Abhinash Chandra Bhattacharya. Abhinash Chandra Bhattacharya. Clear? Abhinash Chandra Bhattacharya and Birendra Chandra Sen. Thus 10th one. Birendra Chandra Sen. Birendra Chandra Sen. Clear? These were major persons who were the first batch of convicted prisoners who were placed in cellular jail in 1906 known as Bastille of India, and the case against them was Manik Tola conspiracy case or Alipur bomb case of 1908. Clear? Thereafter, several conspiracy cases began to be launched, and all the prisoners of these conspiracy cases were basically convicted and then placed under cellular jail in Andaman. None of the records has been mentioned about them. They are regarded as unsung heroes of national movement, and therefore these cases and the convicts are very important. After Manik Tola conspiracy case, clear, will come to other major conspiracy cases that led to conviction of large number of people. They were arrested under different conspiracy cases. So after Manik Tola conspiracy case, we have next one is Nasik conspiracy case. Nasik conspiracy case 1909. Nasik conspiracy case 1909. Then we have Khulna conspiracy case. Khulna conspiracy case 1910. They can give you a range also. Khulna conspiracy case, clear. Then we have second Nasik conspiracy case. Second Nasik conspiracy case 1911. Second Nasik conspiracy case 1911. Then we have Rajendrapur. Then we have Rajendrapur train dacoity case. Rajendrapur train dacoity case. Rajendrapur train dacoity case 1911. Rajendrapur's train dacoity case 1911. Then Ghadar party revolution. They were also tried. Ghadar party revolution. Ghadar party revolution 1914. Ghadar party revolution 1914. Then Sibpur, very prominent one. Sibpur Nadia, region of Bengal. Sibpur Nadia conspiracy case. Sibpur Nadia conspiracy case 1915. Clear? Very important one. So, Manik Tola conspiracy case, Nasik conspiracy case, Khulna conspiracy case, second Nasik conspiracy case, Rajendrapur train dacoity case, Ghadar party revolution, Sibpur Nadia conspiracy case, 1915. Clear? Very prominent one. All the convicts being placed in cellular jail. Clear? We'll come to major ones as well. Clear? So, this was major one, seventh one, coming to the eighth one. Clear? Eighth conspiracy case against revolutionaries. Clear? The assembly bomb case. Sardar Bhagat Singh. Assembly bomb case at Calcutta 1929. Sardar Bhagat Singh and Batukeshwar Dutt or BK Dutt. Clear? Then Chittagong armory raid. Chittagong armory raid 1930. That is under Master Daud Sursen, Chittagong army raid. Then we have Watson shooting case. Then we have Watson shooting case. Watson shooting case. Clear? So in 1932. Then we have Birbhum conspiracy case. Birbhum conspiracy case. Birbhum conspiracy case. Clear? Conspiracy 1933. 1933. Clear? Birbhum conspiracy case. Then we have Midnapur murder case. Midnapur murder case. Midnapur murder case. Clear? That is 1933. This is the right order also. Clear? Midnapur murder case. Clear? So these were very important one. Clear? So all these major cases were done. Clear? So Starting with, clear, coming to this, clear, look into it. Cellular jail, 19th was the best style of India. Manikala conspiracy case, Nasik conspiracy case, Khulna conspiracy case, Nasik, second Nasik conspiracy case, Rajendrapur train dacoity case, Ghadar party revolution, Sipur Nadia conspiracy case. Then after Sipur Nadia conspiracy case, we have assembly bomb case, Chittagong army raid, Watson shooting case, Birbhum conspiracy case, and Midnapur murder case. Clear? And all the convicts who were arrested and placed under cellular jail. Clear? In the cellular jail, all of these revolutionaries were declared to be rather basically seditionists. That is, the persons who has acted against the British and the state. Clear? And all these were treated as hardcore criminals. Since all of them were treated as hardcore criminals, all the prisoners in the cellular jail in Andaman, clear, these prisoners were classified into two categories. These prisoners were known as D category and PI category. D indicated that they were highly dangerous from British perspective, and PI indicated those prisoners who were given life imprisonment, and they were known as permanently incarcerated. Permanently incarcerated, that is life imprisonment. Clear? So all the prisoners were classified into category of D and PI. D means dangerous, PI meant permanently incarcerated. Clear? So these developments took place. Clear? And at the same time, clear, this became symbol of slavery in India, that is cellular jail. Clear? And this cellular jail, clear, very important development was, clear, large number of revolutionaries who were imprisoned within cellular jail. They composed, several of them composed the very important literary works. These literary works are also highlighted in this year, presently, to highlight Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. They are known as unsung heroes of international movement. Coming to the works written by all the convicts within cellular jail. Clear? They wrote their memoirs also, starting with Barendra Kumar Ghosh. These are very important informations. Clear? So Barendra Kumar Ghosh. Barendra Kumar Ghosh in cellular jail, he wrote a memoir. This memoir is titled as The Tale of My Exile. The Tale of My Exile. Written in the year 1922. The Tale of My Exile. Barendra Kumar Ghosh. Clear? Then clear? The Barendra Kumar Ghosh. It was written Tale of My Exile. It was also translated into Bengali, and in the Bengali, clear. And the Bengali version is known as Dipantorer. Dipantorer. Bengali version. Clear? It is the Bengali translated form, Dipantorer Katha. In fact, originally written in Bengali, translated into English as Tale of My Exile. Dipantorer Katha. Clear? Dipantorer Katha. Coming to the second one, clear? The second one was Upendranath Bandyopadhyay. Upendranath Bandyopadhyay. Upendranath Bandyopadhyay. Clear? Upendranath Bandyopadhyay wrote Nirvastra. Clear? Nirvasitir Atmakatha. Nirvasitir Atmakatha. Nirvastir Atmakatha. Clear? Atmakatha. This was written in Bengali language. Clear? Then Sachin Nath Sanyal. Third was Sachindra Nath Sanyal, who wrote his own memoir, that is Imprisoned Life, also known as Bandi Jeevan. Wrote Imprisoned Life, known as Bandi Jeevan. Clear? Life of captivity. He also wrote this work in 1922. Clear? It was written in 1922. After 22, clear? Bandi Jeevan. Apart from this, clear, there were large number of autobiographies written, and autobiographies were written by large number of revolutionaries. Ram Singh, Ram Singh, Prithvi Singh Azad, Prithvi Singh Azad, Ram Singh, Prithvi Singh Azad, and Bhai Parmanand. Bhai Parmanand, associated with Ghadar Movement. Clear? Bhai Parmanand, clear? Bhai Parmanand, Sohan Singh Bhakna, Sohan Singh Bhakna, associated with Ghadar Movement, Ghagna. And all these autobiographies written, these autobiographies are collectively titled as Jeevan Sangram. They are collectively titled as Jeevan Sangram. So, Jeevan Sangram is a term for autobiographies of Ram Singh, Prithvi Singh Azad, Bhai Parmanand, Sohan Singh Bhakna. Clear? This major development, very important work. Clear? Then at the same time, Bijay Kumar Sinha. Clear? Another person, that is Bijay Kumar Sinha. B-E-J-O-Y. Bijay Kumar Sinha. He wrote his work, clear, Bijay Kumar Sinha, in Andaman, the Indian Bastille. In Andaman, the Indian Bastille. The Indian Bastille. Bijay Kumar Sinha wrote Andaman, Indian Bastille. Clear? Then Shailesh Day, clear? 6-1. After this, another very prominent one, very popular in fact. Clear? This work is Shailesh Day. Shailesh Day. He wrote a Bengali work which is very popular, and this Bengali work written by Shailesh Day is Ami Subhash Bolchi. Ami Subhash Bolchi. Ami Subhash Bolchi. Clear? That is Bengali in 1976. Ami Subhash Bolchi. Clear? Subhash. Clear? Then V.D. Savarkar. Vinayak Damodar Savarkar was also in cellular jail. V.D. Savarkar. Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. He wrote a work in Bengal in Marathi language, Majhi Janep. Wrote a work, Majhi Janep, in Marathi language. Vinayak Damodar Savarkar, clear? Majhi Janep, clear? In Marathi language, clear? Then at the same time, clear? Professor V.N. Nayak, in contemporary times also. Professor V.N. Nayak has written a work. Professor V.N. Nayak has written a work, clear? Clear? My work, Ajanm Karavas. Ajanm Karavas. Ajanm, transportation for life. Clear? Ajanm Karavas. Clear? These all major ones very important. Clear? Then another person was Ulaskar Dutt. Ulaskar Dutt, convicted under Maniktala conspiracy case. Ulaskar Dutt has written a work, 12 years of prison life. 12 years of prison life. 12 years of prison life written by Ulaskar Dutt. Clear? So these were very prominent works written. Clear? And among these works, the most popular is Ami Subhash Bolchi, written by Shailesh Day. Clear? Moreover, coming to cellular jail again, cellular jail got largely destroyed in 1941 earthquake. Clear? And in the course of Second World War, cellular jail was bombed even by Japan. Clear? And in Japan, while with bombing of Japan, the cellular jail got largely destroyed. Clear? And in this cellular jail at this time, there were a large number of Indian National Army, which was also kept by Japan at this time. Clear? So cellular jail has their own history altogether, and this cellular jail came to be very important one. Large number of people died in cellular jail also. Clear? And in fact, they are regarded as the martyrs of cellular jail. Clear? So martyrs of cellular jail, also many people died in the jail itself before India became independent. Clear? So these were very important developments that took place in the cellular jail, clear? And at the same time, clear, cellular jail, or rather mass genocide, was also operated from cellular jail, and this mass genocide was basically organized by Japan, clear, in the course of Second World War. So cellular jail played important role, and all these very important developments began to take place, clear? Meanwhile, when revolutionary developments began to take place, Prafulla Chaki and Khudiram Bose, then at the same time, clear, Savarkar, V.D. Savarkar played an important role. In fact, V.D. Savarkar only established the secret organization known as Abhinav Bharat in Maharashtra in 1904. This was founded by V.D. Savarkar only, clear. So all these developments took place that led to promotion of revolutionary activities in India, and all these became very important development, clear. So after the end of Swadeshi and the boycott movement, clear, boycott movements, large number of revolutionary activities and movements began to take place, and these are all conspiracy cases that you should know with correct chronological sequence, because right now these are being highlighted in the celebration of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, clear. So these developments continued till 1914, clear. In the year 1914, First World War broke out, and this First World War also had huge impact on Indian national movement. We'll come to these developments as well, clear. First of all, there are some questions, clear. With respect to Indian Council Act of 1909, what was the communal electorate introduced by British? Communal electorate was not, basically it was separate electorates, clear. According to separate electorates, certain constituencies were demarcated, and from those demarcated constituencies only Muslim candidates could contest the election, and only Muslim masses could vote, just to show that they are trying to protect the interest of Muslim masses. But the real objective was to divide the people of India along religious lines. It became highly controversial, and it was again amplified in the subsequent legislative acts as well, clear. So separate electorates for Muslims was introduced under Indian Council Act of 1909, clear. Sir, please explain difference between official and non-official members. Official members were those nominated by Governor General and the British. Non-official members were those who were elected by the people, clear. This was the difference between official and non-official members. Sir, please elaborate about another revolution, that is Swadesh Bandhav Samiti. Swadesh Bandhav Samiti also operated in different parts of India, largely from Bengal, and they also began to take major actions against unpopular British officers in India. Hemchand Kanun ko also, Hemchand Kanun ko also related to Maniktala case, clear. Anushilan Samiti. So please briefly tell us about conspiracy cases also about revolutionary. Anushilan Samiti was formed basically during Swadeshi movement only, clear. And these committees began to highlight the rich cultural heritage, local culture. But when the movement got ended, the members of these committees began to feel desperate, and therefore all these members decided to assassinate unpopular British officers in India, and that resulted into thorough subjugation of, or rather violent activities by all the members of these secret organization. Sir, please mention Ghadar party members. Okay, coming to Ghadar party members, again I'll let you know, clear. Coming to Ghadar party members, briefly I'll let you know, clear. Ghadar movement or Ghadar movement, first of all, I'll let you briefly, Ghadar movement took place in the region of North America, corresponding with United States and Canada, clear. Leaders of the Ghadar movement, this movement was started first of all by Indian students, and these Indian students began to promote awareness among large number of Sikh migrants in North America. These leaders or students were Ramnath Puri, who began to circulate a paper, Circular-e-Azadi. Second student was Taraknath Das, who began to publish a paper, Free Hindustan, from the city of Vancouver, Taraknath Das. And third person was G.D. Kumar. They were students who started awareness among Sikh migrants in North America region. Then they were supported by Sikh leader Baba Bhagwan Singh from Singapore. And under the influence of Baba Bhagwan Singh, all the leaders who joined Ghadar movement, these leaders included Kartar Singh Sarabha, Harnam Singh Tundilat, Harnam Singh Tundilat, clear. Then Sohan Singh Bhakna, Sohan Singh Bhakna, and Bhai Parmanand. And Bhai Parmanand. Clear? At the same time, clear. In course of time, another leader that began to head Ghadar movement from San Francisco. This leader was Lala Hardyal. Lala Hardyal. Clear? Lala Hardyal. Clear? The movement began to take place in the region of North America, and in course of time, the movement got largely affected because of one development, that was Komagata Maru incident. Komagata Maru incident. It was a name of Japanese ship that took 376 Indian passengers from Singapore to Canada, but all these passengers were not allowed to deboard by Canadian authority, so ship had to return back, clear. And while ship was returning back, wave of sympathy came in favor of 376 Indian passengers. This ship Komagata Maru landed, or rather anchored, on the coast of Bajbaj near Calcutta, clear. And just because it took place at Bajbaj near Calcutta, crash began between the passengers and the local authority, leading to the death of 22 passengers, arrest of more than 200, and rest of them managed to escape. And that marked the end of Ghadar movement in 1914. These are the prominent leaders associated with Ghadar movement in India. Clear? That took place largely in North American region. Clear? So these were major developments that took place after Swadeshi and boycott movement, that even include Ghadar movement as well. Clear? So major developments that took place at this time, and this became a very important development. Now after this, clear, mixed, clear, it was basically a steamer, Japanese steamer. Clear? Now after this, clear, what happened during the course of First World War that took place in India. But before this, just understand first of all, clear, in 1914, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, clear, returned back to India after 6 years of imprisonment. Even Bal Gangadhar Tilak has written a book in the Mandale jail. This book, written by Bal Gangadhar Tilak, is known or titled as Gita Rahasya. Clear? So he also wrote a work within prison known as Gita Rahasya. Clear? Very prominent one, philosophical work written by Bal Gangadhar Tilak. He returned back to India in 1914 as a changed personality, and after returning back, he requested the Congress party to include the extremist leaders. Clear? And in this demand, Tilak was supported by Irish reformer Annie Besant. Clear? Initially, this demand could not be accepted, largely due to the adamant approach of Firoz Shah Mehta. Clear? But ultimately, Congress decided to include the extremists within its fold, and this formal integration took place during historic session of the Congress, and this historic session of the Congress was convened at Lucknow in 1916. Lucknow session is highly historic session. We'll come to this Lucknow session that took place in 1916. Clear? So coming to the Lucknow session of 1916. Clear? Now Lucknow session was presided by leader from Bengal, Ambika Charan Majumdar. Ambika Charan Majumdar. Clear? And during this session, moderates and extremists got together since the Surat split of 1907. This was a big achievement on the part of Tilak and Annie Besant. Clear? At the same time, Tilak and another important national leader, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, supported the idea of merger of All India Muslim League within the National Congress, and at Lucknow session, All India Muslim League got merged within the National Congress, and that merger took place through Lucknow Pact of 1916. But while ensuring this merger of two large political parties, Congress formally accepted the principle of separate electorates for the Muslims. Clear? So we had right now discussed the principle of separate electorates were introduced for the Muslims in the Indian Council Act of 1909, and it was formally accepted by Congress also at Lucknow session of 1916. Clear? So this major development took place at Lucknow session. It was a historic session. Clear? Tilak on his individual capacity also proposed the idea of establishing a compact body within Congress known as Congress Working Committee to coordinate the mass movement in India on regular basis, and he also proposed the idea of establishing provincial Congress committees on linguistic criteria to make Congress accessible to large and diverse sections of Indian society. Clear? But both these structural suggestions given by Tilak was not accepted by Congress members. So that indicates Tilak as an individual was still not very acceptable to Congress members, even though extremists got integrated with the moderates. Clear? Meanwhile, when all these developments were taking place during the course of First World War, Tilak and Annie Besant launched a mass movement also. This mass movement is known as the Home Rule Movement from 1916 to 1918. Clear? Meanwhile, we'll come to Home Rule Movement separately, but at the same time, from 1914, First World War broke out, and in the course of First World War, major impact was felt on India as well. What was the major impact in the course of First World War? Clear? In the course of First World War, clear? In the course of First World War, first of all, British authority wanted to have complete support from India as its colony. Clear? But at this time, several radical developments began to take place in India. Clear? When First World War broke out, a very sensitive Islamic country, Turkey, participated in the war against Britain. Clear? Why Turkey was very sensitive? The ruler or Sultan of Turkey was also the head of large Islamic empire known as Ottoman Empire, and this person was designated as Khalifa or Caliphate. Clear? So all Islamic community in different parts of the world had a respect for Khalifa in Turkey. Indian Muslims also demanded that proper treatment should be given to Khalifa by Britain, and territorial integrity of Turkey must not be affected. Clear? This declaration was done at this time and done. This demand was raised. British assured that proper treatment would be given to Turkey after First World War. Clear? When First World War came to an end, Turkey was defeated in this war, and British and other victorious powers imposed humiliating treaty on Turkey known as Treaty of Sevres in 1920. Under the provisions of Treaty of Sevres, large parts of Turkey, including Eastern Thrace, was taken away and given to Greece. Clear? This affected the position of Caliphate or Khalifa of Turkey, and this affected the religious sentiments of Muslims all across the world. And therefore, in India, two Muslim brothers, Muhammad Ali and Shaukat Ali, started a movement against Britain, and this movement against British is known as the Khilafat movement. Clear? So Khilafat movement was started in India by two Muslim brothers, Muhammad Ali and Shaukat Ali, and it became a very popular movement all across India. This was one development. Second development was in the course of First World War only. British authority enacted a reactionary legislation known as the Rowlatt Act in March 1919. Under the provisions of the Rowlatt Act, any person could be arrested without giving any reason. Public demonstration and mass gathering was completely prohibited. Clear? So these were there in the provisions of Rowlatt Act. Clear? And by applying the provisions of Rowlatt Act, British authority arrested two popular leaders of Punjab, Dr. Satyapal and Dr. Saifuddin Kichliu. Clear? And when these two members were arrested by the British, clear, large number of people protested against this arrest, and to show their protest, large number of peaceful crowd gathered at Jallianwala Bagh at Amritsar in 1919. Okay? And during this gathering, British military officer General Dyer entered into the premises of Jallianwala Bagh, ordered the troops to fire on the crowd, and that led to the casualty of more than 1,500 people, including women and children. And thereafter, martial law was imposed in Punjab. Clear? This was a rude shock to the sentiments of people all across the world, and large number of people began to unite to protest against British policies. Clear? So, as a direct consequence of First World War, two major developments took place in India by 1919. One was the beginning of the Khilafat movement against the British. Another was the Jallianwala Bagh massacre that created anti-British sentiments to a large extent in India. Clear? Meanwhile, at the same time, during the course of First World War only, Annie Besant and Tilak decided to launch another mass movement, and that movement was known as the Home Rule Movement. Clear? Home Rule Movement was from 1916 to 1918. Coming to this Home Rule Movement, clear? The objective of this Home Rule Movement was to demand home rule, autonomy or Swaraj from the British authority. The demand for Swaraj was first raised from Congress platform by Dadabhai Naoroji, whereby self-rule was demanded on the pattern of other British colonies like Canada and Australia. Clear? Here, Tilak and Annie Besant demanded Swaraj from British rule, that is independence or self-rule for India. And to promote this concept, they began to organize a movement known as the Home Rule Movement from 1916 to 1918. Clear? So, coming to the Home Rule Movement from 1916 to 1918 during First World War. Clear? Now, what major developments took place during Home Rule Movement? Clear? Home Rule Movement was launched by Tilak in April 1916 in the original Maratha territories. Original Maratha territories meant Maharashtra, Karnataka, Central Province and Bihar near Hyderabad. So Tilak launched his Home Rule Movement in April 1916 in original Maratha territories. Clear? Whereas Annie Besant launched her Home Rule Movement in September 1916, just after a few months, September 1916, in rest of British India. So both of them demarcated the areas of influence. Tilak wanted to concentrate in original Maratha territory, and Annie Besant wanted to focus in entire part of India except that region of Tilak. Clear? And these two movements were separate movements. They were not joint movements. Clear? Because Tilak launched his movement in April 1916, Annie Besant launched the movement in September 1916. Clear? So this movement was started. Clear? And at the same time, clear, Home Rule Movement, when it started in April 1916, the first president of Home Rule Movement launched by Tilak was launched in April 1916, and the first president of India Home Rule League. Clear? This Home Rule, the first president of India Home Rule League was a person known as Joseph Baptista. Clear? So Joseph Baptista was the first president of the Home Rule League launched by Tilak in 1916. Clear? So all these resulted into launch of the Home Rule Movement. Now, what were the major strategy followed by during Home Rule Movement? Clear? During this movement, both Tilak and Annie Besant launched, or rather adopted, a very down-to-earth and practical strategy. Both of them focused on rural areas, not on urban areas. For example, Tilak focused on Home Rule Movement throughout Maharashtra except the city of Bombay. Clear? This Home Rule Movement, in this Home Rule Movement, Tilak and Home Rule went from village to village on foot. They gave long speeches explaining the concept of Home Rule. In this context, Annie Besant learned several vernacular languages of India and got thoroughly Indianized. Clear? Both Tilak and Annie Besant distributed handwritten pamphlets. Clear? Handwritten pamphlets explaining the concept of home rule or Swaraj. And at the same time, clear, more importantly, both of them established small libraries and reading rooms all across India in order to in order to keep certain materials related to home rule or Swaraj. So very practical approach was adopted, and for the first time, national movement touched the common masses. Common masses began to feel connected with national movement, and that was a big development. Clear? Just because of such mass awareness created during home rule movement, British authority began to feel insecure, and that is why, out of desperation, British authority arrested Annie Besant in 1917. Clear? As soon as Annie Besant was arrested, all major Congress leaders joined Home Rule, and all of them collectively demanded the release of Annie Besant. Under such collective pressure, Annie Besant was released after a few months only, and on the request of Tilak, Annie Besant was elected as Congress President in 1917 when the session was convened at Calcutta. In this way, Annie Besant became the first woman president of Indian National Congress at Calcutta session in 1917. Clear? Meanwhile, in order to stop this movement, the Secretary of State for India in London, Lord Montagu, clear, he made an announcement in British Parliament, and this announcement is popularly known as August Declaration of 1917. Clear? So August Declaration was issued by Lord Montagu, and with this declaration, he decided to give some reward to the Indian leaders just to stop home rule movement. Clear? According to this declaration, just remember, listen carefully. Clear? Lord Montagu made it clear that the ultimate aim of British in India is to train Indians in the art of self-government so that a responsible government could be established in coming time. Clear? In other words, he accepted the demand for home rule, but provided Indians are trained for this purpose, and it may take some time. Clear? Annie Besant realized that with August Declaration, her objective of home rule movement has been achieved, and she ended her home rule movement. Even Tilak alone could not sustain this movement, and Tilak went to London to file a case against a British journalist. This British journalist was Valentine Chirol. Clear? So he went to file a case against British journalist Valentine Chirol, who declared Tilak as father of Indian unrest. That is, man responsible for all problem in India. So Tilak was given the title of father of Indian unrest by Valentine Chirol, and therefore Tilak decided to file a defamation case against Valentine Chirol. He went to London. Since Tilak was far away in London for several months, clear, and Annie Besant had ended her movement, even home rule movement gradually went away in 1918 due to lack of sustained leadership. Clear? So home rule movement also gradually went away. Clear? Just because of lack of sustained leadership, Annie Besant ended her movement, and Tilak went to London to pursue a case against Valentine Chirol. Clear? So this became a very important development. Clear? So this was the development during the extremist phase. Clear? 1916 to 1918, home rule movement came to an end. 1919, impact of First World War was felt, and from this year only, national movement began to be taken under the command of Mahatma Gandhi, marking the beginning of third phase known as the Gandhian Phase from 1919. Clear? So this was major development. So we had discussed a moderate phase. Now this was the extremist phase, major development. Clear? For your revision, clear, we'll try to have this flow chart for you, that what major developments took place, timeline. Clear? What major developments took place during extremist phase. Clear? So timeline, have this for your revision. Timeline of political activities. Timeline of political activities from 1905 to 1919. That is the extremist phase. Clear? So timeline of political activities from 1905 to 1919. Clear? First major development is coming to this. Clear? 1905. First major development is first major development in 1905 is partition of Bengal. Partition of Bengal. Second, after partition of Bengal is Swadeshi and boycott movement. First mass movement, Swadeshi and so partition of Bengal 1905, Swadeshi and boycott movement from 1905 to 1908. Clear. During Swadeshi movement only, another development took place, that is foundation of All India Muslim League, that took place in 1907. So within this, other developments were, number one, within this is, first development is establishment of All India Muslim League, All India Muslim League at Dhaka in 1906. Second major development was Surat split in 1907, the Surat session. Clear. This development took place. Third development after this, the third major development was basically Indian Council Act of 1909. Indian Councils Act of 1909. Fourth development was Delhi Darbar of Grand Darbar. Delhi Darbar in 1911. Delhi Darbar in 1911, that annulled the partition of Bengal. Then First World War, 1914 to 1918. What were developments during First World War 1914 to 1918? First is 19 Lucknow session. Lucknow session 1916, that led to integration of moderates and extremists and even merger of All India Muslim League with Congress and acceptance of the principle of separate electorates to electorates, all declared under Lucknow Pact of 1916. Clear? Then after this is, we have the Home Rule movement. Home Rule movement 1916 to 1918. The Home Rule movement 1916 to 1918. Home Rule movement. Within this we have, first of all, we have basically the Khilafat movement. Then we have Khilafat movement 1919, and then we have Jallianwala Bagh massacre. Jallianwala Bagh massacre again in 1919, 13th of April, it was Baisakhi Day. Clear. So these major timeline, clear. Have this for your revision. Partition of Bengal, Swadeshi and boycott movement, All India Muslim League, Surat split, Indian Councils Act, then Delhi Darbar 1911, First World War. Then within First World War we had Lucknow session, very important historic session. That was the 31st session of Indian National Congress. Clear. It is also was known as 31st session of Indian National Congress, presided by Ambika Charan Majumdar. Then Home Rule movement, then Khilafat movement, and then finally Jallianwala Bagh massacre. Clear. So these developments took place in the extremist phase. Clear. Now after all these developments that took place from 1919, national movement began to be headed by Mahatma Gandhi. That is also known as Gandhian Phase from 1919 till 1947. Clear. Now before this we have some question. Lala Hardal founded the Ghadar party. Yes. What were the other revolutionary activities outside India? Outside India, revolutionary activities were Indian students like Madan Lal Dhingra. He assassinated British officer Curzon Wiley. Then in London, revolutionary sentiments were promoted by Shyamji Krishna Verma, who established Indian Society in London. At the same time, there was another contributor from India, that is Madam Rustam Bikaji Kama, who participated in International Socialist Conference in Germany. She hoisted the tricolor flag in Germany for the first time, and she also inspired the Indians to fight against against British exploitation. All these were development outside India, that is especially in Germany and Britain. Clear? Before Jallianwala Bagh incident, British Punjab largely didn't show any resentment towards the British. Yeah, they showed resentment, but that was basically common with other provinces, not largely. But Rawl attack led to strong buoyancy in Punjab province because of arbitrary policies of the British. So, can you please give comparative broad timeline of all major dynasties in ancient medieval period, both in North and South India? Okay, remind me in the end. Clear. We can have the all chronology also with all of you. Comparative broad timeline. Okay, we'll do that. We'll try to do that. First of all, continue with modern India. Now we'll come to the third major phase, that is the Gandhian phase. Now we'll start with the Gandhian phase, that is from 1919 till 1947. The Gandhian phase. Clear? Now we'll discuss about, first of all, about the emergence of Mahatma Gandhi as mass leader in India and major developments under Mahatma Gandhi. We had discussed the two phases of Indian national movement, that is the moderate phase and the extremist phase. Now we'll start with the third phase known as the Gandhian phase, that is known as struggle for Swaraj or independence. Clear? Coming to Gandhian phase under Mahatma Gandhi, first of all we'll discuss about him as a personality, very important one. Clear? So understand briefly, you must be knowing also about these facts, important informations. Clear? Originally named as Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, he was born on 2nd of October 1869 at Porbandar in Gujarat in a reputed Diwan family. After attaining his elementary education, he went on to pass the Bar Council examination in London. He passed this examination in 1891, returned back to India to pursue his legal career, but as a lawyer he proved to be a great failure. He could not succeed as a lawyer and began to struggle for his livelihood. Clear? While he was struggling for his livelihood, he was given an opportunity to file a case or rather to contest a case for a Gujarati merchant, Dada Abdullah, in South Africa. Clear? Therefore, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi decided to go to South Africa on a one-year contract to file a case or rather to contest a case for Dada Abdullah and company. When he reached South Africa, he realized huge amount of racial discrimination was followed by the people or by the white minority government in South Africa against large number of people from different continents, including people from Indian country as well. Clear? Since large amount of people were there in India at this point of time, clear, this large number of people, they began to protest against such racial discrimination. This racial discrimination began to be protested even by Mahatma Gandhi or Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. And in this struggle for racial equality, racial discrimination, he started or rather he developed his own method, forms and technique of struggle. Clear? First of all, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, he began to protest against an act which is known as Transvaal Registration Act. Clear? So Mahatma Gandhi first of all protested against the Transvaal Registration Act enacted by South African authority in 1907. Clear? According to the Transvaal Registration Act, clear, all Indians were supposed to get registered. Clear? Get registered, or all people from Asian continent were supposed to get registered, and even their marriages needed to be legitimized by South African authority. Marriages performed under Indian customs were not to be acceptable to the people in South Africa. Clear? Mahatma Gandhi started his struggle towards racial equality, began to protest against Transvaal Registration Act of 1907, and in this process, clear, he began to struggle with definite strategy, approach and principles. Clear? But what were the major sources of inspiration of Mahatma Gandhi to struggle for racial equality in South Africa? Clear? Now coming to the sources of inspiration for Mahatma Gandhi. Clear? First of all, Mahatma Gandhi was highly influenced by a Russian writer, Leo Tolstoy, who wrote a work, The Kingdom of God is Within You. Clear? The kingdom of God is within you. The Kingdom of God is Within You, written by Leo Tolstoy. Clear? At the same time, clear, he was also influenced by another writer, John Ruskin, who wrote a work, Unto This Last. Unto This Last. This was the work written by John Ruskin. Clear? Then at the same time, he was highly influenced by another leader from India, a moderate leader, and that person was Gopal Krishna Gokhale. In fact, Gopal Krishna Gokhale was political mentor of Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. He was the political mentor of M.K. Gandhi. Clear? And at the same time, Mahatma Gandhi was also influenced by principles of Bhagavad Gita and even the principles of Holy Bible. Clear? So these were sources of inspiration for Mahatma Gandhi. Clear? And lastly, clear, Mahatma Gandhi was also influenced by a very important person who was his spiritual mentor. Like Gopal Krishna Gokhale was political mentor, he had a spiritual guide also, and this spiritual guide was Srimad Raychand Bhai. Srimad Raychand Bhai. He was the spiritual guide of Shivaji. Srimad Raychand Bhai. Clear? So he was highly influenced by this person also, Srimad Raychand Bhai. Clear? After being influenced by all these works, clear, Leo Tolstoy, The Kingdom of God is Within You, whereby he began to respect every humanity. John Ruskin wrote Unto This Last. Gopal Krishna Gokhale's political mentor. Principles mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita that emphasizes on theory of karma or action, right deed. Clear? Holy Bible that prescribed the peaceful living, righteous living. Srimad Raychand Bhai is a spiritual guide. Clear? Because Srimad Raychand Bhai also always tried to promote innermost thought in Mahatma Gandhi. Clear? So he tried to unearth the innermost thought in Mahatma Gandhi as a human being, and in this the most important role was played by Srimad Raychand Bhai, the political spiritual guide of Shivaji. Clear? All these developments took place, and inspired by these people, Shivaji started struggle for racial equality in South Africa. And what were the major political activities of Shivaji, of Mahatma Gandhi in South Africa? Clear? Coming to the major activities, political and social activities of M.K. Gandhi in South Africa. Clear? First of all, Mahatma Gandhi organized the National Indian Congress. So first was he organized National Indian Congress. He organized the National Indian Congress and Transvaal British Association and Transvaal British Association. Clear? Then at the same time, clear, he protested against the Asiatic Registration Act, also known as Transvaal Registration Act. So he protested against the Asiatic Registration Act. In 1907, clear, enacted in 1906, passed in 1907. Then at the same organized the Indian Ambulance Corps, Ambulance Corps Indian ambulance corps for the British, to support the British. Indian ambulance corps for the British. Indian ambulance corps for the British in 1899. 1899, clear. Then organized a organized a stretcher stretcher bearer corps, stretcher bearer corps to support the British, clear. Clear. Or organize a stretcher bearer corps, clear. Stretcher bearer corps during Zulu rebellion against the British. Stretcher bearer corps against Zulu rebellion in British, clear. This was then at the same time community settlements. Then he promoted community settlements like Phoenix settlement, and the Tolstoy farm. Phoenix settlement and the Tolstoy farm, clear. And then at the same time, finally, he organized a great march. He organized great march from Newcastle to Transvaal. Newcastle to Transvaal. Newcastle to Transvaal in 1913. Castle to Transvaal in 1913. Clear? So very important. Natal Indian Congress and Transvaal British Association, Asiatic Registration Act 1907, Indian Ambulance Corps for the British 1899. Clear? Then Stretcher Bearer Corps against to support British in Zulu Rebellion. Then community settlements of Phoenix Farm. Clear? Phoenix Farm was organized. Clear? In fact, clear? Just because of all these contributions, it cannot be denied. Lord Hardinge in India. Lord Hardinge in India, the Governor General, Lord Hardinge in India, awarded him with Kaisar-e-Hind gold medal. Awarded with Kaisar-e-Hind gold medal in 1915. Clear? Gold medal in 1915. Clear? It's a 15, but he surrendered this in the year 1920. Clear? So these were major things. So that makes it clear that Mahatma Gandhi opposed the wrong policies, but he did not oppose the wrongdoers or the British also. Clear? So even he at point of times he supported British in South Africa, especially during Zulu rebellion, and established community settlements like Phoenix settlements and Tolstoy farm, and all these were major activities of M.K. Gandhi in South Africa. Clear? Finally, on the request of his political mentor, that is Gopal Krishna Gokhale, he returned back to India in 1915, exactly on 9th of January. And when he returned back, again on the advice of Gopal Krishna Gokhale, he began to move across Indian territory, and at the same time, he got indulged in 3 local crises in different parts of India, and he exhibited his leadership role in these 3 local crises, starting with Champaran Satyagraha. Satyagraha included 2 major principles of truth and non-violence. Clear? And he started with this principle of Satyagraha, which he experimented in South Africa from Champaran in India from 1917. Clear? Coming to Champaran Satyagraha by Mahatma Gandhi. Clear? So first of all, when M.K. Gandhi was moving across Indian territory, he was invited to visit the region of Champaran in North Bihar by a peasant leader, Rajkumar Shukla. Clear? And the issue at Champaran was large number of Indian peasants were cultivating indigo for the British, and this indigo was used for coloring or dyeing clothes. Clear? But by the beginning of 20th century, synthetic dye began to be used in Europe, and therefore the demand for natural commodity like indigo started to decline. Clear? And therefore, British and European planters wanted to relieve the peasants from cultivation of indigo. Clear? But peasants began to demand sufficient compensation. Clear? And since this compensation was denied, it led to agrarian crisis. Clear? When M.K. Gandhi visited Champaran, he got convinced with the demand of peasants, but at the same time realized the demand of compensation is exaggerated. He reduced the demand by 50%. Clear? Even this was not acceptable to European planters, and M.K. Gandhi was arrested by British in Champaran region. Clear? And therefore, since Mahatma Gandhi was arrested, several local leaders joined the agitation, including Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Anugrah Narayan Sinha, and Sri Krishna Singh. Clear? And under such collective pressure, M.K. Gandhi was released, and European planters agreed to pay 25% of the total bonus amount to the planters or to the cultivators in Champaran. Clear? Mahatma Gandhi or M.K. Gandhi accepted this offer because M.K. Gandhi also believed in the principle of change of heart. Clear? And therefore, even 25% was accepted by M.K. Gandhi, and Champaran Satyagraha was declared to be successful. Clear? And from here only, Dr. Rajendra Prasad emerged to be a strong supporter of Gandhian philosophy, and M.K. Gandhi was given the title of Mahatma at this time by Rabindranath Tagore. He also was given the title of Bapu or father by the peasants of Champaran. Clear? After resolving the Champaran issue, M.K. Gandhi or Mahatma Gandhi went to Ahmedabad in Gujarat, where there was a serious industrial dispute. Clear? In the region of Ahmedabad in western India, the Indian mill owners had assured payment of bonus amount to their workers in the condition of plague. Clear? But when situation of plague got over, Indian mill owners refused to pay the bonus amount, and workers began to protest. In order to address the concern of workers, Mahatma Gandhi went to Ahmedabad, and he started to protest against all the mill owners, including his childhood friend. The childhood friend of Mahatma Gandhi was Ambalal Sarabhai. Clear? At the same time, Mahatma Gandhi was supported by the sister of Ambalal Sarabhai, Anusuya Behan. Clear? So, for the first time, the Ahmedabad strike or agitation cut across family and friendly lines. Clear? And at the same time, for the first time, Mahatma Gandhi set on hunger strike against the Indian mill owners. That created sufficient moral pressure, and mill owners agreed to pay 35% of the bonus amount immediately, and Mahatma Gandhi decided to accept the offer. Clear? Even Ahmedabad the agitation proved to be successful, and Mahatma Gandhi established the first modern organization, labor organization known as Ahmedabad Textile Association in 1918, and even advocated the principles of arbitration and trusteeship to maintain healthy relationship between workers and the mill owners. Clear? At the same time, after resolving the issue at Ahmedabad, Mahatma Gandhi went to the region of Kheda in Gujarat, and where the peasants were demanding reduction in revenue, security of tenure for landless peasants, and at the same time, support in kind times of crises like famines. Clear? And these demands were raised by some local leaders like Vallabhbhai Patel and Indulal Yagnik. Mahatma supported this demand, and most of these demands were accepted by the British, and Kheda Satyagraha also proved to be successful. And in this way, Mahatma emerged as a mass leader by resolving the problems of the masses at Champaran, Ahmedabad and Kheda by the year 1919. And by the year 1919, there was enough development in India to support or to promote mass agitation at national level. And these issues were: number one, Khilafat agitation going on in India. Second was the Jallianwala Bagh massacre that created anti-British sentiments. And thirdly, clear, there was some resentments due to enactment of Government of India Act 1919. Clear? First of all, we'll discuss about Government of India Act 1919. Clear? Which was enacted by British Parliament in London to ensure structural changes of long-term character. What were the provisions of Government of India Act 1919? Clear? Coming to these provisions, just understand fast. Clear? Government of India Act 1919 was the second most comprehensive legislation enacted by British in India. Clear? First of all, under Government of India Act 1919, I'll write the provisions point wise. Government of India Act 1919. Clear. What was the background? We had discussed that August Declaration was issued by Lord Montagu in August 1917, whereby he declared that purpose was to associate more and more Indians in the system of administration and to establish responsible government in India in order to ensure that structural changes to associate more and more Indians. Clear. At this point of time, British authority constituted a committee under Lord Montagu, the Secretary of State, and Indian Viceroy, Lord Chelmsford. Clear? And both these persons, Lord Montagu and Lord Chelmsford, drafted a set of proposals, and based on these proposals, British Parliament enacted a comprehensive legislation known as Government of India Act 1919. Coming to provisions, clear? Under Government of India Act 1919, first of all, principle of bicameralism was introduced at central level. According to bicameralism, the central legislature was divided into two separate bodies known as the Central Legislative Council and the Central Legislative Assembly. Clear? Just purpose was to associate more and more Indians in these councils, and therefore bicameralism was introduced at central level. Clear? Another major provision was that all legislative subjects were divided into two lists, and these two lists were known as the central and the provincial list. Central and the provincial list. Clear? So laws mentioned the central list were to be decided by central legislature. Laws mentioned the provincial list were to be decided by provincial legislature. Clear? The third major development under Government of India Act 1919 was clear. The 1919 was, since the purpose was to associate more and more Indians in the system of administration. Clear? It was decided at this point of time that there should be establishment of Central Public Service Commission to conduct regular examination in India only to recruit Indian civil services. Clear? So Central Public Service Commission was introduced. Next major provision was principle of separate electorates was extended for Sikhs, Christians, and even Anglo-Indian members. Even Anglo-Indians. Clear? This was also done. So separate electorates was given to Muslims in 1909. Separate electorates were given to these committees in Government of India Act 1919. Clear? 1919. At the same time, clear, diarchy was introduced at provincial level. Diarchy was introduced in provinces, whereby all legislative subjects that was in provincial list were divided into reserved list and transferred list. Reserved list and transferred list. The subjects and the reserved list could be decided by or could be legislated by governor and his executive council. Governor and his executive council. And subjects mentioned the transfer list could be decided by elected members of provincial legislative councils. Clear? So it was to be decided by provincial legislative council. Clear? Reserved subjects included subjects like reserved subjects, the most important one according to British. Clear? Reserved subjects included finance, law and order, finance, law and order, finance, law and order, police, justice, irrigation, police, judiciary, and even irrigation. And subjects in the transferred list, clear? They included subjects like, first of all, local self-government, education, local self-government, education, health, agriculture, health and agriculture. Clear? So these were under. Clear? So this division of the development took place under Government of India Act 1919. Clear? So all these were development that took place. Clear? Bicameral legislation was declared, that is lower house and the upper house. Clear? So these major legislations were enacted under Government of India Act 1919. Clear? Now after this, clear, when Government of India Act was enacted, what was the major consequence? A scheme of diarchy at provincial level failed miserably just because of faulty division of subject. The major fault was agriculture included under the transferred list, irrigation included under the reserved list, and therefore conflicting laws were made on agriculture and irrigation, because both cannot be separated into watertight compartments. Clear? This resulted into faulty division and failure of a scheme of diarchy at provincial level, which created resentment among the masses, and just because of this resentment also, people wanted mass agitation to be launched under the leadership of Mahatma Gandhi. Clear? This was Government of India Act 1919. Clear? Now after this, we need to understand, clear, that Mahatma Gandhi also realized that time has come to launch mass movement in India, but he wanted to give one last chance to the British, and that was he demanded separate inquiry into Jallianwala Bagh massacre, and if the officer found guilty, to be punished as well. Clear? Accepting this demand of Mahatma Gandhi, British authority constituted a commission known as Hunter Commission in 1919. This Hunter Commission in its report made it clear that General Dyer acted according to the law mentioned in the Rowlatt Act, but if he wanted, he could have avoided such massacre in Punjab. Clear? And after this report was published, several private organizations in London began to award General Dyer. Clear? But this affected the sentiments of the people at large. Clear? And since sentiments of people were affected at large at this point of time, clear, was affected at large, clear, Mahatma Gandhi realized time has come to launch mass movement in India, which was launched in form of the non-cooperation movement. Clear? So coming to the non-cooperation movement, this movement was launched by Mahatma Gandhi in 1920, which is considered to be the first Gandhian movement in India. Clear? So coming to the non-cooperation movement. Clear? So first mass movement under Mahatma Gandhi, the non-cooperation movement, 1920 to 22. The non-cooperation movement, or NCM, first of all. Clear? Now what were the reasons for launching this non-cooperation movement by Mahatma Gandhi? Clear? This movement was launched by Mahatma Gandhi with three declared objectives. Clear? What were these three declared objectives? The first declared objectives was redressal of Khilafat issue. Redressal of Khilafat issue. Clear? Now what was this Khilafat issue? Clear? The Khilafat issue was, or Khilafat movement was launched by two brothers known as Ali brothers, Muhammad Ali and Shaukat Ali, in 1919. Clear? And Khilafat movement which was started, clear? Or Khilafat movement started, also known as Tehreek-e-Khilafat. Also known as Tehreek-e-Khilafat. Known as Tehreek-e-Khilafat, and this Tehreek-e-Khilafat was launched to maintain, of its three declared objectives, that is to maintain the Turkish Caliphate or Islamic Caliphate. So to maintain Turkish Caliphate, Second was to protect the holy places of the Muslims, to protect the holy places of the Islamic community, and third was to maintain unity of Ottoman Empire, unity of Ottoman Empire. Unity of Ottoman Empire. Clear? So, redressal of Khilafat issue, also known as Tariq-e-Khilafat, Turkish Caliphate, maintain or to protect holy places of Islamic community and to ensure unity of Ottoman Empire. Clear? This was the major agenda which was supported by Mahatma Gandhi as well. Clear? At the same time, the second major issue was rectification of Punjab wrongs. Rectification of Punjab wrongs. And third major objective was establishment of Swaraj. Establishment of Swaraj. Three declared objectives, the movement was launched. Clear? So the movement was launched, clear? And at the same time, when this movement was launched by Mahatma Gandhi, the movement was effectively started on 1st of August 1920, and on this day only, Baral Gangadhar Tilak passed away. Clear? But at the same time, clear, this movement of non-cooperation movement of Mahatma Gandhi needed to be approved by Congress party as well, and therefore Congress party decided to approve the plan of Mahatma Gandhi, and this resolution of Mahatma Gandhi, or program of Mahatma Gandhi, was approved during Nagpur session of Indian National Congress. The Nagpur session of Indian National Congress was convened in 1920, and it was convened under the leadership of M. Veera Raghavacharya. Clear? So Nagpur approved the plan of Mahatma Gandhi. Nagpur session approved the plan of Mahatma Gandhi, which was presided by M. Veera Raghavacharya. M. Veera Raghavacharya. Clear? He presided over the Nagpur session of 1920. 1920 that approved the major program of non-cooperation movement, and clear, the main resolution of non-cooperation was moved by C.R. Das. Clear? So main resolution of non-cooperation movement was moved at Nagpur session by C.R. Das. What are the major resolutions of non-violence? Clear? So 7-point program was adopted by Congress at Nagpur session in 1920. Clear? What was the 7-point plan adopted at Nagpur session in 1920? Clear? So 7-point agenda. 7-point program or 7-point agenda was approved. 7-point program was approved at the Nagpur session. What were these 7-point program? Clear? The first program was surrender of honorary post and titles. Clear? So first was, do remember this point, surrender of honorary post and titles given by the British. Clear? Post and title. That is why here only Mahatma Gandhi surrendered the title of Kaisar-e-Hind given to him. Clear? So surrender of honorary posts and titles like Khan Bahadur, Rai Bahadur given by the British. Clear? Then second was refusal to attend any government functions. Refusal to attend any government functions. Boycott that functions. Clear? Refusal to attend any government functions. Third was boycott of government schools. Boycott of government schools, colleges, boycott of government schools, colleges, courts and councils. Courts and legislative councils. And legislative councils. This was the third one. Fourth agenda was basically boycott of foreign cloth and use of khadi. Boycott of foreign cloth and use of khadi, hand woven clothes, use of khadi, clear. Hand spinning to be done, clear, khadi. Then promotion and maintenance of Hindu-Muslim unity, promotion and maintenance of Hindu-Muslim unity. Fifth one, sixth program was basically refusal of civilian and military personnel, refusal of civil and military personnel to serve in Mesopotamia, modern Iraq, to serve in Mesopotamia, just because of Khilafat issue, clear? Serve in Mesopotamia. Strict principle of non-violence, strict principle of non-violence to be followed. So 7-point program was highlighted by Congress. It was passed by C.R. Das at Nagpur session 1920. Surrender of honorary posts and titles, refusal to attend any government functions, boycott of government schools, colleges, courts and legislative councils, boycott of foreign clothes and use of khadi, hand weaving, Hindu-Muslim unity, refusal of civil and military personnel to serve in Mesopotamia, and principle of non-violence to be strictly adopted. Clear? So all these were 7 points which was adopted by Mahatma Gandhi. Clear? And this was passed by Congress also. Clear? Now during the non-cooperation movement that was started at this time, several developments began to take place, and all these developments resulted into popularity of the non-cooperation movement. Clear? There were some questions. Clear? So was the non-cooperation movement launched due to the failure of Government of India Act? No, not directly. There were many issues. The most important was because of Khilafat issue and because of Jallianwala Bagh massacre. These were the major reasons for launch of non-cooperation movement. So what is the difference communal electorate and class electorate? Clear? Communal electorate means electorate based on religious ground. Caste electorate means elections based on caste affiliation. There are different caste and communal. Clear? Religion and caste. Clear? So why was the bicameralism was introduced that time? How much members were there and why there were no bicameralism at province? Bicameralism was introduced at central level largely to associate more and more Indians in the system of administration. So with this objective in mind, bicameral legislation was introduced. Now how many members were there? I'll let you know about those members also. Just understand. So clear? We'll come to those members also. Clear? First of all, 7 program agenda. Clear? Now coming to the members. First of all, I'll let you know the lower house was known as under bicameralism. If you want to know the members also, under bicameralism, there was first house known as lower house or central legislative assembly. One was lower house or central legislative assembly, lower house or central legislative assembly, which consists of 144 members. They was to composed of 144 members. Clear? Among those 144 members also, again 144 members, again 41 members were to be nominated by the Governor General, and remaining 103 could be elected by the people directly. Clear? So 103 were to be elected. That is official and non-official members. Clear? This was one thing. And then we have upper house. We had upper house. Clear? Upper house also known as the Council of States. The Council of States. Clear? And this Council of State, upper house, clear? Council would have 60 members. 60 members, and out of these 60 members, 26 were to be nominated. 26 to be nominated by the British, and 34 were to be elected by the people. 34 to be elected by the people. It's clear. So that indicate that 103 to be elected, here 34 to be elected, that indicate official majority came to an end and non-official members began to enjoy majority after this. And that is why, to ensure this, provincial elections were also announced, and elections were also announced to Central Legislative Assembly and Council, and we'll discuss what major developments took place in the after the announcement of election. Clear? So this was the numerical strength of the two members. Why bicameral legislature? So that more and more Indians could be elected and associated with system of administration to fulfill August Declaration, which was issued by Lord Montagu. Why did Gandhiji support the Khilafat movement even though it had no relation with India? Because without Khilafat movement, no movement at this time could have been a mass movement, because all Muslims were involved in Khilafat agitation. So without Khilafat agitation, the movement could not emerge to be a mass movement in real sense. That was mandatory to include Khilafat agitation at this time, even though it was extraterritorial issue, it was a pure religious issue. Clear? So Swaraj was demanded as complete independence or dominion status. Swaraj was demanded only as dominion status. Mahatma Gandhi never demanded complete independence from British rule. Why Mesopotamia? Mesopotamia largely because Mesopotamia was considered to be the major region of West Asia, and thus largely because large number of Islamic communities were there, and these Islamic communities were basically member of Ottomans, and therefore he wanted never Indians to take action against Ottomans, because Khilafat issue was an agenda of non-cooperation movement. Clear? So all these development took place. Clear? Now when the movement started, clear, what were the programs? How the programs were successful? We'll come to these movements also. Clear? Major programs. Number one, clear. First of all, large number of lawyers. We'll come to the agenda also. Coming, clear? Coming to one by one. Clear? First of all, we'll come to this point. Clear? We'll come to this point. Surrender of honorary post and titles. Clear? So honorary post and titles. Clear? Mahatma Gandhi surrendered the title of Kaisar Hind. Rabindranath Tagore surrendered the British knighthood, which was given to him. Clear? Knighthood given to him after his Nobel Prize. Clear? 1913. Then at the same time, Khan Bahadur, Rai Bahadur, these titles were surrendered by large number of people, especially at Firangi Mahal in Lucknow. Clear? So at Firangi Mahal in Lucknow, large number of titles were surrendered by people. This Firangi Mahal became a very important center for non-cooperation movement. Then refusal to attend government functions. Large number of people refused to attend government functions. Boycott of government schools, colleges, courts and legislative councils. Coming to first of all courts. Clear? Large number of Indian lawyers, they boycotted the British established courts, and they began to support mass movement in India. So large number of Indian lawyers left the lucrative profession. They decided to support Mahatma Gandhi in mass movement. Moreover, large number of Indian students boycotted government schools and colleges, and they began to support mass movement under Mahatma Gandhi. Clear? But since large number of Indian students left the educational institution, Mahatma Gandhi wanted indigenous educational institution to be established to promote education for Indian masses or Indian students. Clear? And during the non-cooperation movement, several indigenous educational institutions were established, and several leaders played very important role. Clear? Several educational institutions were established under the leadership of very important leaders at this time. These leaders were Acharya Narendra Dev. All these leaders contributed to establishment of indigenous educational institutions. Acharya Narendra Dev, C.R. Das, clear? Lala Lajpat Rai, Lala Lajpat Rai, Dr. Zakir Hussain, Dr. Zakir Hussain, Subhash Chandra Bose, Subhash Chandra Bose. All of them contributed towards indigenous educational institution, Subhash Chandra Bose. Clear? And the institutions established were National College at Calcutta. He became the principal of National College at Calcutta. National College at Calcutta. National College at Calcutta. Clear? So this was National College at Calcutta. Then at the same time, Jamia Millia Islamia at Aligarh. Dr. Zakir Hussain played important role. Jamia Millia Islamia at Aligarh. First of all, at Aligarh. Jamia Millia Islamia at Aligarh. Then we have Kashi Vidyapit, Gujarat Vidyapit. Kashi Vidyapit. Then we have Gujarat Vidyapit, Bihar Vidyapit, all established non-cooperation movement. And clear, more important, during non-cooperation movement only, Aligarh Muslim University was established in 1920 by the leaders of Aligarh movement. Clear? So all these became very important development during non-cooperation movement. Clear? So this was one development that took place. So boycott of schools, college and legislative councils, boycott of foreign clothes and use of khadi. Clear? And this, in fact, boycott of foreign clothes and foreign goods became the most successful program of non-cooperation movement, in which the women played most important role. And boycott of foreign made good was largely started by the mother of Ali brothers, B. Amma. Clear? Under the leadership of B. Amma, women went from house to house. They collected foreign made clothes and foreign made goods, and all these foreign made goods were burnt in huge bonfires on the leading streets of India. And in fact, the boycott of foreign made goods became the most successful program of non-cooperation movement. Clear? Then Hindu-Muslim unity. In fact, this was the most distinctive feature of non-cooperation movement, known as Hindu-Muslim unity, because perfect unity existed between the two communities of Hindu and Muslims at this time. In fact, the movement became a mass movement largely due to participation of Muslims, and it was primarily because of inclusion of Khilafat agenda. Clear? Refusal of civil and military personnel to serve in Mesopotamia. Clear? This became a very important program because Khilafat Committee convened its meeting in 1921, and in this meeting, Khilafat Committee asked the Muslim masses not to go to serve British authority in Mesopotamia, and therefore large number of Muslims are prohibited to support civil and military adventure of British in West Asia, to give support or to show sympathy to Ottoman Empire. Clear? And complete principle of non-violence. Clear? People remain to be completely non-violent during non-cooperation movement, but British authority went on provoking the masses, and on this count only the movement was ended or withdrawn by Mahatma Gandhi, just because one violent incident took place at Chauri Chaura near Gorakhpur in eastern Uttar Pradesh. Clear? Did Muslims participate? Of course, Muslims participated in non-cooperation movement in a big way. In fact, just because of large participation of Muslims, non-cooperation movement became a mass movement. It was marked by unprecedented unity between Hindus and Muslims, and largely because of Muslim participation, it became a mass movement. Clear? Reasons were inclusion of Khilafat agenda. So all the 7-point program was largely followed in non-cooperation movement. These 7 programs were surrender of honorary posts and titles, which was done at Firangi Mahal, even by Rabindranath Tagore and Mahatma Gandhi. Refusal to attend any government functions thereafter. What was the refusal? Clear? At this point on only, the British Prince of the British, clear? At this time only, there was basically boycott of Prince of Wales, who came to India in 1921. So Prince of Wales, Britain, United Kingdom, Prince of Wales came to India in 1921, and his function was not attended by Indian leaders. So boycott of any government functions also 1921, boycott of government schools and colleges. That is why indigenous education institutions began to establish, and this institution included Jamia Millia Islamia, Aligarh Muslim University, Kashi Vidyapit, Banaras Vidyapit, then Bihar Vidyapit. Leaders contributing toward this were Dr. Zakir Hussain, Achar Narendra Dev, Jayaprakash the Lala Lajpat Rai, Subhash Chandra Bose, clear, even M.A. Ansari, all of them contributed towards indigenous schools and colleges. Boycott of foreign clubs became the most successful program of non-cooperation movement, largely led by women, especially Biamma. Hindu-Muslim unity was an unprecedented level at this time, clear. So most distinctive feature is Hindu-Muslim unity. Most successful program is boycott of British-made goods, refusal of civil and military personnel to serve in Mesopotamia. This was the call largely given by Khilafat leaders at this time, and principle of non-violence, clear. So all these major developments took place at this time, clear. Was there any group or individuals who didn't participate rather than the movement? No, this was the movement participated by all the sections in the society, clear. So it became a big development at this time, clear. So all major funk programs were attained, and since it was an attack on one principle of non-violence, Mahatma Gandhi decided to end the movement altogether, clear. Now what was this incident? We'll come to this incident, clear. Coming to this incident, that on 5th of February 1922, large mass of unarmed crowd was beaten by police at Chauri Chaura near Gorakhpur in eastern Uttar Pradesh. Masses in response retaliated. They attacked the nearby police station, which was set on fire, and in this fire 22 policemen died, clear. After this violent Chauri Chaura incident, Mahatma decided to end the movement immediately, and exactly after 1 week, Mahatma Gandhi announced the withdrawal through Bardoli resolution issued on 12th of February 1922. With Bardoli resolution, the movement finally ended in the beginning of 1922. In this way, the first mass movement of Mahatma Gandhi came to an end in 1922, clear. After the non-cooperation movement came to an end, clear, 1922, British authority began to capitalize on the sentiments, but clear, after announcing the withdrawal of non-cooperation movement, Mahatma Gandhi announced his famous constructive program, clear. Now that indicates the philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi, who believed in Sarvodaya or upliftment of all, clear. So he advocated his constructive program till another phase of mass movement could be launched. He wanted people to work for 4 major agendas. These agendas and the constructive program were to promote Hindu-Muslim unity, to ensure emancipation of women, to abolish untouchability, and to promote charkha and khadi or hand spinning, clear. So 4 major components of constructive program included Hindu-Muslim unity, promotion of the interest of women, then abolition of untouchability, and at the same time support to charkha and khadi. He wanted all Congress members to go with constructive program, clear. Meanwhile, when all Congress members were supporting constructive program, British authority and the Government of India Act 1919 decided to include more and more Indians, and they announced elections to Central Legislative Council, that is the lower body, clear. So British authority decided to conduct elections to Central Legislative Council, and this Central Legislative Council was to have basically the members also. We'll come to these members. We had written that. Where did we write the members? The strength. Clear. I think we rather abolished we erased that, clear. So there were basically 103 members to be elected to Central Legislative Council, and all these members were to be appointed by the government. Yeah, we have this, clear. 103 members were to be elected among the Indian members to Central Legislative Assembly and at the same time Central Legislative Council. They decided to go for election for Central Legislative Assembly for 103 members, and they decided to have election for 101 members. Clear? 2 seats were left vacant, and when they announced this election, differences of opinion emerged among Congress members. Clear? Now, what was this election? What was this differences of opinion among Indian members or Congress members? Clear? Some Congress members like Dr. Rajendra Prasad and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, they wanted to continue with Gandhian approach of constructive program. Clear? But some members wanted to participate in Central Legislative Council till the phase of truth, so that they can highlight the exploitative character of the British rule in India. This led to informal division among Congress members into two groups. These two groups came to be known as the No Changers, who didn't want any change, and another group being known as pro-changers, who wanted some change. Clear? Now, who were these pro-changers and who were these no-changers? Clear? No-changers means who supported Gandhian strategy of constructive program, and among the no-changers, the leaders included Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and C. Rajagopalachari. Among the no pro-changers, the leaders were C. R. Das and Motilal Nehru. They supported council entry program. C. R. Das and Motilal Nehru. Clear? When such debates began to take place among Congress members, clear, Mahatma Gandhi intervened, and Mahatma Gandhi, in order to avoid any formal split within Congress party, he allowed the pro-changers to participate in upcoming election. Clear? When this approval was given by Mahatma Gandhi, by the end of 1922, Congress session was convened at Gaya in Bihar, which was presided by C. R. Das. And during the Gaya session of 1922, C. R. Das announced the formation of a political party within Congress. The party was named as Congress Swaraj Party, to contest for upcoming elections to Central Legislative Council. Clear? The Congress Swaraj Party came into formal existence on 1st of January 1923 with C. R. Das as president and Motilal Nehru as secretary. Clear? This party came into being. Clear? And this party was approved to contest elections in the next session 1923, and this session was held at Delhi and presided by Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, who proved to be the youngest Congress president in 1923. Clear? And when this election took place in 1924, based on minimum number of votes, clear, out of 101 seats, Congress Swaraj Party was able to win 42 seats. To approve their entry into Central Legislative Council, Congress convened its next annual session, and this annual session was held at Belgaum in Karnataka in 1924, and it is the only Congress session presided by Mahatma Gandhi. And at Belgaum session, Congress approved the entry of Congress Swaraj Party members to Central Legislative Council. 42 members entered into Central Legislative Council, and when this party entered into Central Legislative Council, just after a few months only, the party suffered a big blow. In 1925, C. R. Das, the president of Swaraj Party, passed away, and the whole party came under the charge of Motilal Nehru. But at the same time, this party succeeded in electing their own candidate as Speaker of Central Legislative Council, and this Indian Speaker of Central Legislative Council was Vittal Bhai J. Patel. Clear? So Vittal Bhai J. Patel became the President or Speaker of Central Legislative Council on behalf of Congress Swaraj Party, and this party opposed several proposals, several legislations of the British. These proposals included Public Safety Bill and the Trade Dispute Bill. So Public Safety Bill and the Trade Dispute Bill began to be opposed by the members of Swaraj Party, and this led to huge popularity of Swaraj Party in within the Central Legislative Council. Clear? Meanwhile, clear, all these members remained in offices till 1929. All of them resigned collectively in 1929 when it was decided to launch another phase of active mass struggle in India. Clear? So when it was decided to launch an active mass or mass struggle in India, it resulted into resignation of all the members of Raj Party in 1929. So they played a very important role within the Central Legislative Council for 5 years. Clear? Now at the same time, clear, this was in the decade of 1920s. All development took place till the non-cooperation movement. Now coming to the decade of 1920s, clear, because large number of developments took place after this. We'll come to these developments as well. Clear. Now coming to Indian national movement at this time in the decade of 1920s. Clear. So this major development took place. Coming to other developments meanwhile at the same time. Clear. First of all, in the decade of 1920s, Rowlatt Act was abolished thereafter. Clear? In the decade of 1920s, clear? First major development was a new phenomena started in India in form of an ideological movement known as the left-wing ideology. Clear? Left-wing ideology began to be exhibited in form of socialist and communist ideology in India. Clear? And left-wing ideology resulted or led to major developments related to class consciousness in India, and this was largely because of Russian Revolution. Clear? So this time only when all these developments, that is withdrawal of non-cooperation to movement took place, another phase was witnessed marked by rise of left-wing ideology or leftist movement in India. Clear? So coming to the leftist movement in India during national movement, leftist movement in India. Clear? Coming to leftist movement, first of all, why such radical leftist movement began to emerge in India? This was largely because of several factors. Clear? So first of all, why this leftist movement marked by radical approach began to take place in India? Coming to these factors, the first major factor was success of Russian Revolution. Success of Russian Revolution of 1917, also known as Bolshevik Revolution. Second was end of withdrawal of non-cooperation movement in 1922 that led to desperation among the people. Second was large dissatisfaction with Gandhian approach. This was also a factor. Large dissatisfaction with Gandhian approach that led to the withdrawal of non-cooperation movement as well. Approach, clear. And then economic crisis due to First World War. Economic crisis after First World War. Economic crisis after First World War. Clear? So all these factors resulted into launch of leftist movement in India. This leftist movement, among these factors, the most important factor was successful socialist revolution of Russia in 1917, and thereafter with success revolution, communist writings and publications began to be strengthened, and that resulted into beginning of left movement in India. Clear? Now coming to all the major works written by communist leaders at this time with beginning of leftist movement in India. Coming to this, clear? So coming to all major communist works, magazines, papers, books written at this time to promote leftist ideology in India. Clear? In Mumbai, there was a communist leader, S.A. Dang. There was a communist leader, S.A. Dang, clear, as a who brought out a pamphlet, and this pamphlet was titled as Gandhi versus Lenin. He brought out a pamphlet titled as Gandhi versus Lenin, clear, and at the same time he also published the first socialist weekly. This first socialist weekly was titled as The Socialist. The first socialist paper, the socialist weekly paper, was titled as The Socialist by S.A. Dang. Clear? Very important one. Then in Bengal, coming to Bengal, in province of Bengal, a great communist leader was Muzaffar Ahmad. Muzaffar Ahmad, clear. Muzaffar Ahmad, clear, also began to publish a paper known as Navyug. Paper as Navyug. And later founded Langan. Later founded a paper known as Langal. Clear? And Langan was founded by a great writer of Bengali language and a communist leader, Qazi Nazrul Islam. Clear? He is very much important this time in your examination. Qazi Nazrul Islam. Clear? So Qazi Nazrul Islam was basically the founder of Langal along with Muzaffar Ahmad in Bengal. He was a Bengali poet at the same time. He was an Urdu writer as well. Qazi Nazrul Islam, who wrote about communist writings. Clear? In Punjab, clear? Coming to the province of Punjab. Qazi Nazrul Islam is very important for examination this time. Clear? Qazi Nazrul Islam. Then in coming to Punjab, there was a communist leader, Ghulam Hussain, who began to publish a paper, Inqilab. Clear? Began to publish a paper, Inqilab. Then at the same time in Chennai, there was a communist leader, M. Singaravelu. Clear? And M. Singaravelu began to publish a paper known as Labour Kisan Gazette. Labour Kisan Gazette. So these works, very important one, clear? So S.A. Dang in Bombay wrote Gandhi versus Lenin, The Socialist. Muzaffar Ahmad Navyuk and Langal along with Qazi Nazrul Islam. Punjab, Ghulam Hussain Inqilab. Chennai, M. Singaravelu, Labour Kisan Gazette. Clear? Now at the same time, clear, communist movement was promoted largely in India by M.N. Roy, that is Manvendranath Roy. He went to the Central Asian region at Tashkent, and there he announced the formation of Communist Party of India in 1920. Clear? So this party was founded at Tashkent in Central India, Uzbekistan in 1920. Clear? Under his guidance only, Communist Party of India was established within India at Kanpur by his followers Satya Bhakt in 1925. Clear? So originally CPI as a party was formed at Tashkent in 1920. Later on it was established at Kanpur in India in 1925 by Satya Bhakt. Clear? At the same time, M.N. Roy is regarded as the greatest leader of communist ideology in India, and at the same time, clear, all this political party contributed towards the interest of the peasants and the workers in India. Clear? At the same time, just because of this development, several regional political parties began to be established, like Kirti Kisan Party in Punjab, established by Sardar Bhagat Singh, who also founded the Punjab Naujawan Bharat Sabha in 1926. All these were youth organization and workers and peasants party in different parts of India. Clear? This marked the beginning of peasant and labor movement in India, and this peasant and labor movement began to develop very rapidly. Clear? And related to communist ideology in India, three conspiracy cases took place against the communists by the British. One was Peshawar conspiracy case. One was Peshawar conspiracy case in 1922, when large number of Muhajirs began to enter India from the region of northwestern part. Then second was Kanpur Bolshevik conspiracy case. Kanpur Bolshevik conspiracy case 1925, where leaders like, again, the leaders like Muzaffar Ahmad, S.A. Dang, Nalini Gupta, Shaukat Usmani, all of them began to be convicted under the Kanpur conspiracy case. Then the third and the last one is known as the Meerut conspiracy case, that started in 1929, that led to the arrest of 31 communist leaders, including 3 British officers. These 3 British officers were Philip Spratt, Ben Bradley, and Lester Hutchinson. All of them were arrested under the Meerut conspiracy case, and in 1934, CPI was declared to be an illegal party in India. Clear? This party again began to be revived secretly, and this party became a legal party in 1942, when all communists turned out to be pro-British. Why communists turned out to be pro-British? Because in course of Second World War, Hitler attacked Soviet Union. Clear? And when Hitler attacked Soviet Union, all communist leaders in India wanted to show sympathy towards Soviet Union, and since along with Soviet Union, Britain was also the victim of Hitler's aggression, they began to support British in India. Clear? So to show sympathy to Soviet Union, they began to support British India, as both British and Soviets were victims of Hitler's aggression, and that is why they turned out to be pro-British. And just because they became pro-British, they lost all their popularity among masses and failed to play important role in the national movement of India. Clear? This was one major development. Clear? Now, at the same time, it also led to the rise of socialist revolutionary nationalism in India, influenced by communism and socialism, and this was promoted by Chandrasekhar Azad. Clear? And Chandrasekhar Azad established a party known as Hindustan Republican Army at Kanpur in 1924, and he decided to loot the British cash to support more communist agitation in India, or socialist revolutionary agitation in India. And the members of HRA, they looted the official cash of the British at Kakori near Lucknow in 1925. Thereafter, British authority convicted 4 members of HRA in the Kakori conspiracy case. And these revolutionaries were Ram Prasad Bismil, Rajendra Lal, Roshan Lahiri, and at the same time Ashfaqullah Khan. Clear? It was a big setback, and to support socialist resurgence in India, the Chandrasekhar Azad was supported by revolutionaries from Punjab led by Sardar Bhagat Singh, and under Sardar Bhagat Singh, clear, revolutionary movement became highly organized in nature with official aim to establish socialism in India. Clear? And Sardar Bhagat Singh and his comrades played a very important role. Clear? But at the same time, clear, Sardar Bhagat Singh had to take the revenge against British officer who assassinated Lala Lajpat Rai in anti-Famine protest demonstration. This police officer was James Scott. Clear? But due to some wrong indication, another police officer died at Lahore, that is J. Saunders, and thereafter Sardar Bhagat Singh had to leave the city of Lahore. He came to Calcutta and began to protest against Public Safety Bill and Trade Dispute Bill. He threw a harmless bomb in Central Legislative Assembly on 8th of April 1929, and thereafter he surrendered. Clear? And within prison at Lahore, he demanded hygienic food, clean clothes, and regular newspapers. And since these items were denied, he started hunger strike within the prison, and this hunger strike proved to be a prolonged one. Clear? And in this hunger strike, a young revolutionary Jatin Das died after 63 days of fasting. Sardar Bhagat Singh continued with his hunger strike for 116 days till all the demands were accepted, and therefore he became the representative of hard will and determination in India, representative of ideal manhood in India. This became major country with Sardar Bhagat Singh, who was executed along with Sukhdev Thapar and Shivram Rajguru on 23rd of March 1931. Thereafter, revolutionary sentiments was carried forward in Bengal under Surya Sen, who organized Chittagong Army Raid. We had discussed about Chittagong Army Raid when we discussed all the conspiracy cases which were basically tried, and the convicts were deputed to cellular jail in Andaman. Clear? Now, at the same time, clear, that by this time when all these developments were taking place, Hindu nationalist ideology also began to be promoted, and this Hindu nationalist ideology also proved to be a very important development at the same time that also contributed towards communal agenda in India. Clear? Now, coming to Hindu nationalist ideology. Clear? So, growth of Hindu nationalist ideology. Growth of Hindu nationalist ideology. Clear? First of all, clear, as a response to the establishment of All India Muslim League in 1906, clear, the concept, or rather the consciousness to promote Hindu interest also began to take place, and therefore religious divide began to be created in India. Clear? In fact, it was as a reaction to the creation of All India Muslim League with support of the British India, and moreover when Muslims were given separate electorates in Indian Council Act of 1909. When Muslims were given separate electorates in the Indian Council Act of 1909, it was not acceptable to the majority Hindu sections in India, and therefore, clear, initially to promote the interest of Hindu community in India, Punjab Hindu Sabha was formed. Punjab, the first major organization, Punjab Hindu Sabha, it's also known as Mahasabha, was formed in 1909. So, Punjab Hindu Sabha was formed in 1909. Clear? And at the same time, during this first session of Punjab Hindu Sabha, clear, they criticized even Indian National Congress for not representing Hindu interest and called for Hindu nationalist politics. Clear? And thereafter, at several levels, several provinces, Hindu Sabhas began to be formed. Hindu Sabhas were formed in Bihar, Central Province, United Province, and even Bombay Presidency. So, first Hindu Sabha was formed in Punjab in 1909, and thereafter it was replicated in provinces of Central Province, United Province, Bombay, Berar, and Bihar as well. Clear? So, all major provinces began to witness the rise of Hindu Sabhas. Clear? So, Hindu Mahasabha, Hindu Sabha that was formed in its very first session 1979, they criticized Indian National Congress for not supporting Hindu interests, and similar Hindu Sabhas began to form in Central Province, United Province, Bombay, Bihar, and Berar. Clear? At the same time, clear, efforts were also taken to establish an umbrella organization by clubbing together all these Hindu Sabhas, and therefore in December 1913 at Ambala session, resolution was passed by Punjab Hindu Sabha to create All India Hindu Sabha. Clear? To unite all these things, an umbrella organization was proposed at Ambala session of Punjab Hindu Sabha in 1913. Clear? And during the Ambala session in 1913, they called for establishment of All India Hindu Sabha. Clear? So, they proposed the idea of establishing All India Hindu Sabha at Ambala session, All India Hindu Sabha. Clear? The conference proposed the holding of Hindu leaders and to support and all over India at the 1915 Kumbh Mela at Haridwar. So, the members of this organization demanded all Hindu organizations and the leaders to come together at the Kumbh Mela. At Haridwar in 1915. So, all of them were supposed to come together. Clear? This was basically clear, and consequently in 1915, Sarvadeshak Hindu Sabha was formed at the Kumbh Mela at Haridwar. Clear? So, this resulted into establishment of Sarvadeshak led to the establishment of Sarv Deshak Hindu Sabha. Sarv Deshak Hindu Sabha, all across India. Sarv Deshak Hindu Sabha at Haridwar in 1915. Clear? At the same time, the most important thing is, in this Sarv Deshak Hindu Sabha, which was held at Haridwar in 1915, even Mahatma Gandhi was present along with Swami Shraddhanand. Swami Shraddhanand, who founded Gurukul Pathshala at Haridwar in 1902, who was the member of Arya Samaj. Clear? So obviously this Sarv Deshak Hindu Sabha, which was formed at Haridwar in 1915, was attended by Mahatma Gandhi, also was attended by Swami Shraddhanand, member of Arya Samaj, who founded Gurukul Pathshala at Haridwar. Clear? This was clear. In 1921, Sarv Deshak Hindu Sabha changed its name to Akhil Bharatiya Hindu Mahasabha. Clear? So in 1921, Sarv Deshak Hindu Mahasabha. This was changed in 1921, and this in 1921 it came to be known as Akhil Bharatiya Hindu Mahasabha. It came to be known as Akhil Bharatiya Hindu Mahasabha. Akhil Bharatiya Hindu Mahasabha in 1921. Clear? And this became, or rather, clear, the conference was presided by Manindranath Chandra Nandi, and in which it proposed Mahasabha as a non-loyalist party to the British and strive for promoting solidarity among Indian nation. Clear? So this conference, in which all Akhil Bharatiya Hindu Mahasabha was formed, it was presided by Manindranath. It was presided by Manindranath Nandi, Manindranath Chand Nandi, Manindranath Chand Nandi. He presided over Akhil Bharatiya Hindu Mahasabha. Clear? This development took place. Clear? The earliest leadership to Mahasabha was provided by prominent nationalist, clear, educationalist, and at the same time, four-time Indian National Congress President Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya. Clear? And at this time only Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya founded Banaras Hindu University in 1916. Clear? That wanted to promote education, both scientific and traditional, among large mass of people in India. Clear? At the same time, another promising leader who supported Hindu Mahasabha was Lala Lajpat Rai. Clear? So Akhil Bharatiya Hindu Mahasabha was supported by two major leaders, that is Lala Lajpat Rai and Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya. Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya established Banaras Hindu University in 1916. Clear? One of the leading figures of Hindu Mahasabha was Vinayak Damodar Savarkar, also known as Veer Savarkar, who was a revolutionary nationalist, and at the same time he founded a secret society known as Abhinav Bharat or Young India Society in 1904. Clear? So one of the major leader of Hindu Mahasabha was Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. Vinayak Damodar Savarkar, also known as Veer Savarkar. Clear? He was one of the major leader. He was one of the major leader. 1883. Sorry. He was the major leader of Hindu Mahasabha. Major leader of Hindu Mahasabha. He was the founder of Abhinav Bharat in 1904, which was a secret revolutionary organization. Clear? At the same time, he was the person who declared that the war or the revolt of 1857 was the first war of Indian independence. Clear? In 1910, clear? In the year 1910, Vinayak Damodar Savarkar was framed on several charges, and he was given life imprisonment to be retained in cellular jail in Andaman. We had discussed about cellular jail, the best style of India. So he was given life imprisonment and was deported to cellular jail in Andaman. Clear? He was brought back to India after some time in 1921 and kept in Ratnagiri jail. Clear? Now, why in Ratnagiri jail? Why the Ratnagiri jail? Clear. At the same time, clear, in Ratnagiri jail because he was basically promoting Hindu political ideology, and at the same time, clear, he was also promoting the idea of Hindu Rashtra. So British wanted to use him to promote communalism in India to a large extent. Clear. At the same time, clear, in course of time when all these developments were taking place, another very important organization was established, and this organization was established in the form of Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh or RSS, Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh RSS, at Nagpur in 1925 by K.B. Hedgewar. By K.B. Hedgewar, okay? K.B. Hedgewar. But at the same time, the most prominent leader of Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh RSS was a leader known as M.S. Golwalkar during Quit India movement, clear? And M.S. Golwalkar wrote a pamphlet titled as We, in which he talked about Hindu interest, and at the same time even criticized the Congress for supporting the Muslim interest in India. Clear. In fact, Golwalkar also wanted to establish Hindu Rashtra in India, and he wanted to promote cultural nationalism in India. Clear. So he became a very important leader in course of time. Clear. So Hindu nationalism was also promoted to a large extent with Punjab Hindu Sabha, then followed by Hindu Sabhas in other provinces. Then it led to All India Hindu Mahasabha. All India Hindu Mahasabha led to Sarv Deshak Hindu Sabha, which was translated to Akhil Bharatiya Hindu Mahasabha in 1921. And it was the Sarv Deshak Hindu Sabha was convened at Haridwar in 1915, attended even by Mahatma Gandhi and Swami Shraddhanand. Akhil Bharatiya Hindu Mahasabha promoted the interest of Muslim Hindus and wanted to establish Hindu Rashtra. Clear? This got further reinforced with the establishment of RSS in 1925 at Nagpur under the leadership of K.B. Hedgewar. Clear? All these developments began to take place, and therefore it resulted into extreme form of communalism in India. Clear? Now, meanwhile, when all these developments were taking place, as we had discussed, the scheme of Darki failed at provincial level in India, which was envisaged under Government of India Act 1919. To review the scheme of Darki at provincial level, British authority in London constituted Muddiman Committee. In 1924. Clear? This committee in its recommendation made it clear that Darki is a proper scheme and it should be given a fair trial at provincial level in India. So Muddiman Committee did not propose the idea of ending the Darki at provincial level. Rather, it gave the idea of continuing with Darki, which was to be given a fair trial at provincial level. Clear? At the same time, to review the scheme of Darki in India, British government in London, that is the Secretary of State in London, this Secretary of State being known as Lord Birkenhead. Clear, okay, appointed a royal commission under the chairmanship of Lord Simon to review the scheme of Darki. Clear? But this commission constituted only of Englishmen to review the scheme of Darki, which was a cruel joke for the people of India. Clear? Simon Commission, a pure English commission, came to India in 1927, and all across India protest demonstrations started against against Simon Commission. Clear? And under such circumstances only, clear, during anti-Simon protest demonstration, Lala Lajpat Rai was beaten by police authority. He died on 17th of November 1928. The revenge which was planned on exactly after 1 month on 17th of December 1928 by Chandrasekhar Azad, Sardar Bhagat Singh and Shiv Ram Rajguru. Clear? This became a very important development. Clear? And therefore, at this point of time, these developments began to emerge in Indian national movement. Clear? Meanwhile, since Lord Simon was not allowed to review the scheme of Darki in India, he threw a challenge. Clear? He threw a challenge challenge to Indian leaders that if they can frame the constitution for future India, they are free to do so. This constitutional challenge was accepted by Indian leaders, and an expert committee was formed under Motilal Nehru, and this committee prepared a report known as Nehru Report in 1928. Clear? And in this Nehru report, Motilal Nehru asked for major reforms in India, future constitution for India, provisions for future constitution. He presented this report at Calcutta session 1928, which was presided also by Motilal Nehru only. Clear? But at Calcutta session, Nehru report was first rejected by his son Jawaharlal Nehru and then by another leader, that is Muhammad Ali Jinnah. Clear? Jawaharlal Nehru rejected the Nehru report because Nehru report demanded dominion status or Swaraj for India. But Nehru along with Subhash Chandra Bose wanted complete independence or Purn Swaraj for India. So obviously both these persons rejected the Purn Swaraj, rejected the Nehru report. The second person to reject Nehru report was Muhammad Ali Jinnah, because in Nehru report Nehru wanted joint electorates for the Muslims. But Muhammad Ali Jinnah was highly reactionary by this time. He said that separate electorates for the Muslims has already been accepted by Congress at Lucknow session. It cannot revert back, and therefore on this basis he rejected Nehru report. So Nehru report could not be passed at 1928 Calcutta session presided by Motilal Nehru himself. Then very soon Jawaharlal Nehru started to emerge highly popular leader, and Jawaharlal Nehru was elected as Congress president in 1929. Meanwhile, clear, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, while rejecting the Nehru report, turned out to be completely communal leader, and therefore he walked away from Congress and he announced his famous 14 points in 1929, which were very radical in nature. In these 14 points, he talked about the Constitution of India to be federal in nature with residuary powers vested in the provinces. So he talked about a federal Constitution of India in which residuary powers not at the center, residuary powers at the provincial level. At the same time, uniform measure of autonomy shall be guaranteed to all provinces. So all provinces to enjoy equal power. He at the same time demanded that in central legislature, 1/3 of the total seats should be reserved for Muslims. At provincial legislature, wherever Muslims are in minority, 1/3 reservation of seats, and wherever Muslims are in majority, seats to be reserved according to proportion of population. He demanded separation of Sindh from Bombay province, and he made it clear the only party that will talk about Muslim interests would be All India Muslim League. So radical demands were given by Muhammad Ali Jinnah, and from here communalism began to raise its ugly head in the course of Indian national movement. Clear? Very unfortunate development began to take place with announcement of 14 points by Muhammad Ali Jinnah. Clear? Now at the same time, clear, when Jawaharlal Nehru demanded Purn Swaraj for India rather than dominion status, his popularity along with Subhash Chandra Bose began to rise, and therefore he was elected as Congress president in 1929 when Congress session was held at Lahore. Clear? Very important and historic session presided by Jawaharlal Nehru. First of all, this session marks the victory of Nehru family as son succeeded his father as Congress president, which was the largest political party in India. And during Lahore session 1929, Jawaharlal Nehru hoisted the tricolor flag of India on the banks of river Ravi, clear, and took an independence pledge, and also decided to celebrate 26th of January, just after 1 month, as the first Independence Day for India. So 26th of January 1930 was to be celebrated as the first Independence Day for India, and with this he passed the resolution of Purna Swaraj or complete independence for India. Moreover, all Congress leaders requested Mahatma Gandhi to launch mass movement again in India, and therefore Mahatma Gandhi also got convinced, and Mahatma Gandhi decided to launch mass agitation in India. But before this, Mahatma Gandhi again wanted to give a last chance to the British to show change of heart. Okay? And therefore Mahatma Gandhi presented a set of 11 moderate demands before British Governor General Lord Irwin. Clear? These 11 demands included end of British monopoly to manufacture and sell salt, end of British manufacturing and sale of liquor, end of British rights over forest in India, at the same time promotion or rather fixation of rupee sterling exchange ratio, reduction of military expenditure by 50%, promotion of cottage industries. So all these were very mild demands raised by Mahatma Gandhi in this 11 points given to British Governor General Lord Irwin. Clear? Even these mild demands were rejected by Lord Irwin, and Mahatma Gandhi was left with no other choice than to launch mass movement in India. Clear? And this, in order to launch this mass movement in India to protest against exploitative laws of the British, Mahatma Gandhi, along with the 78 chosen followers, proceeded from Sabarmati Ashram at Ahmedabad on 12th of March 1930. After traveling for more than 300 miles, clear, he reached the coast of Dandi on 6th of April 1930 and picked up a handful of salt to declare launch of another mass movement known as Civil Disobedience Movement. Clear? So, Civil Disobedience Movement was started on 6th of April 1930. For your information, that is why 12th of March was selected as the day to launch Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav by our Prime Minister, because that marks the beginning of salt satyagraha from Sabarmati Ashram on 12th of March 1930 by Mahatma Gandhi. Clear? And with the start of this movement, this civil disobedience movement became the second and the most organized mass movement under Mahatma Gandhi. Clear? Now we'll come to the second mass movement known as the Civil Disobedience Movement or CDM. Clear? So now we'll start with the Civil Disobedience Movement. We'll discuss about some major satyagraha like Dharsana Satyagraha. Clear? So all these developments began to take place during the launch of second mass movement known as the Civil Disobedience Movement. Clear? So let us start with Civil Disobedience Movement that started in 1930 and continued for 4 years till 1934. Clear? We'll start with Civil Disobedience Movement. First of all, we'll take some of the questions which has been asked. Clear? Coming to the question. Clear? Who gave the title of Veer to V.D. Savarkar? Clear? See, V.D. Savarkar was first refers to as Veer in 1923, and this title was given to him by Sri Vaishampatyam. Clear? So this title was given to V.D. Savarkar by a leader known as Sri Vaishampayam. Sri Vaishampayam in 1923. Clear? So the title of Veer to V.D. Savarkar was given by Sri Vaishampayan in 1923. He was formerly referred to as Swatantra Veer in 1924. Clear? By author Sadashiv Rajaram Ranade. Clear? And at the same time, in a short biography called Swatantra Veer Savarkar. Clear? So originally, before this title was given as Veer to V.D. Savarkar, he was referred to as Swatantra Veer. He was also given the title of Swatantra Veer. He was given the title of Swatantra Veer. Clear? And this title of Swatantra Veer became famous by author Sadashiv Rajaram Ranade. So he was first given the title of Swatantra Veer. Later on, from Swatantra Veer, he came to be known as Veer. Veer title was given by Sri Vaishampayam in 1923. Clear? Now, at the same time, next is, sir, can you give comparative broad outline of, we have discussed about dynasties, ancient, medieval, and time. Just wait, we can do it in the last itself. Well, we'll do that. Don't worry. I'll try my best. Clear? Sir, was RSS also a reactionary group formed mainly after Mopla riots in Malabar? Yeah, RSS was a reactionary group. It was formed after Mopla riots. Mopla riots took place in Malabar region between the Mopla peasants or the Muslim peasants and the Hindu landlords known as the Janmi landlords. Clear? So Janmi landlords took place. Initially started as an agrarian revolt, turned out to be communal because of British intervention. And after Mopla riots, obviously, communalism was on its rise, and that led to the establishment of reactionary group known as Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh at Nagpur in 1925. Clear? So, major developments. Now we'll come to Civil Disobedience Movement. that started in 1930 and continued till 1934. Civil disobedience movement. Clear? So we don't have much time left. Clear? We'll start with civil disobedience movement tomorrow. Clear? We'll start with this movement tomorrow, civil disobedience movement. Clear? And after this movement, with this movement, we'll continue with further developments in national movement. Meanwhile, clear? We'll discuss about the questions of the last test. Clear? Coming to the questions. Yeah, this is the question, I suppose. This is the question that has been given to all of you related to National Congress. Coming to this is the test that has been given to you last time, yesterday. The questions related to A.O. Hume organized the first session. Must be clear. Okay, coming to the question. Yes, fine, clear. Coming to the question. Consider the following statements. A.O. Hume, Alan Octavian Hume, organized the first session of International Congress in December 1885. Clear? Okay, this is right. This was convened in 1885. So, first session was convened in the year 1885. This is right statement. In 1889, a British Committee of International Congress was formed in London, focusing on industry. Yeah, today only we had discussed. This was formed in Britain in 1889. That was British Committee of International Congress. Third was International Congress convened a session in London in 1892. No, decision was taken to convene the session in 1890. We had discussed today. It could not be convened because of general elections in Britain, and it could never be revived later on. Clear? So, International Congress in London. No, this is wrong. Clear? 1892. In fact, we had written also where was the session in 1892 convened. Clear? It was 1892 session. Look into that. Clear? Coming to this, I think we erased that. Clear? So, session of International Congress 1892. Clear? So, look into those sessions also. We had written about those sessions. Clear? So, International was not held in London. Clear? Because the idea was the region was taken to convene in London in 1890 because of general elections. It was postponed. It could never be revived. So, this statement is wrong. This statement is right. 18 British Committee National Congress from London. A.O. Hume was the founder. So, two statements are right. How many of the statements given above are right? Only two. Fine. Coming to the next question. Look into 1992 session. We have written today in the notes itself. Clear? Coming to the next session. Next question. With reference to Indian Council Act of 1892. Consider the following statements. Additional members in both the Imperial Legislative Council and the Provincial Legislative Councils were increased. Clear? Yeah, this is one. Clear? This is right. Increased. The non-official members of Indian Legislative Council were to be nominated. Non-official member. No, this is wrong. Non-official members of the Indian Legislative Council. Non-official members of the Indian Legislative Council were to be nominated. Yes, right. The budget could be discussed and voted upon. No, budget could not be voted upon. This is wrong. Clear? Supplementary questions could not be asked, nor could answers to any question be discussed. Yeah, this is right. Clear? How many of the above statements are incorrect? Only one. That is, this statement, budget could be discussed and voted upon. No, budget as such could not be voted upon. Clear? This is wrong. So, this is wrong statement, incorrect. All the three statements are additional members in both Imperial Legislative Council, non-official members of India were to be nominated, and official members were to be were to be nominated. This is right. They could be nominated also. They could be elected also. Supplementary questions could not be asked, nor could answers to any question be discussed. This is right. Clear. Supplementary questions could not be asked. This is right. Budget could be discussed, but no. Budget could be discussed, but it could not be voted upon. This is wrong statement. Only one. Clear. Coming to next question. Question number 3. Consider the following statement regarding the early phase of nationalism. Early phase means moderate phase. Clear? The moderate phase of the international movement had a broad social base and the mass actively engaged was no. That was the basic weakness. We had discussed about that. They never trusted in the capacity of masses to sacrifice. So they never engaged masses actively. Clear? And it was a narrow social base. We had differentiated with moderates and extremists. Extremists had broad social base, but moderates never had broad social base. The British Indian government was hostile towards the International Congress even to its moderate phase. Clear? Yeah, even during moderate phase, they were hostile to the Congress. No doubt about it. Early nationalists exposed the exploitative character of colonial rule and undermines moral fund. Yeah, the economic critic of British imperialism, Dadabhai Naoroji, R.C. Dutt. Moderate successfully asserted the fundamental political principle that governance in India should prioritize the interest of people. Yeah, this is right. We have written about demands also raised by the moderate leaders. So 2, 3 and 4 are right. How many of these are correct? Only 3. First statement is wrong. Clear? So it's only 3. Clear? This is another one. Coming to the next question. Question number 4. The drain theory given by Dadabhai Naoroji include the salaries as well as pensions of civil and military officers. Yeah, this is right. Home charges, interest on loans taken by the Indian government from abroad, interest also on public debt raised abroad, profits from foreign investments in India, yeah, purchase of goods and stores in Britain for military expeditions, all these known as home charges as well. Clear? So all of these were known as home charges under the theory of drain of wealth, and that also included the salaries also and remittances to be given out of Indian resources, salaries also, interest or dividends to the shareholders of British East India Company. Clear? All the wars were to be financed from Indian resources. All this came under drain of wealth. Clear? Salaries, dividends, expenses of war, and these one home charges. So all the 4 are included under drain of wealth theory. Clear? This was another thing. Coming to the next one, question number 5. Who gave the following statement? Our system acts very much like a sponge, drawing up all the good things from the banks of Ganges and squeezing them down the banks of Thames. John Sullivan. In fact, drain of theory we had discussed today itself. It was John Sullivan. Clear? We have written the notes also. Clear? Now, after this, coming to the next one, question number 6. Consider the following statement regarding the reasons for the rise of militant nationalism. Okay. Factors. That is why separately we have written about factors, drawbacks, demands separately today in the class. You get such questions in prelims. Clear? So in the class today we had discussed about point wise. Clear? Factors, the demands, the programs, the activities, because you get those things in terms of options. Clear? So here also consider for instance regarding the reasons for the rise of militant nationalism. Economic hardship highlighted the nature of colonial rule. That is right. Confidence and self-effort among the masses, yeah, they believed in mass sacrifice. British government's refusal to meet crucial demands led to disillusionment among politically and educationally aware individuals. This is right. Japan's dull progress and failure to interest diminished India's inspiration. No, this is wrong. Japan's full progress influenced India's. Clear? So Japan's full progress inspired the people of India. Clear? In fact, clear, Japan's defeated Russia. Japan defeated Russia after industrialization in 1905. That is why I discussed it resulted into Russian nihilism, and Russian nihilism had huge impact on Indian news that started revolutionary activities in India. So it's not Japan dull progress, Japan's full progress and Japan's defeat of Russia in 1905. So that statement is wrong. Clear? So 3 statements are right. How many of those statements are correct? Only 3. Clear? Directly from class notes, you can easily collect with those classes. Clear? These are the questions that is always there in the paper. Clear? Now coming to the next one, question number 7. Clear? Now, Consider following Ashwani Kumar Dutt, Aurobindo Ghosh, Vishnu Shastri Chiplunka, Raj Bihari Ghosh. How many of the leaders given now belong to extremist school? Clear? Yeah, Ashwani Kumar Dutt is there, Aurobindo Ghosh is there. We have discussed Aurobindo Ghosh, Vishnu Shastri Chiplunkar also, Raj Bihari Ghosh. No, this is not an extremist. This is basically moderate. In fact, Raj Bihari Ghosh as a moderate leader only presided over Surat session in 1907 that led to the split between moderates and extremists. Clear? So Raj Bihari Ghosh was a moderate, not an extremist. Clear? He presided over Surat session in 1907. So he did not belong to extremist school. So 1, 2 and 3. Only 3. Clear? Then coming to question number 8. Who gave the famous statement, the extremists of today will be the moderates of tomorrow, just as the moderates of today were the extremists of yesterday? Yeah, Bal Gangadhar Tilak. He read that there's no major difference between moderates and extremists. A person can be a moderate on one point of time, can be extremist on the other hand. Like Mahatma Gandhi only, Mahatma Gandhi started his career as a moderate leader, turned out to be extremist in course of time. Clear? What to follow guys, how they were hostile to moderates. They were hostile to moderate, they were hostile to the Congress or such. Okay, the question is related to Congress. So they were hostile to the Congress from the beginning. In fact, Dufferin, when Congress was established, he gave a statement, Congress is nothing but a microscopic minority of the literate. That is minority section of the literate class, nothing more than that. Curzon gave a statement, Congress is tottering to its fall. And one of my great ambition in India is to give it a peaceful demise. So obviously, they were apprehensive about the Congress from the beginning, even though some of them supported Congress to act as safety valve or ventilating agency for them. Clear? So this was Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Coming to question number 9. Clear? Consider the following statement. The Swadeshi movement was proclaimed with the passage of boycott resolution at Calcutta Town Hall. Yeah, 3. This is right. Calcutta Town Hall. That was on August 7, 1905. August 7 celebrated annually is National Handloom Day, commemorating the initiation of Swadeshi movement. Yeah. This was the asked last in prelims only. October 16, witnessed the formal enforcement of partition. Yeah, all the 3. It was day of mourning. MOURNING. So all the 3 are right. Straightforward statements given related to Swadeshi movement. Then coming to the 10th question. 10th question. Clear? With reference to Indian Home Rule League. Okay, Indian Home Rule League. Consider the following statement. In April 1960, Annie Besant founded the league, followed by Tilak in September same year. No, this is wrong. They have interchanged. Clear? April 1916, it was Tilak. And Annie Besant founded it in September. We have written that. Clear? So Tilak established in April 1916, Annie Besant in September 1916. It has been reversed, so statement would be wrong. Besant's league focused on Chennai and surrounding regions, while Tilak's had a nationwide progress. This is also wrong. Clear? Tilak's home rule was confined to Maratha territories and rest of British India, Annie Besant. So Annie Besant League focused not only on Chennai, Annie Besant League focused on entire British India except the Maratha territories. Clear? So it leagues focused on Chennai and surrounding regions. No, entire British India except Maratha territories. And Tilak focused not on nationwide. Tilak focused only on Maratha territories. Clear? Nationwide presence was of Annie Besant. Clear? So this statement is also wrong. The Home Rule campaign gained an added advantage from Russian Revolution 1917. Right? Absolutely. Russian Revolution had impact on Home Rule movement. So only one statement is right. Correct statement is only one. So this would be only one statement. Straightforward statements given from the topics that we had already done. So these were the major questions asked last year. Second statement of question 3. Okay, coming to question 3. Second statement of question 3. Yeah. Question number 3. Second statement. For the earliness, the British Indian government was hostile towards the Indian National Congress even to its moderate phase. Yeah, they were hostile. Clear? They were hostile to the moderate phase also. Clear? There's no doubt about it. Clear? They were hostile even to its moderate phase. And that is why in 1905 they decided to. That is why even though they adopted policy of carrot, it was basically to reconcile them. But their approach was hostile towards moderate also during early phase of national movement. There's nothing wrong. This statement is right. Clear? So all the 3, only one statement is wrong, and that statement is number 1. They didn't have broad social base. That is moderates, early nationalists. Clear? Now, next is question number 9, 3. Question number 9. October 16, 19 witnessed the formal enforcement of partition. Yeah, right, clear. It was partition was announced in 1905, and the movement started. North Swadeshi movement started from August 7. It formally came into being on October 16. Clear. So the movement came into being on October 16. It was enforced. Clear, and therefore it was declared to be day of mourning. MOURNING. So partition came into force in October 16, 1905. So all the three statements are right. Clear? 9, 3 explain. 3. Partition came into being earlier, but it was enforced on October 16, 1905. Clear? So these were the questions to be discussed. Clear? Related to your test. Clear? Now after this. Clear? Tomorrow we'll start with the civil disobedience movement. We'll continue with civil disobedience movement. And tomorrow most probably we'll reach up to 1947. See, there are many issues, more topics to be covered in modern India. Like in ancient India, we had covered about architecture, art forms, language, literature, crafts in India, several other developments also. Clear? We have to cover those architecture also. For instance, I'll let you know, we have to discuss even the architecture of the recently inaugurated Ram Mandir at Ayodhya. And we also going to discuss about an architecture of a temple which is known as Bap's Temple, BAPS, which is to be inaugurated by Prime Minister on 14th of February in UAE, Saudi Arabia. Clear? So United Arab Emirates is going to inaugurate a Hindu temple on 14th of February. Clear? Major religious leaders have already arrived in UAE. Will come to architecture of that temple also. Clear? So architecture of modern India, then art forms of modern India, especially painting of modern India. Then at the same time, language and literature, another aspects of modern history also is to be done. We had discussed all those dimensions for ancient medieval India. We'll be doing those things for modern India also. Clear? After we complete the national movement till 1947, we'll talk up those thematic areas also, which are very important for prelims examination. Clear? So we'll continue from here. Tomorrow we'll continue from this point. Clear? Thank you all of you. Take care of yourself. Keep revising. We are covering things quite comprehensively. So keep on revising things, and all the things which are added upon, which are basically related to current developments. Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we have discussed about that. Qazi Nazrul Islam is very important this time. Cellular jail is very important this time. V. Savarkar is very important. So keep on tracking these developments clearly, because you can get questions on these developments, these personalities. Clear? So we'll continue from here tomorrow. Thank you. All the best.